A very good morning. Welcome to Uptonsteel, Grace Road for live coverage of this One Day Cup semi-final between Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire. Two East Midlands rivals battling it out for a spot in the final of the One Day Cup next month. It's 5 weeks today. It takes place at Trent What is rather chilly when you compare it to previous days, at least. A rather chilly day here in the East Midlands. Temperatures perhaps still in the 20s. When you compare it to sort of the climate that we've experienced over the past week or so, then it does feel considerably cooler than it has done over the past few days. It should be a pulsating day of one-day cricket. With us on 5 Sports Extra, the BBC Sport website and app, Sports Extra 2. Also on the YouTube stream, Leicestershire searching for a second One Day Cup final in 4 seasons, their first since 2023, when of course they went on to lift the One Day Cup trophy. The Foxes topped their group. The home semi-final was confirmed on Tuesday. It was a bit of a nervous wait as we were all working out them mathematical conundrums perhaps in that Lancashire-Somerset match. As for Nottinghamshire, well, of course they're searching for their first One Day Cup trophy since 2017. Alongside me, Conor O'Grady for full commentary for our day is Dave Bracegirdle of BBC Radio Nottingham. Dave, good afternoon, or good morning to you.
Morning, Connor. Morning, everybody. Yeah, it's lovely. Really nice conditions actually out there, as you say, a little cooler than it's been over the last few days. Good day for watching and indeed for playing cricket, and just hope they come along in their numbers for a clash with lots riding on it. The East Midlands derby generally has enough riding on it, but when there's a place in the final, just that added little bit of spice about the day. News from the middle is that Hasib Hamid has continued his fine run of winning the toss. Notts have won 6 matches now in this competition, the same as Leicestershire, 5 in the group stages, and of course they were in action just 48 hours ago, defeating Yorkshire up at York. Hamid has won the toss and again has opted to chase. There's one change. We know Liam Patterson-White back from 100 duty, and he comes in to replace the injured Lyndon James. So Notts will be in the field to begin with. Plenty of bowling options, plenty of bowlers with success on this ground over the years, and they'll be desperately keen to restrict Leicestershire to something ideally well under 300. Of course, the sides have met in the groups already this year. Notts won at Trent Bridge, bowling Leicestershire out for below 200. It was one, I think, of just a handful of very poor performances from Leicestershire in the group. Obviously, they were group winners. Notts finished 3rd, but a lot of that is out the window right now. It's back to ground zero for both these sides. Whoever plays better on the day today will rightfully take their place in the final against the winner of the other semi-final taking place 100 or so miles south of here, down at Radlett, where Middlesex are hosting Durham. Here come the players. Notts in their all green with the white names and numbers and piping. The Leicestershire openers, Stevie Eskenazi, the skipper, and Rishi Patel out there in Leicestershire's current one-day garb of black and red. Very attractive it is too.
I saw a few Leicestershire shirts in and around the ground, and so I had a bit of a walk around earlier. A healthy crowd in here at Grace Road for this One Day Cup semi-final. As for the Foxes, just the one change from their last match in this competition. It was 7 days ago. It was a defeat by 3 wickets in the end against Kent. 6 wickets, should I say, against Kent 7 days ago. The main team news: Rehan Ahmed back after the 100. He comes straight into the side for Alfonso Thomas's Foxes, and comes in for Ajaz Patel. So if I run through the Leicestershire side very quickly: Stephen Eskenazi and Rishi Patel, Rehan Ahmed, Hamza Sheikh, Nick Kelly, Ben Cox, Ian Holland, Ben Green, and then Mo Ravizi is out, so it's Alex Green and Tom Scriven as well. We're almost set for play here on a sun-kissed day in the East Midlands, an East Midlands derby, and a place in the One Day Cup final. 5 weeks today is at stake. Hutton will bowl the first over from the pavilion in for Nottinghamshire. In he goes, trudges in, run, and then it's just beaten away into the offside by Eskenazi. No run.
Yeah, the outfield is very bobbly and patchy in places. Had a little walk round the extremities of the outfield, and very, very bobbly indeed. Of course, there's been a lot of dry weather. It's been very tough for the ground staff, but balls hit into the deep. Might just take one or two unfortunate bobbles.
Hutton trudges in against Eskenazi, beaten back into the offside uncomfortably by the fielder at cover, and there'll be no run.
Yeah, they scampered the single. Actually, it was forced between extra cover and wideish mid off. So the
viewers obstructing me, Dave, very early on.
Yeah.
But there is a healthy crowd in here at Grace Road today. At Uptonsteel Grace Road, of course, they've known about this semi-final for 5 days now or so. As Hutton races in from the pavilion end, and he comes, bowls. Defensive strop back into comfortably his position. There'll be no run.
Yeah, Brett Hutton has happy memories bowling on this ground. 4 years ago in the group stages of this competition, he got a Nottinghamshire best as well as a career best 7 foot. Wasted little time that day in knocking over the Leicestershire upper and middle order.
We're nearly halfway through this first over. You're listening to us on 5 Sports Extra, the BBC Sport website and app. Hutton in. And it's once again just beaten down the ground by Rishi Patel. And there'll be no run. Sides
met in the groups at Trent Bridge. Leicestershire all out for 199. It was the third match in the competition. Eskenazi became the first player to carry his bat against Nottinghamshire throughout his innings. Opened and was 93 not out at the end at the time the last wicket fell.
Hutton in he comes, right arms, and it's just beaten into the offside towards square leg, and well, we are now well and truly towards the end of this first over. A few fans making their way towards their seats just to the right hand side. There's a gentleman with a sort of turquoise hat on making his way a few minutes late to watch the proceedings. It's perhaps still a day, Dave, where you would need a hat if you're out there at the moment. We've got a perfect view from here in the pavilion end. Hutton then with the final ball of this over. In he comes against Patel. It's just beaten away towards fine leg. Leicestershire think about a double. They do get a double in the end. It's collected by the fielder. And they will take them to 3 for 0 at the end of this first over. A solid first over between Eskenazi, who, as you say, Dave, got 93 not out when these two sides met at the end of July a few weeks ago in the One Day Cup group stage. Rishi Patel out there as well at the moment, who hit 115 against Northants a little earlier in this competition, and he's on 2.
Yes, the other match, I can tell you, down at Radlett, the side winning the toss, they're chosen to bat. That's Durham. They are 4 with Outlaws in the first over down there, and of course the winners of that one play the winners of this one at Trent Bridge. 5 weeks today. We're through the first over. The second will be bowled by Dylan Pennington from the Bennett end. Tall, fair-haired bowler who's looked in really good rhythm. The last couple of matches got a 4-for in the 2 wins in the week. At the Oval on Tuesday against Surrey, and then again at York on Friday, and then had the pleasure of stroking the winning runs. Has not got the better of that run chase. He comes in from the Bennett end, bowls to Eskenazi, the former Middlesex skipper. Glances this down to the long leg. George Munsey doing the fielding. How I'm sure he'd love to lead Leicestershire into a final, Eskenazi, and I guess it'll be just a little bit more special if Middlesex come through the other semi-final. 4 with Outlaws.
Former Middlesex captain, of course. I think he succeeded at the time. This was during the COVID pandemic hit season. Pete Hanscom, who of course has links to Leicestershire as well. So yeah, it would be a very special event for the Leicestershire captain.
Also got 2 slips in. Jack Haynes at first, Freddie McCann at second. Looking on from our lofty perch on top of the pavilion here at Grace Road as Pennington bowls, played with soft hands by Patel. Chops it down to Ollie Stone. Down at third, Stone, as always, with those elasticated sleeves on. He'll just peel them off when he's called into bowl. It's another one with fond memories, recent fond memories of bowling on this ground. Got a 5 for in the championship match earlier in the season from the Bennett end. Liam Patterson-White also got a 5 in that match. A slow left-arm spinner who's been recalled to the Notts ranks after completing his stint in the 100. Here's Pennington in, and Notts got 2 slips in there. Had they had a third, he'd have been in the game. It was played with an open face, but slightly edgy and slightly aerially through third slip. Another single to Eskenazi. Both are on 3. As the early stages of this contest unfold. Notts, as Connor mentioned, not been one-day cup winners since 2017. Only twice this century they appeared in Lord's finals. As this is pushed in the offside, they beat Glamorgan in 2013, Surrey 4 years later.
The Alex Hales final.
Was indeed, yes. A remarkable run chase on that occasion after Mark Stoneman had rattled up 144 for Surrey. Not set to score 299, and they got there with a huge chunk of the runs scored by the hard-hitting Hales, 187 not out. Scarcely believable that it's 9 years ago now as Pennington bowls. This is pushed into the offside. Been a morning of athletes and athletics. Had a little look at the start of the marathon on BBC this morning before I left home in the European Championships, and then quickly found myself on a number of detours around the Kingdom of Newark as their marathon day was about to get underway. I'm not sure if it's a full marathon or a half marathon.
I think we are
marathon this morning.
We're in marathon season, aren't we?
But a few road closures. This is pushed into the offside, and there's no run to end the over. 6 with Outlaws, 3 coming from it, and of course all those runners in Newark this morning looking to emulate the success of hometown girl Amy Hunt. A 3rd gold last night for Newark's Amy Hunt, and she's going for a 4th tonight. Terrific European Championship being staged at Birmingham, and great home success, and great to have some Nottinghamshire success, local success with Amy Hunt.
She emulated Dina Asher-Smith's European double a little earlier in the week, didn't she, which was set back in, I think, 2018. It's been so far so good, a brilliant championships. Of course, it reaches its conclusion today. Hutton from the pavilion then. In he goes against Eskenazi. Beated that one. It didn't really go anywhere, though, of any note, all the way through to the keeper.
Yeah, it was sharp from Verena, though. He sensed that Eskenazi was out of his ground and threw at the stumps and missed. But sometimes you only get one opportunity to do that. Just looking at square leg umpire, and Dylan Pennington wanted his cap. He'd left his cap and his sunglasses with the square leg umpire, gone down to long leg and realised that he needed them. He was looking into the sun.
Hutton in for Nottinghamshire from the pavilion end against Eskenazi. That one just beaten down the ground. No run.
Yes, the umpire at square leg at the far end is Mark Newell. At our end, the standing end, James Middlebrook, the former Yorkshire Northants Essex off spinner.
Leicestershire then in the 2nd and the 3rd over. 6 for naught so far. You're listening to 5 Sports Extra, the BBC Sport website, and at this One Day Cup semi-final, Hutton in for Nottinghamshire from the pavilion end. It's just beaten into the leg side by Eskenazi. Straight to the Nottinghamshire fielder at square leg. There'll be no run.
Ground not full, but decent numbers in, and they're enjoying the sunshine. Certainly away to our right, in front of the meet, the popular cafeteria and snack area, and chance to basically live up to the name, a chance to meet, go and see your friends.
Hutton parades in from the pavilion end. This one into the offside by Eskenazi, one comfortably at cover by the fielder down there in his all green outfit for Nottinghamshire. As you say, Dave, Notts chasing their first one-day cup trophy for 9 years. Leicestershire, of course, have had more recent success in this competition. Back in 2023, in fact this is their third one-day cup semi-final in the last 4 seasons, reaching the 2023 semi-final, of course reaching the final that year, so too the 2024 final. Hutton in then for the penultimate ball of this over. That was a bit of a tumble. Eskenazi didn't really get anything on it. There'll be no run. Hutton going so far, so good. If you do want to get in touch with us, many ways of doing so for this one-day cup semi-final. Me, Conor O'Grady, Dave Bracegirdle as well of BBC Radio Nottingham with you all the way through the day. At Conor O'Grady on 2000 on X. I'll also give you my email address in a second. But first, let's just see this last ball of the third over from Hutton. In he comes from the pavilion end against Eskenazi. This one beaten towards fine leg. And it's won comfortably there on the leg side by the fielder. And Leicestershire take their total up for 7 for naught at the end of this third over. They're going to get 2.3 runs an over. As the weekend blasts out the speakers here in the centre of about 1 or 2 miles south of the city centre, here in the heart of the East Midlands.
Yeah, quite a little start to this game as both sides just try and grasp the initiative here. 7 with Outlaws after 3. Good over that from Brett Hutton. Been right on the money in this competition. Just sat out 1 match in the middle of the qualifying groups as Eskenazi pushes it into the offside. He'll scamper a single. Brett Hutton up to this point has taken 9 wickets at just an average of 3.5, economy rate rather of 3.5. Really miserly leading wicket taker. In fact, the 2 leading wicket takers for Notts, neither of them are playing in this match. James Hayes has 12 wickets. Joe Pocklington out injured since the 3rd match. He got 10 wickets in the first 3 matches and then picked up an injury. Here's Pennington bowling and taking the aerial route. Here is Patel, dangerous hitter once he gets his eye in, and he's lifted this one away towards the Milligan Road side of the ground to our left for 4 runs. First boundary. Hutton, Farhan Ahmed and Dylan Pennington each have 9 wickets for Notts. Pennington getting 4 wickets in each of the last 2 matches. Interesting little byplay to today's proceedings. Of course, the Ahmed brothers are in opposition. Rian for the Foxes and Farhan for Nottinghamshire, his younger brother. Short, pulled away, down to long leg, nowhere near Muncie. It's gone all the way for 6. George Muncie was down at long leg just for a second as it came off the face of the bat. Wondered if he might be interested, but he just has to go and fetch the ball back from the advertising hoardings. It was nicely picked up and away for 6 runs by Patel. So after 3 quietish overs, just 7 runs coming, Dylan Pennington feeling the wrath of this acceleration. 4 and a 6 from the last couple of balls. What will Pennington do here? Can he find the block hole after 2 shortish deliveries? In fact, it's just outside the off stump and it's left alone by Patel. So normality returns for the fielding side. 18 with Outlaws, 2 balls left in the 4th.
Rishi Patel, of course, part of that one-day cup winning side from 2023. He's Leicestershire's leading run scorer in the 4-day game this season. 587 runs in County Championship Division 1, where it's not going so well for Alfonso Thomas's side at the bottom of Division 1.
Pennington to conclude the over, and it's on the hips of Patel, whipped down to Muncie for a single, so Patel will keep strike. We're through 4 now. 12 from that over, 19 without loss, or is there a ball left?
There's a ball left.
Gone early, there's a ball left. 19 without loss. Yes, as Conor said, quite rightly, a number of ways to get in touch. I'm on the email as well, bracecricket@icloud.com. I've got the old tablet working, up and firing today. you'd like to get in touch, lovely to hear from you. This is a lovely bit of fielding at backward point by Ben Martindale, slashed away by the Foxes skipper. He must have thought that was going to race away towards the boundary on the meat side of the ground, but Martindale flung himself to his left, goalkeeper style, made a good stop. So it is the end of the over. 12 did come from it, and the Foxes 19 with Outlaws after 4.
Connor.O'Grady at bbc.co.uk is my email address. That's with the 1 N, so CONOR.O'Grady at bbc.co.uk. You mentioned that sort of goalkeeping style, bit of fielding then from Ben Martindale. This, of course, the second East Midlands derby of the weekend. Dave, Leicester City taking on Notts County in Sky Bet League 1 yesterday, a 1-1 draw at Meadow Lane. Let's just watch this over, which will be bowled by Hutton from the pavilion end. In he comes, races in, beaten away by Rishi Patel into the offside. There'll be no run. Yeah, Russell Martin's first league match in charge of the Foxes. They thought they earned themselves 3 points when Jaden Joseph scored his first goal for the Foxes, the City Academy youngster. But then a late equaliser by the Magpies, who are of course returning to the third tier. I think Mansfield were in action yesterday as well, weren't they, Dave?
Yeah, I was at that one.
Hutton in from the pavilion end. In he comes, trudges in against Rishi Patel. It's beaten away and it's taken in the end. Well, Leicestershire lose their first wicket from it. He's bowled, actually, Rishi Patel, and it's been a disappointing start for the Foxes. Not the start that Alfonso Thomas would have taken. It was straight. Patel whizzed at it. Just looking at the replay here, and it takes the bails off. Front-footed, not the ideal start for the Foxes. They lose their first wicket after just 4.2 overs. Rishi Patel goes for 14 off 14 balls.
Great start for Brett Hutton. Said his happy memories of bowling on this ground, and they will have been enhanced by a lovely delivery there. Patel, just in the previous over, showed that he can be a dangerous customer if you don't get him early on, and Hutton with an absolute beauty has just done enough. I think it just nipped back a whisker, with Patel looking to drive a little loosely outside the off stump, and of course at this level make one misjudgment and it can be fatal. Rian Ahmed is out there in the middle at number 3 for the Foxes, but a good early start for Notts, having won the toss and put the home side in. Leicestershire 19 for 1 in the 5th. Brett Hutton with his 10th wicket of this season's competition.
Rishi Patel hit 2 on his last appearance at Grace Road. That was against Warwickshire a few weeks ago. This time he's got out for 14. So it will be Rahan Ahmed who enters the field of play. Hutton with the first wicket of the day in this one-day cup semi-final. Nottinghamshire 19 for 1 of 4.2 overs. Nice to see Rahan Ahmed back involved in the Leicestershire side, of course, having featured for Birmingham Phoenix in the 100.
And you just wonder how much intel has been passed to the bowlers by Farhan. They know Rian as well, of course. He was part of the Notts Academy at a very young age. Not sure what that announcement was. What was it about? Yes, it's a broken bail. We've still not got a bail.
Yeah, just say ground delay on the stream, which is to the right-hand side.
We've had to go and find a spare bail from somewhere, which umpire Mark Newell has now popped in place. A bail breaker from Brett Hutton, the first wicket of this semi-final.
This is Rahan Ahmed's first appearance for Leicestershire then for well over a month. I think the 12th of July, the last time he featured in Leicestershire colours, well and truly in the middle of the T20 Blast campaign that was. That Sunday afternoon match, I think it was against Derbyshire, wasn't it? Where I think he took 2 wickets on that occasion. Here he is, though, with his first ball. It comes against Hutton from the pavilion end. He races in, beaten away, out towards the offside. That'll go all the way for 4, past the fielder at point. The perfect start for Rahan Ahmed. Takes Leicestershire up for 23 for 1.
Shot of real intent from going to keep doing this, aren't I? I nearly called him Farhan there. It will happen. A shot of intent from Rian Ahmed. In the other match, Durham batting, of course, after winning the toss at Radlett, 19 without loss in the 5th over against Middlesex down there. The other semi-final going on. Just 4 teams left out of the 18, of course, that started.
That match now available on Sports Extra 3 as Hutton comes in from the pavilion end against Ahmed, who doesn't play that one. Goes straight through to the wicket-keeper.
He had a little dabble, though. The bat was certainly well away from the body. A convincing shot to begin with. One with less conviction second time round. Certainly would have got Jack Haynes and Freddie McCann interested in the not slip cordon.
It's really interesting to see sort of the social media activity on Leicestershire's own socials when it was announced that Rehan Ahmed would be back for this contest. Here we go then, the 5th ball of this over, which will be taken by Hutton. In he comes, races in, defensive shot by Ahmed. And there will be no run as a white Ford Fiesta goes away in the distance and takes its way towards the car park over on that Bennett end of the ground, the far side to where we are in the pavilion end.
Yeah, I understand this is his first game in the competition, isn't it, Rian? I think there might have been 1 or 2 people wondering why Joan Clark isn't involved for Notts. They decided to go with those that have played so far, represented them in the competition.
Hutton with the final ball of this over, beaten away by Ahmed into the offside. It'll be won by the fielder. And Leicestershire will end this 5th over on 24 for 1. Eskenazi at the crease on 5. Rehan Ahmed off 4 balls after Rishi Patel lost that wicket and was out for 14. Is on 5 as well. Eskenazi and Ahmed at the crease. Here at Uptonsteel, Grace Road. The sun, perhaps, Dave, is just considering poking its head out, but there is a bit of cloud up there as well. It's a mild old day, but, still not as warm as it has been over the past few days, which I, for one, are quite happy about.
50 over cricket. Great format this as Pennington in from the Bennett end. Bowls to Rian Ahmed. His first ball from the former Worcestershire man Pennington is pushed into the offside. Russell Wolfe has been in touch on email. bracecricket@icloud.com. Morning Dave, morning everybody. Having been to watch Notts at Chesterfield, Cheltenham, the Oval and York in the past week. Alas, I'm not at Leicester today, combining doing my chores and watching and listening on the live stream. After the championship victory at Surrey last year, I didn't think in recent times. Pennington comes in and bowls, gets a good one, goes over the shoulder of the bat, just made Rian flinch a little bit. Russell goes on. After the championship victory at Surrey last year, I didn't think in recent times a game of cricket could top that until Friday's victory at York. What an amazing day of cricket. At 1 for 3, a lot of us thought that was our campaign over. 3 notable performances, Carl Verena, Jack Haynes and Dylan Pennington. Wishing all the boys, players and supporters continued success and progression in the competition. And a big shout out to my mate Andy, who was with me at York on Friday. He's also watching the stream. All the best from Russell as Pennington bowls. Rian will turn it to his brother, and a shy at the stumps from Farhan. And from the reaction out there, look at the Notts players with hands on head. Great awareness from Farhan to swoop in, pick it up, sideways on. He only had 1 stump to aim at, and had Eskenazi been run out there, he might just have, on his way back to the pavilion at this end, might just have turned and given a little bit of a withering look to Rian, who dropped it and ran, but he dropped it straight to his brother. Perhaps he thought his brother couldn't throw as accurately as that. Narrowly missed. What a talking point that would have been.
Around the dinner table, perhaps.
Would have been more of a talking point, of course, if we'd run out Rian at the other end. Here's Pennington into Eskenazi. Bowls now, eases it into the offside. And there's LPW involved for the first time today. Liam Patterson White, who you will hear me refer to for understandable reasons as LPW through the day. So thank you, Russell. In touch at bracecricket@icloud.com. They're starting to roll in now. 1 or 2 more quickly following that one as Pennington pulls the 5th ball of the over, short and pulled. Oh, he's got away with that one, Eskenazi. Farhan Ahmed's after it, going to keep them to 2. but he didn't go through with the shot, and it ended up with nothing more really than a little bit of a tennis paddle over the net and into the far court. But it was just to the left of Farhan Ahmed at mid-wicket. It was at catchable height, but he's got a couple of runs. Ian Harrison, excellent commentary from yourselves as always. Just to say, the 50-over comp is again showing its worth and its popularity. I was at York on Friday as Pennington bowls, and eased into the offside, no run, end of the over, 27 for 1. I'll just finish this, Connor. I went to York on Friday to see Notts gain a brilliant win. Highly impressed with the facilities there and all that was on offer at the ground. Surely that must be one of the best county satellite grounds and on offer in the UK. Is there a better one? Scarborough not usable due to problems with the stand. Thank you, Ian. There's a few more come in. We'll get to them in the fullness of the time. Dave Bracegirdle alongside Connor O'Grady here, as I say, in our lofty perch, in our pigeon coop on top of the pavilion at Grace Road, watching Brett Hutton about to begin over number 7.
And here he comes from the pavilion end. Hutton's 4th over of the day. It's beaten away by Rahan Ahmed into the offside. Will that go all the way for 4? The fielder is chasing it. It will go for 4. Rahan Ahmed with another boundary. Takes Leicestershire's total up to 31 in the end.
Yeah, Seba Mead, as always, losing his headwear, whether he's got the floppy on or the Notts cap as he has today. It goes flying off once he's in hot pursuit, and he gave it his all. Oh, crikey, the ball just winning the race to the rope.
Not what the start that Hutton would have wanted from this over as he faces Rahan Ahmed, who's brought his total up to 10. Hutton races in from the pavilion end against Ahmed. This one just beaten down the ground. Won comfortably in the end by the fielder, which is Ollie Stone there at mid-wicket.
We're going to have to talk quicker because Darren says, I'm listening to you in the ground and you're a ball behind. Disappointing in this modern tech age. That said, great commentary. Thank you, Darren. Yeah, we'll try and catch up. We'll talk a little quicker.
I did see a lot of Nottinghamshire hats in and around the ground as I went for a walk about half an hour before play started here at Uptonsteel, Grace Road. We'll come to that in a minute as Hutton races in. The third ball of this over against Ahmed. This one just beaten into the offside. It'll be won by the fielder out there. I saw a few Nottingham Forest hats as well. I guess, Dave, we're only, 45 minutes to an hour away from Trent Bridge. There'll be a healthy contingent which will have made their way down the A46 or down the M1.
Oh, there certainly is, yeah. Plenty here. Third time this season Notts have been here. Third different competition as well.
Of course, it was Nottinghamshire who won this meeting at Trent Bridge at the end of July in the One Day Cup. Hutton in for the 4th ball of this over against Ahmed. This one beaten down the ground, won comfortably by the fielder on the offside.
Phil Vaughan says, morning to you both from a slightly cooler but still sunny Exeter. I've got a day at home today, Dave, doing various things. So I'll be with you till stumps on Sports Extra 2. Fabulous competition, albeit a bit fragmented due to the crowded schedule. Thanks for the excellent commentary, wisdom and wit. I look forward to even more with both of you when we return to the County Championship. Regards, Phil. Yep, County Championship starts Thursday morning, 11 o'clock. For Notts, it's at the Oval against Surrey.
And for Leicestershire, it's against Glamorgan. In comes Hutton. This one beaten away by Ahmed. He'll go out to the fielder. Leicestershire will get a single, which takes their total up to 32. 32 for 1. We've got one final ball at the end of this over. The 7th over of this match. Leicestershire going at 4.68 runs an over. It's a long old day though, and a few Leicestershire fans are just making their way towards their seats on the right hand side. There's a healthy crowd in here at Uptonsteel, Grace Road. Hutton then, the end of his 4th over for Nottinghamshire. And he comes from the pavilion end, races in against Eskenazi. This one beaten away towards fine leg. And Leicestershire will get a single, which will take their total up to 33 for 1. We've had 7 overs here in the heart of Leicester.
From our last correspondent in Exeter, we now go to David in St Albans. Morning, says David. Been a while since I've been in touch. I've been listening. Notts having a great season. They've already overachieved in this competition, so a semi-final very much a bonus. I may see you at the Oval next week. Cue the opportunity to discuss the greatest game of cricket I've ever seen from last year. As Pennington bowls to Eskenazi, eases it back to the tall blonde fast bowler. It was a tremendous game of cricket last year, really intense stuff between Surrey and Notts, and if we get something similar this week, well, so there's a similar outcome. I don't think there'll be any Surrey listeners. What they will, of course, we're on Sports Extra. I just felt it was a terrific, really, really intense game of cricket. Shame Josh Tong won't be available. He'll be away with England, but most of last year's competitors on both sides, I think, will be involved. As Pennington in once more, bowling full and straight, turned to leg by Eskenazi. There's Farhan again doing the fielding and fires it into the gloves of Kyle Verreynne. There were a couple of actually emails in from John Starbuck from Friday, which we didn't get around to reading. John was on about on Friday the mention of the word pyjama cricket. I know it used to be derogatory, but there could be a commercial opportunity here. Counties could sell not replica kits but pyjamas in the county colours. Goes on about that. I don't think so. Next ball is played beautifully through the offside. Of course, there's no protection out there at the moment. Notts with, of course, only 2 outside the circle, and they've not elected to have a sweep a square of the wicket on the offside. So away for 4 runs. I don't. Much as I like my cricket, I don't think I want me Notts colours on my pyjamas.
No, perhaps not. But hey, there's a market for everything,
Well,
isn't there,
might be.
Dave? Nowadays, I think that was Eskenazi's first boundary of the day. Takes his total up to 12.
Bracecricket at iCloud.com. We're in the 8th over. Notts with the one breakthrough so far. Wicket taken by Brett Hutton, getting rid of Patel. Pennington bowls. Oh my word! Eskenazi's trying to hit that into the middle of next week and gets nothing on it as it goes through to Verreynne, who's actually aiming towards. It always brings a smile to my face when you come down that Milligan Road or when you walk on the concourse there, the Outlaws motorcycle chapter. It says on the wall opposite, which I always think coming into the ground here is, if you're looking for omens, just to see the Outlaws in big letters just outside Leicestershire's ground. But that's where that would have gone had Eskenazi got a hold of it, but he didn't. Pennington bowls, and this is pushed up to the Notts captain, Hamid, at mid-off, and there's no run. The 2 umpires we've mentioned in their purple garb, Mark Newell and James Middlebrook. James Treadwell, the former Kent and England off-spinner, is the 3rd umpire for this match, and Wayne Noon is the match referee. 37 for 1. Sun again trying to peep through. It's very pleasant at the moment. And again comes Dylan Pennington, and this is steered into the hands of Liam Patterson-White. So we're through 8 overs, 37 for 1. The rest of the Notts bowling you'd assume would be done by Ollie Stone, out-and-out quick bowler. 2 spinners in the side today. Farhan Ahmed, the off-spinner, Liam Patterson-White, the slow left-armer. And then there's 2 that I'm sure we'll see getting a bowl. Not necessarily to make up the numbers as they perhaps had to do on Friday when Lyndon James went off, but Ben Martindale and Freddie McCann. We have seen most of the recent matches them come on and bowl various matches a different number of overs between 2 and 3 and 5 and 6, so they may make up a 10 between them, McCann and Martindale. So lots of options for Hamid.
Hutton from the pavilion end with Nottinghamshire's next over. In he comes, races in against Ahmed. This one beaten down the ground, won by Hutton. McCann, I think, conceded 30 runs in the end in that thriller on Friday. As there is a photographer in his blue vest away down to our left-hand side near the old scorecard. Trying to get the pictures. This match, of course, a one-day cup semi-final, which the news will be beamed across the UK, both sides vying for a spot at Trent Bridge on the 20th of September. Hutton in with then the second ball from the pavilion end. It's his 5th over of the morning, and he races against Ahmed. This one beaten away into the leg side. It'll race all the way for 4 down towards the meets, away down to our right-hand side. The crowd like that. Ahmed with yet another boundary on his return for Alphonso Thomas's side. And what a ball it was by the youngster, the 22-year-old. Of course, he played for Birmingham Phoenix in the 100. He takes his total up to 15. Leicestershire 41 for 1. You're listening to us on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2, the BBC Sport website and app, and on the YouTube stream as well via Leicestershire County Cricket Club. Good morning to you wherever you are listening around the world. You're more than welcome. What should be a thrilling day of one-day cricket. Hutton then with the third ball of this over races in from the pavilion end against Ahmed. This one beaten away. Well, he attempted to beat it away at least. Didn't get anything on it in the end, Ahmed. He'll go through to the slips and the keeper. Over towards that far side of the ground. Leicestershire 41 for 1. Going at a run rate of 4.82 overs. So that run rate since Ahmed has come to the crease has improved somewhat. Rishi Patel getting out for 14 a little earlier if you're just joining us.
So wicket gone down in the other semi-final. Alex Lee's out to Navya Sharma. Durham 27 for 1.
Hutton in from the pavilion end. He races forward against Ahmed. This one just beaten towards the offside. And there'll be no run. Of course, if you are listening to us on Sports Extra, then you will be leaving us at about 2:15 this afternoon as we bring you live coverage of the 100. It's also available on BBC Two and iPlayer. Hutton races in for Nottinghamshire then. The next ball of this over against Ahmed. This one beaten towards the leg side, won comfortably in the end by the fielder at square leg. There you go. I think we've got some effects now, Dave. I think we were struggling with them a little early. It's now working. It's the issue when you've not been to a ground for so long. It's trying to set everything up.
I'll tell you what, when I'm doing the technicals, you've got problems.
Hutton races in from the pavilion and this one beaten away by Ahmed. Will that go all the way? No, it won't. It'll go for 4, but another boundary from the Leicestershire youngster. That one beaten out towards mid-on. It was a superb hit by Ahmed, who, well, I mean, Alfonso Thomas, if he was questioning whether he should bring Ahmed to the crease, granted he's only faced 18 balls so far in this innings, but so far, so good.
Yeah, 45 for 1 after 9. Leicestershire needed really to just increase the tempo. They have looked to put the bad balls away. They've done it highly effectively up to this point. There is going to be a bowling change at the Bennett end. Dylan Pennington, 4 overs, none for 22. It's going to make way for Ollie Stone, so things will happen at, no pun intended, a great rate of knots with Ollie Stone bowling. He's been in great rhythm in this competition. He's bowled very, very quickly indeed, and he will come back here to Grace Road fresh with the memory of a fifer from that Bennett end in the championship match earlier in the season. He's in. Bowls now, first ball on the money. Eskenazi pushing to the offside, and I tell you what, Rian Ahmed was not really backing up there, and he just had to very quickly jolt himself into life to get down to this end before Hamid could swoop on the ball.
Leicestershire making just the one change from that side that lost to Kent by 6 wickets 7 days ago. Rahan Ahmed coming into the side. And he's replaced by Mo Ravizi.
And comes Stone again, and nice push into the offside by Rian Ahmed, but things just happening a little quicker with Ollie Stone bowling, as you'd expect. It's the 66th time the two sides have met in List A cricket across the various competitions over the years. Ollie Stone not too happy with the footmarks there. There's only Dylan Pennington to blame, really. He's obviously scuffed it up a little bit with where he's been landing, and doesn't necessarily coincide with where Ollie Stone's landing foot is, and just scuffing away at it. Not slightly with the better advantage over the years. They've won 34 matches to Leicestershire's 29, but there's been period in both sides' history where they've sort of dominated proceedings. 46 for 1. It's one of the bigger one-day meetings between the two sides, as this is eased into the offside. Of course, in the shorter format, two classic encounters, the 2006 last final at Trent Bridge. Again, Stone's not happy there. He will perhaps ask for the ground staff to come out at some point and just attend to that end a little more formally than he can do by scuffing away. Leicestershire getting the better of that 2006 last final, and then at 2020 quarter-final stage, Notts winning with the scores tied going through, courtesy of having scored more runs in the power play. Next ball is eased into the offside, and there's no run. 46 for 1. We're coming towards the end of the 10th over. The power play is coming to an end, and then we'll bring the first of hopefully what will be a number of guests in alongside Connor. I think I've met this fella before once or twice. No clues. We won't give any clues.
It's good to have him in the commentary box. We'll reveal all in just a few moments.
It's not, because he should be playing.
Well, that's
true. He should be playing. We'll talk a little more in a moment, as this is nudged by Rian Ahmed up to Brett Hutton at mid-on. One ball left in the power play. If you're just joining us, the story of the morning so far in this Metro Bank One Day Cup semi-final is that Asiba Mead, the Notts skipper, won the toss at 10:30, asked Stevie Eskenazi and his side to bat first. Leicestershire are 46 for 1. They've lost Rishi Patel, who was bowled an absolute beaut of a ball from Brett Hutton for the only wicket to go down so far. Rian Ahmed has very quickly gone about his work. He's on 19. Next deliveries push through the offside, and Rian will get a couple here, I think, a Mead after it, and that will bring the curtains down on the power play. I think both sides will take something from that. Leicestershire overcoming that relatively early loss of Rishi Patel to have 48 on the board, and both this pair going along nicely. Notts will be very pleased that things haven't got out of hand instantly, and it's not 75 or 80 without loss. So lots for both sides to take encouragement going forward. I'm going to have some encouragement by taking a little comfort break here whilst Connor introduces his guest.
You go for it, Dave, because I am delighted to say in the commentary box in the next few moments or so, going to be joined by Leicestershire's Sol Budinger, who is continuing his recovery from injury for this One Day Cup semi-final between the Foxes and the Outlaws here at Grace Road. Sol, good morning.
Thanks for having me, guys.
No, thank you for coming up and spending a bit of time with us. Just before we see a change of bowling, it'll be Patterson White from the Pavilion End. How are you? How's things going?
Yeah, I'm alright. I'm on the mend. Long rehab, but hopefully in the next few weeks I'll be back on the park.
Cool. Well, I saw you in the nets the other day. There were a few photos put out on social media. We'll come on to that in a moment. First, though, Patterson White from the Pavilion End against Eskenazi. Leicestershire 48 for 1. Bit of a false start there by the man who's coming back for Nottinghamshire after a spell in the 100 with Sunrisers Leeds. So we'll go again for the first ball of this 11th over for Nottinghamshire against Eskenazi. This one beaten down the ground straight into the hands comfortably of Patterson White. So you're in the nets now, and sort of, well, I mean, if we had to say in terms of timescale, not too far away as Patterson White comes in. This one beaten towards the leg side by Eskenazi. It'll be won by the fielder.
So yeah, I'm batting at the minute, feeling good, but just a couple more weeks. Got to do some fielding, some internal twisting and side-to-side stuff. So I'm batting fine. But yeah, do some fielding and a bit of that stuff too.
Patterson White in from the Pavilion End. This one against Ahmed. Leicestershire 49 for 1. This one beaten away straight into the hands of the Nottinghamshire bowler. Leicestershire going at 4.67 runs and over. And the 11th over. Patterson White in again against Ahmed. This one once again just beaten straight down the ground. I'll go for 4. No, it won't. There will be a fielder there. That one will be collected by Dylan Pennington. That brings up Leicestershire's 50 after just 10 overs or so here in the heart of the East Midlands in this One Day Cup semi-final. Patterson White in again for Nottinghamshire. This one against Eskenazi. This one beaten away, won comfortably by the fielder in the leg side. There'll be no run. Must be rather strange, Sol, to be watching an event of such as Patterson White beats this one through, and then in the end it's Eskenazi who is stumped. He went for it, tried to play it big, and the keeper got there. He was outside his crease, and Leicestershire concede yet another wicket. This time it's Stephen Eskenazi, the captain, who goes for the Foxes. Rishi Patel out for 14. Patterson White in his first over for Notts gets Notts' second wicket of the day, and Leicestershire, when they were just building, have conceded yet another wicket. Eskenazi goes for 14 off 27. Not what Leicestershire wanted.
No, especially after that 10 overs. I think we would have taken that, losing the toss, 50 for 1. Quite a nice ball from Liam Patterson White. Looked like it just kept drifting in a bit on Esky. But no, not ideal, but it's a good opportunity now for Rahan and Hamza to come out and put on a partnership, I think.
How has it been over the past few... Well, I say it's the end of May, wasn't it? So, I mean, it only feels like a short time ago for us, at least. I guess for you it feels like an absolute age ago.
Yeah, it's been quite long, frustrating sometimes, but now I'm seeing the end of the tunnel, and at least I'm batting in the nets now and looking at times or a game time to play in the twos or a bit of club cricket when I can. So a lot more positive, but yeah, when that brace was on during the summer heat was tough nights. But no, all good now.
That collision, of course, against Lancashire. When was it? The end of May? From the 29th of May it was so, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And you've not played since then. So it'll be Sheikh who comes out. Hamza Sheikh for the Foxes, of course, on loan from Warwickshire. He comes in at number 4 for the Foxes. Rahan Ahmed out there on 22. Leicestershire 50 for 2. You're listening to us on 5 Sports Extra and on BBC Sounds. We've had 11 overs. So it'll be Ollie Stone to take his second over. This one from the Bennett end. And over on that far side, he's just organising his field out there, which will take a few moments for Ollie Stone. 37 wickets in List A cricket for him. Stone is in from the Bennett end against Rahan Ahmed. It's a bit of a bouncer. Ahmed unable to connect with it convincingly, and there'll be no run. 50 for 2. I guess the support solver you've had from everybody at Leicestershire must have been incredible since that incident, and the fans as well.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. You know, even walking around today, seeing all the fans, seeing all the members come out, everyone asking me, I'm stopping every few seconds, but I wouldn't change that. You know, speaking to them and the support I've got, it's been good.
Ollie Stone in from the Bennett end. This one against Ahmed, beaten away into the offside. It will be collected by the keeper, by the fielder at cover. And Leicestershire add to their total, 51 for 2. Ahmed at the crease, 23, but it will be Mo Sheikh who will now face his first ball of this innings, after Eskenazi lost that wicket right at the end of the previous over. Leicestershire 51 for 2 off 11.2 overs for this One Day Cup semi-final. The Foxes hoping to book their spot in the final of the One Day Cup, just like they did in 2023. We may allude to that, Sol, within the next few minutes or so. I've been having many flashbacks to 2023 over the past few days or so as we've built up to this One Day Cup semi-final in the heart of Leicester. First, though, Stone in for this ball against Sheikh. He's bowling at some speed. Is Ollie Stone. No run there. Leicestershire still 51 for 2. Events like this, though, it's such a... actually being an East Midlands derby, which I guess for you is extra special because of your links not just with Leicestershire but Nottinghamshire too.
Yeah, it's an exciting game for the boys. Obviously, I'm gutted not to be out there, but I know everyone here is excited. There's a hum around the ground. So, yeah, obviously I'm gutted I can't play, but I'm so happy for the lads to be out there.
Stone in from the Bennett end for Nottinghamshire against Shake. This one beaten away. It won't go all the way to 4 as he hits it towards the offside. Instead it will be won by the fielder out there. That's Dylan Pennington. Leicestershire do get a run. Shake's first of this match, and it means that Rahan Ahmed will be back on strike. A healthy crowd in here today. Sol as well, isn't there?
Yeah, good size this early as well. We're in the 12th over, and the Stench and Benno stand's getting full.
You can see a few fans over there making their way towards the hospitality inn at the Bennett end, where Stone bowls from now against faces Ahmed. This one beaten into the offside. No run, 52 for 2. I mean, Leicestershire fans, we saw them, didn't we, in that 2023 One Day Cup campaign. You could almost feel the atmosphere, the excitement building throughout that campaign. And it does sort of feel like in the build-up to this one, dare I say, it replicates that type of atmosphere.
Yeah, it definitely does. Obviously, I haven't been playing, but I've been in the crowd, been in the dressing room seeing it. And it's just a shame, I think, sometimes the final can be at the end of September. It's quite unusual to have a campaign and then do it. But that's above my pay grade to make those decisions.
5 weeks today until the final. Stone in against Ahmed. This
Shot.
one beaten away.
6.
Will that go all the way for 6? Yes, it will. Rahan Ahmed with yet another boundary takes his total up to 29. This one beaten away into the leg side. You can hear the first Leicestershire la-la-las of the day. And the crowd certainly like that. Leicestershire going well with Rahan Ahmed at the crease on his return from the 100.
It's a good shot as well. Someone bowling, some good pace, hit him in front of square like that. So, yeah, good shot, boy.
Leicestershire 58 for 2 as we see Charlie Fox on the live stream. He's going around taking a few photographs with the children who are here on this Sunday. At least, you know, it's nice, isn't it, Self, that it's on a Sunday. I know we're in the middle of the school holidays, but it means that children can come down. It means that adults don't have to take the day off work as well, as we prepare for this next over, which will be bowled by Patterson White. That one beaten away by Shake, straight into the hands of Patterson White. There will be no run, and it does mean that there will be a healthy crowd in here over the next few hours or so. I know that Leicestershire had to open their phone lines for a bit longer. Patterson White in from the pavilion end. This one beaten into the leg side by Shake. No run, he'll remain on 1. Leicestershire 58 for 2. Yeah, they had to open up the phone lines for a bit longer yesterday to deal with the demand, the Foxes. Patterson White in, this one beaten into the offside towards the fielder at point. Leicestershire do get the one single there, bringing their total up to 59 for 2. Rahan Ahmed back on strike, 29 from 29 for the Leicestershire youngster. We'll just see this next ball as we approach the halfway stage of this 13th over here at Uptonsteel Grace Road. In comes Patterson White against Rahan Ahmed, beaten away straight into the hands of Patterson White, no run. To ask you about Rahan Ahmed in just a few moments' time. Patterson White, though, in with his penultimate ball of this over. This one beaten straight down the ground. It'll fall to the fielder, which is Dylan Pennington there. Leicestershire, though, will get the single. Brings their total up to 60 for 2 from 12.5 overs. They're going at 4.7 runs an over. Patterson White in once again. The final ball of this over against Shake. This one beaten down the ground. There will be no run. And that is the end of the over for Patterson White. Leicestershire 60 for 2. Rahan Ahmed on 30. Shake on 2. Having Rahan back involved, of course, after the 100. What's it been like in and around the camp over the past few days?
Yeah, Rahan is such a nice guy. He brings a lot of energy to the group. The way he is, he's infectious. He just loves the game of cricket. So to have him round, lads are excited, and you know he can win a game with bat or ball or in the field. So it's a huge privilege getting back, and hopefully he gets us to win tonight.
From a Leicestershire perspective, so we certainly hope so.
Yeah, exactly. Non-biased.
Hopefully Dave Bracegarder has just walked into the commentary box, hasn't heard that, as a few of the ground staff make their way out there. Rehan Ahmed, of course, someone who you've known for so long, since he was a youngster. And of course, quite a unique opportunity for him today, Sol, because he's, of course, coming up against his brother, Rehan, today in the form of Rehan.
Yeah, it's pretty
interesting, isn't it?
It's pretty cool. I know they're very close, and, you know, I'm sure the parents will be very proud today to watch it. So, yeah, it's a pretty cool experience for them too and the family involved.
It's a bit of ground stuff, just dealing with the pitch.
Looks a bit dry.
Yeah, it does, which you can't really blame after the weather that we've had. Thankfully, though, it is a bit more cooler than it has been over previous days. Of course, the East Midlands now in drought, having not seen a lot of rain. I think we are going to get some rain tomorrow, though, which would be quite nice. I think we all need that. I'll tell you what, Style, I came back from holiday a few weeks ago, got off the plane. First thing I saw was pouring rain. It was actually quite refreshing in the end, because we're not seeing a lot of it over the past few months, to say the very least, which presents its own challenge for the ground staff, and have raced off over that far end of the ground, the Bennett end. Yeah, start of the 14th over. Leicestershire 60 for 2, Notts winning the toss, deciding to bowl. Stone in against Rehan Ahmed. This one beaten down the ground towards the fielder at mid-on. There'll be no run, which has presented challenges for ground staff, I guess, for players as well, being in a sticky environment for some of them players over the past few weeks. For most of the day hasn't been overly pleasant. As we'll just see this second ball, which will be bowled by Stone from the Bennett end. Nottinghamshire's 14th over. In he comes against Ahmed. This one beaten away into the offside. Will be won by the fielder at points. And Leicestershire just add to their total there. 61 for 2. It means that Sheikh will be on strike. And Leicestershire will be hoping to add to their total with these two at the crease. If you're just joining us on 5 Sports Extra, on Sports Extra 2, on the BBC Sport website and app, or on the YouTube stream. Rishi Patel out for 14. Eskenazi was stumped only a few overs ago. Stone comes in from the Bennett end against Sheikh. This one beaten into the offside. Will that go all the way for 4? The fielders are chasing it. They should get there, but Leicestershire will think about a couple. And indeed they do. That's good running in the end by Leicestershire, as they bring their total up for 3, actually, they got there. So it's 64 for 2. Rehan Ahmed on strike on 31. Sheikh brings his total up to 5.
Yeah, again, losing the toss. I think, you know, the run rate's good. Keep wickets in hand in this middle block here. I think if you could try get up to 5s or 5.5s, and then keep wickets in the shed for the last 15 to 10. But it'll be interesting to see what a good score on this wicket is.
Well, I guess the message from Alfonso Thomas is now is just concede no more wickets. Stone in from the Bennett end against Ahmed. This one beaten down the ground. It'll be won by the fielder. There'll be no run. Yeah,
definitely. And I think, obviously I haven't played this tournament, but just to see and check the scores I struggle to know what a good score is, especially when you're not at the ground, or you don't know what the wicket's doing. You know, sometimes 250, 200, you've sent two. It just depends. You know, you don't know the wicket till both teams are batted on it. So runs on a board in the final, in a semi-final, should help. But yeah, I think just keep doing what we're doing at the minute.
We'll get you an update from the other semi-final, which is taking place in a few moments. First, though, Stone is in from the Bennett end, facing Ahmed. This one just beaten away into the leg side, where it'll be fielded by Hasib Hamid, the former England opener, of course. He was Lancashire's first England opener since Michael Atherton, when he made his debut 9 years ago. That, of course, the last year as well that Nottinghamshire won the One Day Cup back in 2017. Leicestershire chasing their first One Day Cup trophy since 2023. I'll ask you a bit about your time at Nottinghamshire. Actually, Sol, in a few moments too as well, if you don't mind. First though, let's just see this ball from Stone. In he comes. This one whacked up in the air, and that'll be caught convincingly. Ahmed with a disappointing shot, and it's not to get the breakthrough yet again. Leicestershire's third wicket down. This time it's Rehan Ahmed, who's looked sharp throughout this innings on his return to Grace Road after the 100. But a poor shot by the Leicestershire youngster, and he goes in the end.
Yeah, it's tough for Rehan, that, especially, you know, over 2 ago we're saying how good that shot was. Similar length, similar ball, and he hits that over mid-wicket for 6. And sometimes as a batter, it's a game of inches. Inch or lower, you know, that's not hitting the top edge or the splash of the bat. It hits the middle and goes for 6. So, you know, that was his option. He hit it for 6 a few overs ago. It's unfortunate, but obviously Kelly coming out to bat now. It's a good opportunity for him and Hamza now just to get themselves in and set the platform.
Patterson White taking that catch for Nottinghamshire. Rehan Ahmed going for 31 in the end. Leicestershire 64 for 3. As you say, so it will be Nick Kelly who makes his way to the crease. Leicestershire could do with a decent partnership here. They're going at 4.57 runs and over. We're in the 14th, or we're at the end of the 14th over, should I say. We're approaching the 15th over here. Of course, Nick Kelly went out for a duck against Kent in that defeat by 6 wickets last week. Yeah, it's one of them, isn't it? Where we talk about fine margins in cricket, and you know, Rehan Ahmed. Well, I mean, we've seen it, haven't we, on occasions throughout this innings, hitting some good shots, but he just didn't really connect with it on that occasion.
You play that way, you know, that can happen, but we give him credit when he gets a 100 off 80 balls, or you know, something spectacular. So it's unfortunate because it's definitely in his slot for him.
And Patterson White, having taken that catch, Ollie Stone getting the wicket, of course. Now is bowling from the pavilion end. In he comes against Sheikh. This one beaten into the offside, where it will be won by the fielder. Leicestershire will get a single, bringing their total up to 65 for 3. And it means that Nick Kelly will face strike for the first time this afternoon. But we are now an afternoon. Time just gone 12 o'clock. Remember, if you are listening to us on Sports Extra, by the way, at around 2 o'clock this afternoon, we're going to make way for the 100 final. You have to retune to Sports Extra 2, or indeed the BBC Sport website and app if you want to carry on listening. Both the men's and women's 100 finals also available to watch on BBC 2 and iPlayer. Coverage gets underway with Isha Gura and the team at 2:15 this afternoon. Well, the first match starts at 2:15. Build-up starts at 2 o'clock. Patterson White in against Kelly. This one beaten away. Hamid will get there. There'll be no run for the Foxes. They're 65 for 3. And I think so. I'm not sure if Alphonso Thomas and the Leicestershire team down there in the pavilion just below us will be keeping an eye on the other semi-final. We'll bring you an update in a second. Patterson White in against Kelly. This one beaten into the leg side. And Leicestershire will get a single, meaning that Sheikh will take strike. That second semi-final between Middlesex and Durham, taking place about 100 miles down the M1 at Radlett. Durham batting first. Of course, Ben Stokes involved for Durham now after his retirement from international cricket. Patterson White in against Sheikh. This one beaten away, and it will make its way towards the offside, where it will be won by the fielder at cover. Leicestershire will add to their total, 67 for 3. And Stokes involved for Durham, who are going at 53 for 1 as we approach the 15th over. Live coverage of that commentary on Sports Extra 2 against Middlesex. Durham, of course, beating Lancashire on Friday to book their spot in the last 4 of this competition. Patterson White in, facing Kelly. This one beaten away. And it'll be won by the fielder. There'll be no run. Hamid with it now, the Nottinghamshire captain. I don't think I mean, you tell me so. Will Alphonso Thomas be keeping an eye on the other semi-final? Patterson White is in from the pavilion end, faces Kelly for the Foxes.
I'm not sure he would be. I think obviously our game's here, and you know, whatever happens there, like, it happens, and what we can focus on is what happens in this game.
The end of the over, Leicestershire 67 for 3. Rehan Ahmed leaving the crease for the Foxes as he was caught by Patterson White off the bowling of Ollie Stone for 31. Top scorer for the Foxes so far. Eskenazi leaving the crease for 14, the Leicestershire captain. Rishi Patel, though, bowled by Hutton quite early on in this contest. He also went for 14. And Leicestershire were 19 for 1 at that stage inside the 5th over. As we see a few of the Leicestershire fans in that crowd away down to our right-hand side. I can see a few bucket hats there, Sol, which of course became synonymous with that final, 3 years ago now. Perhaps the bucket hats will come back into trend over the next few weeks.
I wasn't allowed to wear it for the final. I was very disappointed.
The start of a new over. Nottinghamshire's 16th. It will be Stone facing Sheikh. This one beaten down the ground. It will be won by the fielder. There will be no run. Tell me a bit about your time at Nottinghamshire, actually, as well. Of course, start your career. It's 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, I think this is my 4th year at Leicester, and I love my time at Notts. I came over from Australia, 17, just playing a bit of club cricket for Farnsfield, and did all right in the Notts Prem, and had the opportunity. And
as Stone is in from the Bennett end, facing Sheikh. This one beaten away towards the fielder there. There'll be no run. 67 for 3. Leicestershire going at 4.37 and over, and the 16th over for this One Day Cup semi-final. Sorry, Sol.
No, and then had an opportunity in the 2s, did all right, and very fortunate to get signed up. And yeah, I loved the time there, and I think it was a mutual agreement where it was time I was ready to play and get some experience at Leicester, and I've loved it for the last 4 years being at the Foxes.
Stone is in from the Bennett end, facing Sheikh. This one beaten into the leg side. It'll be won by the fielder there, which will be Hasib Hamid towards square leg. And Leicestershire will add to their total. They are 68 for 3. So just peer over towards that old scoreboard away down to our left-hand side, which does have the time on it, 12:05 on this Sunday afternoon. If you do want us to ask Sol a question, though, by the way, you're more than welcome to do so at Conor O'Grady 2000 on Twitter, CONOR, just the one N. You can also email me, connor.o'grady@bbc.co.uk. It's great to have you, Sol. Thank you so much for coming up. We'll sort of touch on your Nottinghamshire time in a bit more detail in just a few moments' time before you made that move. Up the A4, down the A46 in 2022. Stone in, facing Kelly. This one beaten into the leg side. And Leicestershire will add to their total by just 1. That takes them to 69 for 3 in the 16th over. So you sort of came to the point, did it, in 2022 where, that was your... you sort of approaching that age, weren't you, where it was time to sort of play week in, week out?
Yeah, I think I was 23 and 22, 23, and I had a few good years in the 50 over, and that was the opportunity for Notts at the time because a lot of the Notts boys weren't playing, and I just felt I was ready to play a bit more.
Stone in from the Bennett end, facing Sheikh. This one beaten away. Will that go for 4 as it's clipped away towards this near side? No, it won't. It'll be won by the fielder down there. Leicestershire unable to add to their total. Oh, they do actually get the single there, don't they? So it'll be 70 for 3.
But yeah, everyone at Notts understood, I was a young man, just wanted to play first team cricket, and thanks to Leicester for giving me the opportunity. And like I said, the first year at the club to win the 50 over, and then last year to win Div 2. I've had some great experiences and some great opportunities here that I'll take the rest of my life.
And what a ride it's been at Leicestershire.
Yeah, to be here for 4 years, win 2 trophies, and obviously not been a part of this campaign, but if we get through to today and the final, I'll be chuffed for the lads.
Such a special group of players as well, which, one of the things, and we'll come on to this in a moment, Sol, It's just how likeable this group of lads is. Stone in though first from the Bennett end for Nottinghamshire against
Shots.
Kelly. This one beaten down the ground. He'll go all the way for 4. Nick Kelly with his first boundary of the afternoon. Takes Leicestershire up to 74 for 3. Just what they needed as these two try to build a solid partnership and give Leicestershire the advantage. Tell me a bit about this camp then.
Oh, I think it's brilliant. You know, we've got a good mix of young players and experienced players, and credit to Fons and Claude with our overseas signings. You know, they've given a lot back to us and their performances on and off the field the last couple of years. You know, credit to them. But yeah, it's just good team to be a part of.
And actually, having Alphonso Thomas part of this campaign as Leicestershire reached the latter stages of the One Day Cup, having had that experience, of course, from 2023 as well, from a leadership perspective, as Patterson White prepares to bowl this over from the pavilion end. He's facing Sheikh, this one straight down the ground. It'll be won by the fielder. Leicestershire won't get a run, so they'll remain on 74 for 3 at the start of this 17th over. 16.1 overs gone of this One Day Cup semi-final. Actually, having Alphonso Thomas though, Sol, who's experienced it, hasn't it? That can only help as this one's beaten away into the offside. He'll be won by the fielder at deep points.
Yeah, and he was a very talented cricketer. Fons, Titch as well, James Taylor. They know a lot about the game. They've been in some high-level elite environments. And yeah, just to pick their brain a bit, what they did as players and as pros.
Patterson White in from the pavilion end, facing Kelly. Leicestershire 75 for 3. This one's beaten away into the offside. It'll be won by the fielder, who's deep. Leicestershire, though, will take the advantage and will add to their total. We'll get a single there. Nick Kelly adding bringing his total up to 7 for the day. It'll be Sheikh on strike. Leicestershire 76 for 3. Patterson White is in again for Nottinghamshire from the pavilion end. Faces Sheikh. This one defensively hit, one by Patterson White. There'll be no run. Leicestershire going at 4.56 runs and over. We're in the 17th over here at Grace Road as the sun pokes its head out. Patterson White in again. Faces Sheikh. This one beaten away into the offside. Will be won by the fielder at point. And Leicestershire will add to their total once again. This partnership, Sol, how important is it?
Yeah, I think it's very important. You know, I think I like what they're doing at the minute, trying to milk some singles, and then when the ball's there to hit, try to hit the boundary. Obviously, easier said than done. But
penultimate ball the final ball of this over will be bowled by Patterson White. In it goes, comfortably hit into the offside by Kelly.
And especially these two boys have been a huge part of our success with the bat this year. Two cool, calm characters out there. They won't be phased by the wickets or the runs. So I just think just let them bat, and then we've got the firepower at the back end with Coxey, Ben Green, Tom Scriven to come in and hopefully put us to a good score.
If you do want to ask Sol a question, Connor.O'Grady at bbc.co.uk. Forgive me, Sol, I don't know how long you're with us. Are you sticking around for a bit? Or are you,
I'll be having a hit at some point, but that will be the next innings when...
Oh, nice.
Obviously, James Taylor's watching the batters now. Do their business and then hopefully have a little hit with him or Dilly. Obviously, in the coaching roles at the minute now as well. He's been good to work with. Dips. A lot of good coaches, so I'll have a hit probably the second half of this.
A change of bowling from the Bennett end for Paul Franks' Nottinghamshire side. It'll be Farhan Ahmed this time. He'll get his first opportunity with the ball. Of course, the younger brother of Rahan, who top score for Leicestershire so far before being caught by Patterson White off the bowling of Stone a few overs ago. Out for 31, Leicestershire 77 for 3. Ahmed facing Sheikh from the Bennett end. In he comes. Sheikh beats this one down the ground. He'll be won by the fielder mid-on. Leicestershire get the single, taking their total up to 78 for 3. There's a few of the Leicestershire supporters away down to our right-hand side, sip their cups of tea. I don't know if it's tea weather today, Sol. I've not had a cup of tea yet because I don't want to overheat, which it is. You could just start the heat starting to build, can't you, as the sun pokes its head out?
I don't think it's a tea kind of day. I've seen a few lads with a few pints already, so I think that would be the play over the old tea.
Some old liquid refreshments.
A few sherbets, yeah.
Which probably should say at this stage, please drink responsibly. Farhan Ahmed in from the Bennett end, faces Kelly. This one beaten away down the ground. It'll be won by the fielder. Leicestershire will add to their total though, get a single. It'll be Shake back on strike for the Foxes.
I think Ollie Stone's gone off the field as well. He found a bit of trouble with those footmarks. I think he's gone off, so I'm not sure if he's injured or, don't know, maybe just having a rest.
Ahmed in from the Bennett end, facing Shake. This one beaten down the ground once again. There will be no run. Shake will remain on 12 from 19 balls. Leicestershire 79 for 3. It's been a very strange experience for the Ahmed brothers. As Ahmed comes in, facing Shake. This one beaten away into the offside. It'll be won by the fielder. Leicestershire get a single, bringing their total up to 80. And it'll be Kelly on strike. Is it something that Rahan's been talking about over the past few days, how playing against his brother?
Yeah, and they've obviously played against before in the T20s, and you know, there's obviously a lot of competitive.
Ahmed in from the Bennett end, appeals from the green Nottinghamshire shirts. Fizzed ball against Kelly, who doesn't connect with it despite his best efforts. Actually, Farhan Ahmed, you forget how young, I think you forget probably how young Rahan Ahmed is as well, but Farhan Ahmed still in his teens as this one's beaten away by Kelly towards mid-on. Which will be won by the fielder over there on the far side. Leicestershire get a single, Shake on strike, 81 for 3. You do forget how young the Ahmed brothers are, don't you? And
they've played so much cricket for their age. So yeah, you do forget. They've got bags of experience, both of them, the amount of volume of cricket they've played. So yeah, we'll see him for years and years to come, hopefully.
Yeah, Farhan Ahmed, still a teenager. The age of 18, of course, the brother of Rahan, who's 22. 8 matches for the Birmingham Phoenix for Rahan Ahmed. His last match last Friday. Remember the 100 final on Sports Extra this afternoon. Next over, taken by Patterson White from the pavilion end. This one knocked away by Kelly into the offside, where Leicestershire will get a single. Bringing their total up to 82 for 3. It's the start of the 19th over as we approach the halfway mark of this first innings. Patterson White in, faces Shake. This one beaten away into the leg side. Fielder will get there. They think about a double. Instead, they take the single. So we'll probably take a look as well at the other semi-final that's taken place this afternoon. Durham going well, 78 for 1 off 18 overs. Patterson White also returning from the 100, in from the pavilion end, beaten down the ground by Kelly. No run, he's on 10. Leicestershire 83 for 3. Live commentary of that other semi-final, by the way, now available on BBC Sounds via Sports Extra 3, as we're with you on Sports Extra. Patterson White in, facing Kelly, beaten into the offside, won by the fielder comfortably at at points. Patterson White with the penultimate ball of this 19th over for Nottinghamshire. In he comes, defensively hit by Kelly. No run there as well. Some solid bowling from Patterson White so far. Certainly welcomed back by the Nottinghamshire fans over the past few weeks. Perhaps not from the Leicestershire contingent who are watching on here at Grace Road on this Sunday afternoon. The final ball of this over, bowled by Patterson White from the pavilion end.
Dropped.
And it's dropped in the end by Patterson White. Kelly with a fizzed ball down the ground. And he thought at that stage that he'd made another breakthrough, Patterson White. He's already got 1 wicket, he's searching for his 2nd wicket. That is the end of the over. Leicestershire 83 for 3. Perhaps the Foxes to an extent getting away with one there, so.
Yeah, he's got some good hands, Patterson White as well. So, yeah, probably got away with that one, but see if he can make up for it. Sure he will. He's a good player.
A very good player who's been involved in the 100. I don't know if you've been watching any of the 100 so over the past few weeks or so, but it reaches its conclusion today. Live coverage across the BBC, of course. That's the Farhan Ahmed from the Bennett end. In he comes, facing Sheikh. This one beaten down the ground towards mid-on. It'll be won by the fielder there. Right near to a few of the supporters who are making their way towards that hospitality tent over the Bennett end of the ground here at Grace Road, around a mile and a half away from the city centre in the beating heart of Leicester. Leicestershire 84 for 3. Farhan Ahmed prepares himself as he faces Kelly. Kelly beats this one down the ground. It'll be won though by Ahmed. And there'll be no run. How long have you we'll watch this ball first, actually, perhaps. Farhan Ahmed in from the Bennett end, beaten away by Kelly into the offside. He'll be won by the fielder there, who will collect it. Leicestershire will get a single, though, bringing their total up to 85 for 3. It'll be Sheikh on strike, of course, on loan from Warwickshire, 20 years old. How long have you been in the nets for?
Had my first with the dog stick last week.
Farhan Ahmed in for Nottinghamshire, beaten down the ground, won comfortably in the end by the Nottinghamshire bowler against Hamza Sheikh. But
I've been facing underarms for a couple of weeks, you know, getting slowly back into it.
Is it confidence as well, to an extent?
I think so,
Farhan Ahmed in from the Bennett end, facing Sheikh. This one beaten into the offside. It'll be won by the fielder there at mid-off. Leicestershire, though, will add to their total.
Yeah, I think it's confidence and getting a bit of game time soon. You know, play twos or club cricket and get that confidence back. A bit of time in the middle, and then hopefully be available for selection at the back end.
Dare I say, if Leicestershire, as Ahmed is in from the Bennett end, facing Kelly, this one beaten up towards and sort of balloons towards the fielder at mid-on. The umpire gives Ahmed back his hat. That is the end of the over. Leicestershire 86 for 3. So you are targeting a return towards the end of this season?
Yeah, I think start of September for me will be, where I'll be looking to be fit and ready to play.
It's only a few weeks away now this season, so it's gone so quick and sort of different emotions from a Leicestershire perspective across the season after a disappointing campaign in some competitions. Patterson White in from the pavilion end. Sheikh beats that into the offside, where it will be won by the fielder at backward points. Leicestershire, though, will get a single. Bring their total up to 87 for 3. They're going at 4.31 overs. Patterson White in once again for Nottinghamshire from the pavilion, and this one beaten down the ground straight towards Patterson White, who fields convincingly. Nick Kelly remains on 11 from 20 balls, coming into the crease after Eskinazi was out, after Rishi Patel was out, after Rehan Ahmed also got out for the Foxes. And then that is a swinger in the end by Patterson White. The back wicketkeeper there for Nottinghamshire perhaps thought that they had one there as they had Nick Kelly out. Some fine bowling there from Patterson White, who really does appear a bit of a talent.
Yeah, he's a quality bowler, obviously, away in the 100. I think he's proven himself the last few years.
Patterson White in once again, searching for his second wicket of the afternoon. Facing Kelly, this one beaten into the fielder. There'll be no run. And the crowd over the past few overs or so have just relaxed into this one. Patterson White with another swinger once again against Kelly. He's really eyeing that up, isn't he? Hoping to make that breakthrough for Nottinghamshire, which they so desperately will want, to cut into Leicestershire's top order. It's been a fine over. Final ball of this over for Nottinghamshire. This one beaten away by Kelly. Leicestershire at the end of the 21st over. 87 for 3. Going at 4.14 overs, runs and over. What will the message be?
Again, it's boring, it's simple. I think it's just to keep batting and like I said, get to the last 15 to 10 overs unscathed, wickets in hand. It might sound a bit boring, but it's just more of the same, I think. Just keep doing what they're doing now.
I tell you what, Salt, we'll have a change of commentary up here, shall we? Leicestershire 87 for 3 at the end of the 21st over.
Am I gone already?
No, I'm going to leave. You're going to stay there, don't worry. We're going to bring Dave Bracegirdle in. Let's just first watch this ball by Ahmed, facing Sheikh, beaten forward, won comfortably. Leicestershire 87 for 3. We'll bring in Dave Bracegirdle.
Thank you, Connor. Farhan from the Bennett end. Comes in to bowl to the right-handed Hamza Sheikh, turns this to mid-wicket. This is nice, Sol, isn't it? Back together again. Been a while.
It has been a while.
Been a while.
It has been a while.
Crikey. A Farnsfield Cricket Club double. Although I only played right at the very death of my career, just a few games. As Farhan bowls and Hamza Sheikh runs this to short third, fielded by Dylan Pennington. 87 for 3 in the 22nd over. Although I heard this year that Mansfield Hosiery Mills,
yes.
were going to be the team to beat in the Notts Premier, as this is turned on the leg side by Sheikh. He'll get a single. 88 for 3. Look out, Dave. Sol's playing for Mansfield this year, because first game of the season, I think you whacked a ton in about 10 minutes at Collingham.
I think that's the only game I played, to be honest. So, obviously, like I said, as soon as I can get back and play a bit of club cricket, I'll be there and get a bit of time in the middle, which I haven't done the last 3 months.
I was slightly alarmed because I hadn't seen any notification that Leicestershire had let you go, but what on earth's he doing in the Notts Premier at the start of the county season, as Kelly turns this on the leg side for a single. So that was just an opportunity just to free the arms and get an early game in at the start of the season.
Obviously, Pete, big miss for us this year. So last minute we got Weatherall in, and completely understand that a test opener comes in. And Leicester just had to go play a bit of club cricket.
There's Farhan. This is helped away by a slog sweep from Hamza Sheikh, and Martindale will do the tidying up on the fence front of the old Spike Milligan Road there. Away to our left, 90 for 3. Well, you can bat 3.
Well, I did in that game at Essex a bit later on in that first block, but I feel like I could bat most places, but obviously that's not my decision. You got to respect it, and I'll bat wherever for the team, but if they see me as an opener, I'll bat there.
I don't know if your ears were burning on Friday. I mentioned you a time or two because Notts were at Clifton Park, York, and of course last time we went there, you were there. What a wretched day that was.
I know.
You whacked 70 in 10 minutes again.
I think Slats was chewing the balls a lot, though. I think
and then it rained and rained and rained. And I don't know if you remember, the fire alarm went off, and we had to go. There was no cover, was there? We had to go and stand outside in the pouring rain. You remember it?
Yeah. That was. I think it was my first year in the 50 over comp. Yeah. You know, when the 100 was on. It was good fun opening with Slats, but I did believe he was hogging the strike a few times, end of overs, but I'm sure he'll be listening now.
Spin replaced by spin. Liam Patterson-White out of the attack. Freddie McCann is going to come in with his right arm off spin, and this is played down the ground gently for a single. Did you play with Freddie, or was he just too young?
He was coming through the age groups, so obviously a lot of talk about him. I think he smacked a double ton or something ridiculous like that, so obviously knew he was going to be some talent for Notts.
Yeah, he can certainly play, and just his second game he got 150 odd against Surrey in the county championship. That sort of made us all sit up and take notice. Tremendous talent. Only being used for the odd 3 or 4 over spells in this competition by Asiba Mead. Don't expect him to be on too long, but gets a bit of turn there. Nicely taken by Verena, and I think this frustration rather more than a genuine appeal.
And his brothers are S&C coach.
Of course, yes.
Yeah. So, I'm expecting Freddie to fill out like Jack is. He's got some big biceps on him, but maybe not.
Slight hold up here, not sure what it is. Kelly, New Zealander, he's played ODI cricket, vastly experienced. He's dipped in and out of the Leicestershire side this year with a couple of spells. This has pushed back to him. Tell me about Hamster Sheikh. He's on loan from Warwickshire, but the move is going to be permanent at the end of the year?
Yeah, and obviously I haven't been playing with him, but for batting-wise, he just seems like a cool, calm character out there.
It's another one of those that was just surplus to requirement at Warwickshire and fitted like a glove into the Leicestershire top order. Single on the leg side. 92 for 3 in this semi-final, and we're in the 23rd over. The winner is obviously a place in the final in September. I just want to solve, I'll ask you in a moment, what the par score you fancy would be and how they're going to go about getting it as this is pushed back to McCann.
I think it might be a used wicket. It looks like a used wicket. The footholes there, but I reckon 260 with this outfield.
Certainly give us a good game of cricket. 260 on the board. This is turned on the leg side, fielded by Hamid. End of Freddie McCann's first over. Just a couple of singles there. And 92 for 3. I say Hamid he's never had a full allocation of his 10 overs. He'll just use him a few overs. Yeah. And I think the feeling is that just maybe you can go too far and the batters will start to line him up and he could go for a big over and they don't want to risk that.
And that's the challenging thing as captain, and when to take someone on or you don't give them enough overs. So it looks like it's maybe holding with the spin, maybe a tiny bit of spin here as well, hence the 3 spinners being bowled. But what did it look like up here? Was there any nip swing in the first 10?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, you're going to get that with the new ball with Brett Hutton. I mean, it was a beauty that Brett bowled Richie Patel with. Just did a little bit as Farhan bowls. This is Kelly working it behind square, and Dylan Pennington's overrun this, and they're going to get a couple of runs there. Dylan, eager to impress as he always is, came very quickly in, but he's a tall man, long way to reach down to the ground.
I feel for him, especially after bowling a few overs.
It's been done. 94 for 3. Decent little partnership here, just gathering momentum for the Foxes. Kelly 15, the left-hander on strike, faces Ahmed, who gets out a little bit of a celeb appeal, wasn't he? He was running down here ready to rejoice. We'll just have a little look at the monitor, even though the sun's on it. Can't see too clearly, Sol, but it's right up there.
LBW, no, sliding a bit, maybe.
94 for 3, stands with his legs wide apart, very familiar stance that he adopts, and then this is drilled down the ground for another run. 95 for 3. Should be back in the hutch, I think. Liam Patterson-White, as you said at the time, good pair of hands. He'll be disappointed he didn't drop that cotton ball.
Yeah, and it just looked like it went in, went out. Sometimes that happens in the field. He obviously hit it hard, but for his standards, he'd probably want to be taking that.
Right-handed Hamster Sheikh on strike, slog sweep away, square of the wicket. Ben Martindale doing the field. We've not seen Ben bowl yet. He had to come on when Lyndon James went off injured at York partway through and over, and continued. Bowled a really nice spell there, so he's another option. You'd have played with him, would you? Seconds?
Yeah. With Marks again, another young talented lad coming through the system. And it's good to see you get a bit of opportunity.
There's Farhan bowling, and this is played down the ground. I guess if you'd stayed at Trent Bridge, he'd have been one of those players, top order, hard-hitting left-handed bat that you'd sort of been in competition for a place. And with the number of games across the 3 competitions not being as many as it used to be back in the 70s, 80s, 90s, there's only so many opportunities and only so many spots that you guys can fight for. There's Farhan from the Benny 10 bowls. Sheikh's just nicely dropped into his work here, and he's at this down to long on for a single.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for me at that time in my career, just wanted to play some professional cricket, and the opportunities I've got at Leicester, the Red Bull stuff, especially last year for me personally, to probably have the best year there, and a run in the T20 stuff. I was a very in and out player of that Notts T20. Obviously with that team though, you have Howes, Clark, Duckett, Moores, Christian, Patel. It was always tough to get in there, and
some characters there,
and just the time and my age then just to play games with them. That was a big thing.
I'm pleased you didn't give Luke Fletcher a mention. He gets too many mentions from me. As Freddie McCann bowls.
Well, he wasn't in the top 6.
He wasn't in the top 6.
Can't blame Big Fletch.
Although he would be quick to tell you he has opened the batting for Notts at Lords, of course. On one occasion they sent him out and he got a 50. Freddie McCann bowls. Stay away from Luke Fletcher and you'll be all right. That was what I always said to the new arrivals at Trowbridge. 99 for 3. What a character.
Yeah,
but it was a side. It was a squad full of characters.
Yeah, and I loved it. Obviously, at the time I was there, my age, and away from home, from Australia, and they really put the arm around me and probably what I needed. And yeah, there was no grudges for me to go to Leicester. They wanted the best for me.
McCann into bowl to Kelly, pushes it back. So you mentioned Farnsfield. Did you get an opportunity with Farnsfield and Notts picked you up from your performances from them, or did you get the chance with Notts and then they were looking for a Premier club for you to get some cricket to top up what you were getting with the seconds?
I actually signed for a club in Essex.
No ball, no runner. I beg your pardon from the last one. Because you hail from there, don't you? Colchester?
Yeah, I was born in Colchester. Emigrated to Australia when I was 6.
99 for 3. Sol Buddinger with us on Sports Extras. Freddie McCann bowls to Kelly and there's no run.
And I got released from Queensland Cricket from 17-year-old and just came in for a gap year. Obviously had the passport and then just wanted some twos stuff, and twos Essex wasn't given many opportunities, and then
McCann bowls getting eased into the offside. Good this so far from Freddie McCann. Can't get him away.
There was a coach at Essex called Kemsley, and South African relationship with Ant Botha, and got me an opportunity to play the twos, and then obviously spoke to Franksy about playing some club cricket, and ended up at Farnsfield, and I think it was a bit of both, bit of two stuff, bit of the Notts Prem, which helped, you know.
We're going to take a drinks break. 25 overs, 99 for 3. Are you all right for one more over? We've more than enjoyed your company.
No, I'm enjoying it.
Over the last while, and we've had this conversation before. Obviously, when you were with Notts, your mentor in Australia, Dean Jones.
No.
Tell me again. Who was your mentor?
It was more of a interim 17s. Andrew Simons did a game or two when I was in the youth stuff there. So yeah, obviously what happened there, and but brilliant guy, brilliant coach. But yeah, just the way I think some Australians, they grow up and the way they play cricket, that's what I enjoy, and try to bring it over here. And I think now I've probably lived more of my life in England, but I remember more my childhood in Australia. So
having gone through as you say, your childhood and your teenage years in Australia, was it a big wrench to come back to England?
Well, again, I always just come for a gap year. You know, the opportunities there for cricket. I was going to work for my old man.
I'm still waiting for a gap year, actually. I wonder if I can apply.
I worked for my old man for 6 months on the phones, and before I left for England to save a bit of. And to be honest, I hated it. It was
on the phones.
Yes, it was a bit of a sales pitch, and I hated sitting down. And obviously, to have the opportunity to do my dream job.
Was it commission-based or pocket money-based?
I think I was on. I don't even think. Don't want to put my dad on the bus, but no, it was more maybe a bit of cash-in-hand job. But he's not working anymore, so it's fine.
Just while you were with Connor, I noticed. Have you got the Sol Buddinger fan club here? There's a lady out there wearing a green Leicestershire #1 with your name on the back.
Yeah, I think it's good to. Obviously, at the end of the season, a lot of people want some clothes or some kit, and especially when the kits now change every year, and I don't think my girlfriend lets me hoard a lot of stuff, so I have to clear out the closet. And I think that shirt's a couple of years old anyway, so I'm a number 11 now, so I've changed from the 1.
Have you changed them?
Yeah, I've gone 11 from last year.
You've got to be a special player, Sol, to wear #1. It says a lot about you if you go on the field as a #1.
Yeah. I just needed a change up, I think. 2-1.
Still a drinks break going on here at the Uptonsteel Grace Road, where Leicestershire 99 for 3, an early wicket for Brett Hutton, one for Liam Patterson-White when he came with his slow left arm spin, and then another wicket for the pace battery, Ollie Stone, who's been in really good rhythm in recent times, but since then Hamza Sheikh and Nick Kelly have moved the score on to 99 for 3 at the halfway stage.
Do you think Notts would be happy with this?
I think so, because the old the old saying is add 2 wickets to it. My
Yeah.
word, Leicestershire can't afford
Yeah.
for 1 or 2 wickets to go down before really they get to 140, 150, can they? If they're 140 for 5, Notts will be very much on top. So they'll probably think they've got 5 or 6 overs here, Notts, to try and improve on their situation, whereas Leicestershire, they can't really make too many more mistakes, you'd imagine.
No, obviously we bat deep as a club, but like you said, add 2 wickets on that. But I don't think the runs is an issue for us as a Leicester point of view. I think if these 2 stay in, I think the next 10 overs we'll see what will happen.
After the longest drink break in the history of the game, we are about to get underway. Yeah, the next 3, I mean, they've all scored crikey some runs in their career. Ben Cox, Ian Holland, and the man with the best moustache in cricket, Ben Green, doing at 6, 7 and 8. As Farhan Ahmed restarts, turned away to leg, and they'll get a single. And of course, the last game, I wondered if it was a mistake. Tom Scriven batted at 3, didn't he?
Yeah, and obviously now Rahan's coming back. That was an easy fill-in. I know that's something the last few games during this comp, who bats 3, and especially with Hamza and Nick scoring runs at 4 and 5. But I think with this lineup now, with that fire play, Tom Scriven coming in at number 9.
100 for 3. Kelly, the left-hander, on strike on 17, comes down the track. Whether that was premeditated or he just sensed that that was the ball to have a little go at. Just helped it down the ground to Freddie McCann, who's fielding on the long-on fence to the left-hander in front of that hospitality marquee in the distance that's stopping the ball hitting my car, hopefully. I bet you've hit a car or 2 at that end, haven't you? It's right in your range.
I actually haven't that end.
Sharp.
I think that's more over mid-off. I think I'm more worried about. I've hit a few into the Guinness bar on the leg side. But
that's a slog, Sol.
Yeah.
That's a slog.
Well, over mid-off, that's not
a slog.
mine.
Hit in the V, son. You'll be all right. Hit in the V. 101 for 3. Couple of singles. Start of this over. Next ball is pushed back, and Farhan does his own fielding. He's in his 5th over. Farhan Ahmed, none for 18 here. He's had that sort of tournament where he's not gone for many runs and he's only picked up 9 wickets. You can probably say throughout the competition he's probably deserved maybe double that wickets, but you don't always get what you deserve in the game. Comes in again, lovely, familiar, repetitive action, and Hamza Sheikh moves to a quarter centuries. 25 not out, 101 for 3. I was delighted from afar. I hope you felt the vibes when I saw you got your maiden first class 100 last year against Glamorgan.
Yeah, it was obviously, I think, about time for me. I've got a lot of scores above 50, and just to get that monkey off the back. But thank you.
102 for 3. This one is dropped on the leg side. There's no run. Notts have got the fielders in tight there. LPW, Liam Patterson-White. Barrel.
Yeah,
does
Barrel.
the fielding.
Yeah. But during that time as well, I think having a conversation with Hanscom last year, and I think I got 3 or 4 50s plus scores. And, you know, as a player, you go through, you're good enough to get to that score and just to kick on. And he reassured me, just don't even think about the 100 and it will come, and think about the processes and not the outcome.
What sort of an innings was that? Because perhaps fairly, perhaps unfairly, you're known as a bit of a dasher. I mean, was it proper cricket?
I think it was till I got to 70.
There's McCann. This was just slightly angling down the leg side. It's been worked away square. They'll take a single. We'll have a little look at the umpire. Is he going to tap his knee? He's going to tap his knee. There we are. Delayed tap of the knee, and it is a leg by. 103 for 3.
Yeah, I think when I got to 70, it was proper cricket shots, and then there was a short side, and I was in, and I thought
eyes lit up.
Yeah.
fatal Sol. Seen you got out like that a few times. Eyes lighting up.
I know.
Got to convert those 70s. This is drilled down the ground by Kelly for 19. He's slotted into the group nicely, understand?
Yeah. Kelly, he went away for a few weeks for international duty, but he's come back in, and he's been a great signing again. Like I said earlier about the overseas we've signed, and credit to Claude and Fons and people behind that.
That Verena for Notts, just having that This is a low full toss, I think, from Freddie McCann, and it's hit down the ground. Pennington will field. Just having somebody in there who's done it at the highest level can just help the young kids out, and especially in Nott's case, having a keeper who's very much a fulcrum of the side.
I think it's just the calmness as well sometimes. You know, they've been in different situations before, how they deal with it compared to people without that experience.
There's McCann round the wicket, chopped away, and they'll get runs here. This might go for 4, actually. There's a little bit of a stretch on out there in the deep. It's been stopped out there by George Munsey, who sort of dropped, almost squashed the ball as he landed on it. The spectators out there, you can hear one or two of them from here. We've got much better eyesight than me and you, saying it's 4, but we're 150 yards away.
There's always
what
a bit of chat.
reckon?
There's always a bit of chat in the stench of Benno, which I like. Obviously, being a Leicester fan, but I think he did stop that.
You know you're a Notts fan, really, Sol. This is hit towards us now, then straight down the ground for 6 runs. Got clattered with a meaty thud into the sight screen on the full. We were just talking about Nick Kelly. You didn't tell me he'd got that in his armoury.
No, I think he does love using his feet to spinners, especially in the T20 comp this year. He's very good running down. I think it's one of his strengths, even to the seamers.
Just what I said in the last over about Freddie, just leaving him on. Doesn't like to leave him on for one too many, and I wonder if this is one too many. Well, it wasn't a 4, was it? The previous one might have been a 4, but they only got 2, and then he hits the 6, and that's the end of the over. And McCann 3 overs for 13. I wonder if he's had a word in the ear from the captain, just having a little look. He turned towards. Yeah, he's going overload now.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a change at this end, and it's not because he's done anything wrong, and he's as likely as anybody to get a wicket. He's a fine bowler, Freddie McCann, but he doesn't give him too many overs. No,
and you got long on, long off out there, and there's a high risk shot in a way from Kelly to run down and smack it over him, but you take the risk sometimes.
There's Farhan from the far end, and Hamza Sheikh comes at it. We'll let you go after this over. Get about your
I've got some rehab to do. But I've been.
What's that, gym or?
Yeah, I'll be in the gym for a bit, and then I can come back later if you will have me.
Brilliant protein shake.
Yeah.
113 for 3. Next ball pushed into the offside by Sheikh. Backward point. They're going to push hard here. George Munsey had a long way to come in from that fence. Don't often see him on the cover boundary, George Munsey. Had to run in a long way, almost towards the 30-yard discs there, and it was an easy mission to come back for a second run. We're enjoying the coverage. Metro Bank One Day Cup semi-final cricket, 50-over cricket here at Leicester between these two East Midlands rivals. This is pushed back to Farhan Ahmed. We've had Sol Budinger, the Leicestershire and former Notts opener, with us for the last hour. Just a couple of balls left. Sol, do you want to talk the listeners through these couple of deliveries?
I'll try my best.
Go for it.
Farhan's into Hamza, give himself room. Ooh, opportunity for catch. Stick it to mid-wicket, but the wicket looks a bit, I personally think it looks a bit stopped, hence the spin bowlers, 3 on the bounce, 3 spinners on the bounce. So I think we get to 250, 260. That's a competitive score. He's into bowl again. To Hamza. Sweep in the air. One bounce over Martin. Now, I'm not sure what he could have done with that. It's a terrible bounce.
Did get an awkward one.
But that's welcome to Grace Road. I think it's one of the hardest outfields.
Can't let you go for 10 seconds because David's taken the trouble to email in from the southwest of France. I'm originally from Leicester, now reside in the southwest of France. I'm using the sweltering heat in Toulouse as an excuse to hide inside and spend a day watching the cricket. It's a little bit more, Sol. 1 ball left.
Okay, one ball left. Hans in again. Hamza lays that to the offside, pushing hard. Should be a 1. It is a 1.
I tell you what, fella, you're wasted out there as a cricketer. Lovely stuff. And the score?
The score's 120 for 3 after 28 overs.
Brilliant. And David concludes, lovely to hear Sol is on the mend. Great to have Rion back in the side. As ever, we really do bat deep. Here's hoping that proves the difference today and that we can carry the momentum from a victory into a great escape in the championship as well. Keep up the good work, all of you, on commentary. That's from David, sending you
Thanks, David.
his best wishes.
Appreciate the
from
message.
Connor and myself, absolute joy to spend a wee while with you on comms. Best of luck with the rehabilitation. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, cheers, Dave. Thank you.
New overs started and dispatched by Hamza Sheikh, and that's gone away for 4 runs to start the over. We'll just have a little bit of a commentator's foxtrot here with the headphones as Connor comes back. There we are, we've had a bit of a rejig in time for the second ball. Freddie McCann getting another over and is pleased to get a dot on his account after the first ball went for 4. Third ball of the overs down the leg side, and he's got away with one there. It's just been paddled out to long leg for a single. Wasn't that a joy for us, Connor, spending a bit of time with Sol?
He's a top man, isn't he?
Is.
Sol Budden's a really nice guy as well, and you feel so sorry for him, for he's had such a difficult 2026 season so far after that injury.
Farhan, beg your pardon, McCann bowls to Kelly, who eases us into the offside. Yeah, this cricketers, bless them, who will have a 20-year career and not pick up anything more than the odd paper cut reading the newspaper in the morning. Then there's others you just can't get on the park for more than 3 games in a row and miss huge chunks of their best years through injury. And let's hope we get Sol back playing the game soon. Lovely fella, good bat as well, as Hamid tidies up this latest delivery, lobs the ball back to McCann, comes in and bowls, and this time it's played through mid-on for a single. Down the ground to Dylan Pennington. That over didn't last long, did it? In terms of, it was rattled through in about 80 seconds. Sheik 39, Kelly 28, Leicestershire 127 for 3 here at what is now a very, very warm and sunny.
The sun's come out, Dave, hasn't it, over the past few minutes or so. A glorious afternoon in the East Midlands. Going back to Sol Buddinger, it sounds like he's confident, perhaps. I mean, you never want to rush these things, do you? But sounds like perhaps he could be on his way back to action by the start of September, which means that if Leicestershire do progress into the One Day Cup final, then who knows, he might well be involved in that squad that will head to Trent Bridge on the 20th of September if they win this afternoon, though. Leicestershire 127 for 3 after being put in for bats a little earlier. And it'll be Pennington from the Bennett end for Nottinghamshire to bowl his 5th over of the afternoon. Sheikh on 39, Kelly on 28. I mean, as Sol was saying there, Leicestershire bats so deep, but this partnership, you do feel, Dave, perhaps is still rather important for the Foxes after a few cheap, quick wickets.
Yeah, very much so. Just mentioned to Sol about 15 minutes ago. Really, the game could veer decisively in a quick 10 minutes if Notts were to break this stand and get another wicket, you'd imagine, whereas Leicestershire have probably got to have a good hour now, and then they can go about getting a par score or above par score.
The right-handed Pennington in, played into the offside by Sheikh. That'll go down towards a fielder. Leicestershire will get a single, though, bringing their total up to 128 for 3. That just punched away by Hamza Sheikh, who on loan, of course, from Warwickshire, but will be making the move permanent in the winter. Brilliant signing for Alfonso Thomas's side. Wouldn't he love to be part of this Leicestershire side that booked their spot in the One Day Cup final, but they've got work to do here on home turf. Pennington with the second ball of this over. In he comes, this one beaten away, also palmed away by Kelly on this occasion onto the leg side. He'll be won by the fielder. Leicestershire will get a single. And we've just read out one of the emails there. You're more than welcome to get in touch with us this afternoon. Connor.O'Grady@bbc.co.uk. Yes. It's my email address, Dave.
I've got a chunk of them. Obviously, whilst I was talking to Sol and off there, they've come pouring in. So we'll get through them, folks.
Get through them in a moment. First, Pennington in, facing the right-handed Sheikh. This one beaten away. Leicestershire will get a single as it's played into the leg side. Going along quite comfortably, this pair. Famous last words, of course. You don't want to jinx it from a Leicestershire perspective as we reach the 30 over mark in this one-day cup semi-final. Remember, if you are joining us on 5 Sports Extra around 2 o'clock this afternoon, we'll be making way for our team at Lords for the 100 women's final. The men's final getting underway a little later today. Pennington in, facing Kelly on this occasion. This one beaten away into the leg side. Will it go for all the way for 4 towards third man? No, it won't, but Leicestershire will get a single. Sorry, they'll get a double there, actually, won't they? So they'll build on that score. And the Leicestershire fans are way down to our right-hand side who are watching on. They all look quite comfortable and enjoying a pulsating day of cricket so far. Pennington in from the Bennett end. Facing Kelly. This one punched towards, well, it came off. Pennington, did that come off his pad in the
think so,
episode?
yeah.
I think so. We'll wait and see for confirmation from the umpires. Yes, it did. Leicestershire got a single though.
Mark the Mod's been in touch. Morning, gents, from a thankfully cooler Sevenoaks in Kent after the Oval. What a cracker that was. I was proud to be there. And then at York, I'm reasonably confident Notts can chase 300 if they need to. Nice to have Liam Patterson-White back. Hope Lyndon's ready to go next Thursday. Come on, Notts. Mark the Mod. Lovely to hear from one of our regulars.
Pennington in for the final ball of this over. Facing Sheikh, beaten towards the fielder in the offside. Leicestershire will get an overrun, so they'll end this 30th over of the day on 133 for 3. Sheikh on 41 off 57. Kelly on 29 off 46.
Yeah, 30 overs gone. Sometimes they talk about doubling the score from here. So always saying 260 would be competitive. We'll have to see if they can double it and get somewhere near there. Alistair Dixon, morning Dave. Hello, born and raised in the Kingdom of Newark. I now live about half a mile from the Oval in Kennington. I was at the game on Tuesday against Surrey. They couldn't have timed things better, which was similar to the game later in the week. How did Yorkshire lose that one? Yes, that's for them to sort out, Alistair. A question and a continuation of a story. Can a team or squad in the Metro Cup change during the competition? I like the competition. Surely it's unfair if teams bring back 100 players as their teams falter. What have we got here? We've got a little bit of a hold-up. I'll come back to that in a moment. I think Hamza Sheikh...
He's got an issue with his wrist here, it looks like. The physio's come on.
Need of a bit of a treatment, a bit of the old magic spray, so the Notts players are just going to take a moment to have a drink, and I see Mead getting one or two of them around him, so you're not missing any cricket. I'll go back to Alistair's email. He's been in touch, bracecricket@icloud.com. Can a team squad in the Metro Cup change the competition, change their squad during the competition? It's unfair to me if you bring back 100 players. But Patterson-White is to our advantage. Well, his team are now, it's now finished, isn't it? It's finals day today, so players are allowed back. But at various stages, if they weren't being used in the 100, they could come back. And so we've seen Ollie Stone twice, Liam Patterson-White. This is his second game, but as I say, the competition's finished. Rian Ahmed hasn't played at all for Leicestershire. Notts, I guess, in theory, in principle, could have used Joe Clark, but haven't. So some sides, and we've seen it before since the 100 has started, some sides have just straight away brought back players to bolster their side if they needed to, and others have stuck by those that have got them to where they've got. So unless there's any regulation that's going to be brought in, I think it sort of works both ways as well, because like last year with Tom Moore's whacked to 140, 150 or whatever it was in the first or second game of the competition, and then he was instantly whisked away to join the 100. So it works both ways. If they're going to pluck players out of the Metro Bank to play in the 100, it should only be right. If they're not being used in the other competition, they could come back. But I take the point. Chit chat, Dave. You mentioned some time ago about going to concerts whilst at was it college or school? Never went to college, mate. I'm still, as I said to Sol, I'm still waiting for my gap year. I believe you mentioned going to Sheffield to see concerts. Did City Hall in Sheffield Saw Wishbone Ash there. They were sort of the big one I can remember. I saw a lot of great bands in my youth at Nottingham Uni. One trip that sticks in my mind was a bus trip put together by Newark Tech College to see David Bowie in London. It was a great night out. Sometime later, I gate crashed a Chinese meal, and Bowie was eating in the Chinese restaurant about the cinema in Newark Town Centre. Good grief. That's brilliant. I subsequently met David again as I sat next to him on a plane. Brilliant artist and great company. Music and cricket do meet. I'm an MCC member. I see Mick Jagger quite often at Lords. There's some name drops here. Quite often at Lords. I love the coverage, great knowledge, and a little bit offbeat. I hope you make it to the Oval on Thursday. I'll be at the final on the 20th of September. Best wishes, Alistair Dixon. Thank you very much, Alistair. I really appreciate that. There's one or two lovely little follow-ons from stories we've had over the last few matches. Still no cricket going on as Hampshire Sheikh continues to receive attention. Let's hope he's okay. Where are we? Read that one from Mark the Mod.
Well, while you're just sorting that
please.
out there, Dave, I can tell you that Hampshire Sheikh is still receiving treatment. It does appear that it's either a finger issue, more like a wrist injury. I think Nick Kelly's getting a few refreshments on board as well, as are the Nottinghamshire players who are just stood around having a conversation with the umpire. But he does appear in a bit of discomfort. We do hope that, of course, he is all right. He's just testing it out with the gloves on now. The umpire strolled over to have a conversation with him and the physio.
Yeah, it's either.
And there we go. I think he will be all right. I think he is going to continue.
Either get on with it or get off and let us get on with the game, but he is going to be okay. Mention for Tim Froggatt as well, watching the stream from home in West Bridgford, given how easily New Zealand neutralised Harry Brook with the keeper standing up to Matt Henry. Surprising Verena doesn't try this. It can disrupt a batsman's natural stroke play and tie them down. Neither Ahmed nor Eskenazi would welcome being pinned in the crease. That one came in a little while, and they've both now gone, Ahmed and Eskenazi. In the other game, Ben Stokes has just been dismissed for 6 at Radlett, where Durham are 136 for 4 in the 29th. Here it's 133 for 3 in the 31st.
And it'll be Farhan Ahmed from the pavilion end facing Kelly. Leicestershire 133 for 3. Kelly on 29. In he comes. This one. Well, there's appeals for leg before wicket there. Kelly seemed quite convinced that wasn't out. I'll tell you what, the Notts fielders certainly thought so. And the umpire agrees with Nick Kelly, not given. Nottinghamshire knocking on the door once again. Ahmed hunting his first wicket of the afternoon. In he comes, second ball of this over. Faces Kelly, this one beaten down the ground. Will it go all the way for 4? No, it won't. It'll be won by the fielder in the end, but it's stabbed away. And Leicestershire will get a single on that occasion, bringing our total up to 135 for 3.
Julie James says they're listening and watching. Sol on the comms, Dave, is an absolute natural. Hope he's back on the park soon. Cricket is all the better for having him in the game. Agree with that, and as does Connor.
Farhan Ahmed in, facing Kelly once again. It's stabbed into the offside. Will be won by the fielder, 135 for 5. Kelly on 31. As he approaches his 50th ball. Leicestershire do get a single though. So it'll be Sheikh on strike now for the Foxes, for Alfonso Thomas's side.
Russell Wolfe says there were 1 or 2 comments about Surrey bringing back Dan Worrell and Jason Roy from the 100 to play against Notts. I mean, I think it's fair game at the moment, isn't it? And there we are. Let them sort out some regs preventing it if that's what they need to do.
Ahmed in from the pavilion and faces Sheikh. It's defended, no run.
Sarah and Matt, listening to you on our way to Lords for the 100 Finals Day. Let's hope it's a triple win for Notts today. It's okay to enjoy all forms of cricket, Sarah and Matt. Or is it Sarah? Sorry, there's no H on the end. It might be Sarah.
Ahmed is in, facing Sheikh once again. It's thumped down the ground.
Sarah. It's always a tricky one, isn't it? Because there are some without the H on the end that, I'm a Sarah, and others, no, I'm a Sarah. So, Sarah, lovely to hear from you.
Ahmed in with the final ball of this over. Is whacked forward But straight to the fielder at mid-off. That will be the end of Ahmed's over. Leicestershire 136 for 3. Sheikh on 41, 9 away from his half-century. Kelly on 32. These two building a bit of a partnership after the wickets of Rahan Ahmed, Stephen Eskenazi and Rishi Patel a little earlier. So, of course, I forgot Trent Rockets men and women, both in the 100 finals today. The Rockets women in action in the earlier match, which gets underway at 2:15 at the home of cricket, and then the men, because it's a 6 o'clock start, isn't it, as they play Manchester Supergiants at Lords. That should be quite a day.
Two semi-finals running absolutely parallel in terms of overs and almost scores. 137 for 4 Durham in the other semi-final, 136 for 3 here. Kelly 32, Sheikh 41. This partnership has proved troublesome for Notts. They've added, as they do in the maths, 72 so far as Pennington round the wicket into Kelly. Little bit ungainly as he works it away behind square on the leg side, and that's fielded by sub-fielder Byron Hatton Lowe is on the field for Notts, wearing 28. He's got a little spot over by that floodlight tower in front of the meet away to our right. Standing tall and proud, those floodlight pylons. I hope they're not going to be needed today. There is a spare day actually for this match. If the heavens opened and it rained from now until 7 o'clock tonight, we could come back tomorrow.
Hopefully
don't think it's going to.
That,
It's stoned from the far end, and it's way, that slid down the leg side technically, but I'm looking right behind that, and Sheikh had gone across his stumps there. That only went over leg stump, I fancy, through to Verena, but anyway, the umpires have consistency. They take a stance. They decide from an early stage what they're going to call and what they're not going to call, and that one was too leg-sidey. 1 to the total. Stone in again, chopped to backward point. In, quick as a flash comes Jack Haynes, fresh from that unbeaten 100 on Friday at York, and prevents a single. 138 for 3.
It's an interesting debate, Dave, isn't it? If obviously Leicestershire haven't played for a week, Nottinghamshire only really had 1 full day to prepare for this match. What position would you prefer to be in?
Do you like the momentum, as you say, from coming almost off the field and celebrating the win together, and having the warm glow of that victory, as the next one's again turned behind square and inside the ring? Haynes prevents the single. Or would you ideally want almost the best part of a week's full preparation, let the bruisers just work their way out and disappear, and all the stiff achy joints just get a little better, and just have your build up spent largely in the nets? It's a fine balance. The last time Notts got to a one-day final, 2017, they went through the same route. This is squared up and again played to Haynes at backward point. 3 in a row. Stone looks perplexed. Yes, back in 2017, Notts finished 3rd in the group, so they had to go to Taunton to win that. Then 2 days later, they had to go to Chelmsford to beat Essex, and famously won that, chasing 370 with centuries from Patel and Mullaney. And then
Alistair Cook got a ton that day, didn't he?
Well, Alistair Cook did, and that was 3 of the 4 centuries in the day. Can you remember the other one?
Oh, now you're testing
me. Well, you leapt in. You leapt in before I could. Ryan Tender-Scarter. They think it's the only game in this country in this day cricket where there's been 2 centuries from each side. As drop and run this time. Verena shies at the stumps, narrowly misses, throws his gloves down in frustration and helmet. He's now asking the umpire, would he have been out? He feels he would have been. Never shy at hiding his emotions, Carl Verena. What a great tournament he's had. He's averaging 91.3 with the bat that just can't go on, quite frankly. A little later on in the day, you'll have to tell me off, and I'll apologise now if I mention it a time or two, because you just know you cannot go on at 91.3 throughout a competition. So if he has a down day today, I think it's overdue, but what form he has been in. It's close to a run out there, didn't get it. 139 for 3. Stone round the wicket, bowling with good pace, and Kelly can't get him away either. That's a terrific over from Ollie Stone. 139 for 3. Sheikh has 42, Kelly 33. Sports Extra at Leicester for one of today's 2 semi-finals in the Metro Bank One Day Cup competition. The winners of this one will play the winners of Middlesex Durham for what will be the second of the 3 domestic county trophies decided this year. Northamptonshire have already got the Blast Trophy in their trophy cabinet at Wantage Road. The Division 1 and of course the Division 2 County Championship trophies will be decided at the end of September, but before that, on the 20th of September, we'll all convene, or the 2 winning sides will convene for the final of this competition. Farhan Ahmed is being switched to our end of the ground for the first time by his captain.
Nottinghamshire, of course, 5 points clear at the top of County Championship Division 1. Focus this afternoon is on the One Day Cup and their first semi-final since 2019. Ahmed is in, facing Sheikh from the pavilion, and this one is beaten down, is whacked down the ground, and then towards mid-on it'll be won comfortably by the fielder there. Which
I'll tell you what, that's another sub. That's Sammy Seachurin out there. So Seachurin's at mid-off.
He sort of raced over, didn't he?
And now he's dropping back, and they've also got Byron Hatton-Lowe on there at the left-hander's on strike, covering the cover boundary.
Yeah, I hesitated for a second there as I tried to work out who it was. As Ahmed is in for the second ball of this over, defensive by Kelly. It's Seachurin's birthday today, Dave. It is.
Yeah, he's 20 years of age today, and they
20th.
all sang happy birthday to him in the team huddle this morning. Happy birthday, Sammy.
He'll be hoping for a victory. Ahmed in for the third ball of this over. This is beaten into a similar position. Seachurin will get there once again. Leicestershire will get a single. Some fine fielding by the youngster. Some fine running by Leicestershire as well. Kelly on 34. Leicestershire 141 for 3.
So I don't think George Munsey is on the field at the moment. That's one of the absentees.
Ahmed in, facing Sheikh on this occasion. It's whacked into the leg side. Won by the fielder at square leg.
And Dylan Pennington, I think, is the other one who's presumably just gone for a comfort break. So Seachurin and Byron Hatton-Lowe on for Munsey and Pennington.
It's nice to see the new generation of Notts players coming through. The next generation of Leicestershire players as well coming through. This is a young Leicestershire side, I think some people forget. Ahmed attempted the run-up. The umpire just wasn't ready. Neither was the batsman, which is Kelly, who is on strike. This from the pavilion end. The 33rd over of this match. This Metro Bank One Day Cup semi-final at Grace Road. Ahmed is in. Defensive by Kelly. Beaten towards the fielder. And Leicestershire will get a single. 143 for 3. Ahmed with his final ball of this over. If you're just joining us, Notts won the toss, decided to bowl first. Just in contrast to Durham, who won the toss in the other semi-final and decided to bat. Ahmed in for Nottinghamshire. This one beaten away into the leg side by Sheikh. It will be won by the fielder. Leicestershire will pick up another single. 144 for 3 at the end of that over. And these two are going well as they hope to build a partnership for Alfonso Thomas's Foxes.
5 runs from that over. On X, Twitter, at Brace Cricket, Tony T, another of our regulars. Afternoon, Dave. Perhaps a solution for movement of players between the competitions could be covered by teams naming an official squad that they have to stick to. Teams can let players go, but they cover it from who is remaining. Yeah, I agree with you, Tony. It would be nice to have some clear-cut regulations, but in practice it just doesn't happen with the number of injuries. For example, Notts in this competition could have named a squad of 15 or 16, but they've already had 20 players. Rob Lord out injured early on out of the competition. Joe Pocklington, Ben Slater, now Lyndon James. They should have had Muhammad Ali, then he was called away by Pakistan. It's a tricky one, and at the moment I think both the Metro Bank and the 100, are just rubbing along with an understanding that players will move from one to the other when it suits all parties. This is pulled away by Hampshire Shake behind square, fielded by Martindale. Ollie Stone is into his 6th over, 1 for 25 so far. Steve Battlemuch is here, another Notts regular. Tell listeners, Dave, there are still plenty of empty seats here if any Notts fans want to come along.
There are a few empty seats over on that far side of the ground. If you look to the right, though, there's a healthy crowd in where, the majority of the singers are, but yeah, there are a lot of empty seats over on that far side, the Bennett end.
Here comes Stone from that far end. You can see the written press in the media centre, looking out of those smoked windows. A foolish delivery from Ollie Stone. Tried to York Kelly, who was backing away towards where the square leg umpire should be, but he isn't. He stood at point. You can see Sam Wood down below in Leicestershire colours, Leicestershire training gears, because Sam Wood for this competition was loaned by Leicestershire to Notts. Played, I think, 3 matches, but he's down below. He's in Leicestershire colours on home territory. 145 for 3. This is a short one from Stone, and it's gone over Verena. The bounce took it over the batter, and it's just called as 4 byes. Not a lot that Verena could do, but the sheer fact that it wasn't called for height as it went past Kelly just tells you that the bounce was sharp and steepling once it had gone past Kelly and high over Verena. Dylan Pennington is back on the field down below as Sammy Cetron's gone off. Morning to Mandy Clark, or we're now into afternoon. Mandy Clark, sorry you sent 1 or 2 communications in earlier. Loving the contribution that Liam Patterson-White has already made. Back in the side. Thank you, Mandy. Stone in again. Fuller delivery, turn to leg by Kelly, who's played very nicely since coming in at number 5 here, and that's the 150 up, and that's the Leicestershire supporters in good heart as this stand continues to prosper. And there we go, Leicestershire, la la la. Join in if you know the words.
There's a healthy contingent, a lot of regulars over on that right hand side that attend every match.
It's good to hear. Cricket supporters in cricket grounds cheering on their sides. Ollie Stone bowls a slower ball that Kelly waited for and reacted nicely. A gentleman's just opened a Tupperware box away to our right, and I don't know, is it a pasta and salad he's getting stuck in there? That looks very nice. There's a little bit of fruit being eaten on the row alongside him. Good view here up on the terrace where Richard Ray, bless him, earlier on in the season, stuck his hand down, or with a clever contraption managed to get my teaspoon from underneath the grill, the grating there where it dropped as it's pushed into the offside, fielded by Hamid, end of the over, 151 for 3. When it sat out in the fresh air, just have a yoghurt in the luncheon interval. Spoon, drop spoon. There's a grate, as you can see. It's not great radio this, but there's a grate there, and it just went straight down the grate. Couldn't reach it, couldn't see any other way. Apart from the very fact that I was going to have to eat my yoghurt sort of in a very unconventional fashion, just dipping the end of my tongue into the yoghurt pot. I knew I'd get a good beating from my good lady when I got back home, minus one of her precious teaspoons. But Richard Ray, I don't know how he did it. He improvised and managed to get it out. Now we've just had this little ceremony that we get at the end of the 34th over of the 2 balls being compared and shown to umpire Asib Hamid, and he's had a little look, and 1 ball has now been discarded and thrown to James Treadwell, the 3rd umpire, who's taken a seat down below us on the boundary edge. So up until this point there's been 2 balls in operation, 1 at each end. So they're each 17 overs old. 1 of them has now been discarded, and we'll use this one with Dylan Pennington for the end of them.
Change of bowling from the pavilion end. Pennington in. This one whacked away into the leg side by Shake, who'll be won by the fielder. In sort of fine leg position, Leicestershire will get a single, bringing their total up to 152 for 3. Shake on 47, edging nearer to that half century. Kelly on 37, 10 runs behind.
I think more significantly, they've put 88 on, and this is a partnership that's really damaging for Nottinghamshire if it's allowed to go on much longer.
A nice combination between the right-handed and the left-handed. Pennington in. This one is whacked away by, it's Kelly now on strike into the leg side where the fielder picks it up. Leicestershire get a single. 150, well, they get a double actually, so 154 for 3. Kelly still on strike.
Yeah, Munsey doing the fielding, so he's back on the field. Notts back with their starting 11 after having 2 replacements, 2 sub-fielders out there for a couple of overs.
A change of bowling at the start of this over for Notts. Ahmed out of the attack. Pennington bowling from the pavilion end. 15 overs to go of Leicestershire's innings. Pennington in, facing Kelly. This one is hammered forward. That'll go all the way for 6. And I said that Kelly was a little further off his half century. Well, he's edging close to it now. And Leicestershire, this partnership, edging close to 100. A thunderous shot by Kelly. Just what Leicestershire needed. That brings their total up to 160 for 3. Kelly on 45, on strike. Halfway through this over. Pennington is in from the pavilion end. It's hammered away by Kelly towards the fielder on that leg side. Leicestershire earn themselves a single, so it'll be Sheikh on strike. The love for Sol Budinger is still coming in, Dave. Which I'll come to now. James has got in touch from what he refers to as a typically dreary Glasgow. Save the clouds have just started to build a bit further here after a bit of intense sunshine, and the heat was beating down on this Grace Road pitch a few moments ago. I'll come to that email in a second. First though, Pennington in, fourth ball of this over, and this one is just clipped away by Sheikh all the way for 4, and he will get his half century.
Well, it's been called as wides, I think.
Oh, it has.
He didn't.
He thought he had it there. He started celebrating. Nick Kelly came over to congratulate him as well. That was a late call by the umpire. But no, it's an extra in the end.
No, he must have known he didn't hit it, but it's gone for... Well, it'll go down as 5 wides.
Yeah, Kelly thought he had it though. Anyway.
It's 100 partnership as well.
Yeah. Here we go then. As Pennington races in from the pavilion end against Sheikh. This one defended comfortably towards the green Nottinghamshire shirts. No run.
Apologies to a number of people who's... I've not had this tablet thing for long, and inexplicably people will send in emails, which is absolutely fabulous, thank you so much, but inexplicably a handful always seem to divert straight into the junk folder, and I can't find a way of stopping it happening, and I've got a number in there as well.
Pennington in, final ball of this over, facing Sheikh. That one just clipped away. Leicestershire earn themselves a single, which brings their total up to 167. Sheikh on 48, 2 away from his half century. Kelly will be on strike for the start of this next over as he eyes up his half century. He's on 46. And this is a healthy partnership between them. So I'll tell you what, Dave, while you're looking at your junk mail and seeing if any come in there, shall I continue reading James's email? He says, great to hear Sol is back on the mend. We have missed him dearly in both white ball competitions this season. Sheikh is prone to accelerating once he's got himself in, and with some really explosive bats in Cox and Green to come, this game is far from over yet. That's James in Glasgow. Thank you for getting in touch. Conor.O'Grady at bbc.co.uk is the email address.
Ollie Stone from the Bennett end, bowling to the right-handed Sheikh on 48, and he's lifted this up in the air, down towards Pennington, couldn't quite get there. Great effort from Dylan Pennington. They are going to be able to come back for 2. I hope he's okay there. In fact, the umpire is asking for a little bit of treatment for him because he's dived full length, and I think the ball has hit the ground in front of him and hit him in the face. Jess, the Notts physio, is on straight away. They're applauding the Sheikh 50. That's all fine and well and done. But Dylan Pennington has got a little bit. Well, he's back on his feet now, and the physio just attending to him. Tom Giles, another of the not squad players, will do a bit of 12-man duties. Just brought him a drink on. It's a great attempt from Pennington. It was in the air, a short ball from Stone. He's taken on the hook, top-edged it down to long leg, and he's flung himself forward to pull off what would have been a miraculous catch. Couldn't quite get there, and he's sustained an injury. Shake's 50, 72 balls, just 2 fours for Hamza Sheikh. He's played a very sensible, restrained innings. Seba Mead's just come to check out his big fast bowler and make sure he's okay. It's 169 for 3 in the 36th. And Dylan's, I think, telling everybody he's okay. So 1 or 2 people, I'm sorry you've been filed under the junk folder, but don't read anything into it. I'll see what I can do to get you back into the normal swing of things. Charlie Rowe, you're not junk, Charlie. Hi Dave, Charlie watching from Loughborough here. Just like to send my best wishes to my uni flatmate and Nottinghamshire member Ryan ahead of his 20th birthday on Wednesday. Isn't that nice from Charlie, wanting to wish his flatmate a 20th. Happy birthday, Ryan. Still no sign of a resumption. Pennington, talking to his skipper, appears to be okay. The Leicestershire batter's taking fluid on board. Trevor Collins, hello Dave, just still trying to get over what happened at York on Friday, because I'm a big Yorkshire fan. Yes, Trevor, there were a couple of, well, more than a couple of moments there where it looked as if it would be Yorkshire playing in this match today. Thanks again to everybody at Clifton Park for making us feel so welcome.
I think play's about to get underway. We're ready again.
Ollie Stone will have been brooding back at the end of his mark. Almost like a bull in one of those Wild West cartoons. Snorting away there. And flared nostrils comes in and wandering across his stumps there. Shake to play it away off leg stump. Out to Martindale at square leg. He gets another run. So Shake on to 51. 170 for 3, the Foxes. Put into bat. Notts have won all their matches in this competition chasing, so they'll certainly be confident. They've gone about it in their preferred manner, but they'll be more than mildly concerned that Leicestershire have got wickets in hand to really pile up a good score here. Ollie Stone to Kelly, backed away, and a scruffy drag onto the leg side fielded by McCann. Martin Stiles has been in touch. Hello Martin. Alan Stanford, he says, morning Dave, morning Connor. During the semi-final on Friday you mentioned the 2008 £1 million Stamford game and plugged a documentary. So there's also a BBC radio documentary presented by Greg James, very revealing. It's a good job the ECB aren't still falling for the promise of millions. It didn't quite work out, did it, that Alan Stanford series? You're much too young to remember that in 2008.
It is a good documentary, though, I have to say, with a helicopter.
Stone in, down the leg side, again called as a wide. Shake, he's going a long way across his stumps, and I can understand Ollie Stone trying to target that leg stick. Shake getting away with wandering across. Martin says, I'm looking forward to the 2 semi-finals, going to a tight finish, hoping I can nip into the Oval after tea at the end of the week. Managed it last year and watched Notts dig themselves out of a hole, so perhaps I'll bring them good fortune again. Regards, Martin. Thank you, Martin. Appreciate your correspondence. bracecricket@icloud.com. That's where he got in touch. Next ball sees Shake. A little push and run to mid-on, but he knew he hadn't got much power in the nudge up to Patterson White, and he was able to take a single. Sarah Sarah. Dave, I am a Sarah, although it's spelled Sarah. It's my dad's fault. It's also my dad's fault. I was brought up as a cricket fan, loving the commentary. Thank you very much, Sarah. There you go.
Durham, by the way, 163 for 4 at Radlets.
Oliver Stone, Norwich born, formerly with Northampton, Warwickshire. Ball's one that's gone down the leg side of the left-hander this time, banging it in short. He's bowling on the angle there. He's trying to attack Kelly, I guess, or keeping within the confines of his stumps really, but from that wide angle that he bowled that, drifted down the leg side. Admittedly, Calvarena didn't have to move too far to gather it, but called as one more to the total. Here is Stone. He's in his 7th over. Ball's now, and they're claiming something here. He took the hook on there, Kelly, didn't get anything on it, goes through to Verena. Stone in his 7th over. Brett Hutton had 5, Dylan Pennington's had 6, Liam Patterson-White's had 6. Farhan Ahmed, the most used of the bowlers, had 8, and Freddie McCann had 4. We've not seen Ben Martindale today, and probably as we get towards the back end of the innings now, we maybe won't see Ben with ball in hand, saving himself for what he can do with the bat at the top of the knots order. Stone to conclude what's been a lengthy over one way or another. And it's turned away square on the leg side out to Big George Munsey, the Scottish international. Comes rampaging in, picks the ball up and deters them from taking a single. So the longest over in the history of cricket comes to an end. It admittedly had that what looked to be a quite nasty injury. He's clearly okay, Dylan Pennington, but he dived to the ground. I thought initially, and maybe I'm still right, in that it was the ball that hit him as he dived forward, but it might also have been face into the ground because it's bone hard out there. It's one of those that, you know, sometimes you see fielders, don't you, stand back and accept you're not going to catch it, so I'll just make sure I stop it going for 4. Sometimes you can be just too brave in throwing yourself forward, trying to go for the catch. I don't ever think really it was a catching chance, and he ended up, courtesy of mouth or nose there, stopping the ball at the risk of possibly serious injury. But he's okay, he's got the ball in hand, he's going to bowl. Connor O'Grady will talk you through the next one.
And it'll be the fair-haired Pennington who will bowl from the pavilion end. A bit of a delay as Kelly just prepares himself. He's eyeing up his half-century, 2 runs away. He comes charging in. Kelly whacks that one away to the leg side. That'll go all the way for 4, and that will bring up his half-century. So Sheikh on 52, Kelly on 52. The Leicestershire fans applauding away down to our right-hand side. This is a healthy partnership between this pair. Leicestershire 179 for 3.
Yeah, he's got there a little quicker as well. 66 balls, 2 4s, 2 6s. Been many 4s actually in the innings. Cue a quick influx of boundaries, but these have only hit 2 boundaries apiece, 2 6s as well for Kelly, but there's only been 10 4s in this, the 37th over we're in now.
A long run up from Pennington, bowling from the pavilion end, facing Kelly. He thinks about a boundary on this occasion, and then, I mean, it was sort of smashed towards where was that, mid-off or so, but at a stage there was a few supporters in the ground who perhaps thought that Kelly was in a spot of danger. Not to be the case. Fielded well in the end by the Notts player, which was Farhan Ahmed.
Yeah, threw himself forward, so I couldn't see if he got his hands underneath it. I don't think there was any great regret that it was a chance.
Pennington races in from the pavilion end, facing Kelly once again. This one hammered into the leg side. It'll be won by the fielder, which is Liam Patterson-White out there, making his return for Notts after a spell with Sunrisers Leeds in the 100 final. Remember the 100 final on its way on BBC Two and iPlayer across the afternoon. Build-up gets underway in about half an hour. I'll also leave you on Sports Extra in around half an hour for live coverage from Lords of them 2 finals. Pennington halfway through this over, facing Sheikh this time. Cut away. Leicestershire will get a single, and it'll be Kelly back on strike. Leicestershire 181 for 3. Sheikh on 53. Kelly on strike, also on 53.
Down at Radlett, Durham 165 for 4 in the 37th over in the other semi-final. Always look for a bit of a Nottingham link, or Nottinghamshire link. Will Rhodes, born in Nottingham, is 64 not out for Durham, of course. He's ended up at Durham via Yorkshire and Warwickshire. 68 not out now with another boundary.
2 balls to go of this 37th over. Pennington is in, facing Kelly, and that is sort of whacked onto the stumps, and Kelly has to go. And we were talking, Dave, weren't we, about this partnership and how strong and how important this was for Leicestershire. Well, Patterson gets the breakthrough that Nottinghamshire have so desperately wanted for the past half an hour, 40 minutes or so. And Leicestershire concede a wicket, a blow for the Foxes. Jubilation for Patterson and for Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, Dylan Pennington with the wicket as a slower ball has just foxed Nick Kelly. He's gone to play it to leg, and the slower ball has just found its way down towards him off the under edge and back onto his stump, and Kelly goes for 53 from 69 balls, and Dylan Pennington's fortunes have just turned round very quickly there. He was needing a bit of treatment from the Notts physio just 5 minutes ago, Pennington, and now he celebrates his first wicket of the day, his 10th of the competition. This only his 4th match, by the way. He's bowled well. Kelly's gone. Leicestershire sending out Ben Cox, their wicket-keeper. Had many years of sterling service in the colours of Worcestershire, now very much part of this parish. And he's come round and he's done a complete 360 there, looking straight up in the air as if to gauge where the clouds are and where the sun is, and is there a breeze, which you won't really get the full effect of when you're wearing a helmet, but it's a little strange. I'd be looking out there at the middle and seeing who's bowling and seeing if my new batting partner's going to come down and give me a word or two of advice. But he just stood for a moment and looked up in the air, maybe just asking for a little bit of help from on high. 181 for 4. Shake 53. Ben Cox is the new man, right-hander, making his way down to the far end.
And after he came over to acknowledge Hamza Sheikh, he makes his way towards the crease. You mentioned his spell at Worcestershire, most famously, of course, charging towards the T20 Blast Trophy with them some years back now. He'll be hoping for an inspired performance this afternoon as Leicestershire hope to book their spot in their second One Day Cup final in 4 seasons, their first since when they won the competition back in 2023. One final over ball of this 37th over. Cox will face it. His first ball is defensively hit into the offside. There'll be no run, meaning that at the end of that over, the 37th over, Nottinghamshire 181 for 4. Leicestershire 181 for 4. Shake on 53. Cox facing just the one ball on noughts. 13 overs left of Leicestershire's innings on this Sunday afternoon at Grace Road.
That 4th wicket partnership between Kelly and Sheikh produced 117 runs from 23 overs. Not Leicestershire to a position now where, with a following wind and some lusty blows, 300 isn't necessarily out of range. 13 overs to go, 181 for 4. Brett Hutton coming back for the visitors. Notts Outlaws. Hutton earlier, 5 overs, 1 for 23. I know he had the assistance of a new ball that did a little bit, but his delivery to dismiss Patel early, the ball of the day so far. His first one at the start of his second spell isn't necessarily of that quality, because it's drifted down the leg side, and with a little fine tickle by Hamza Sheikh, it's gone away for 4. So already in this over, Brett Hutton fighting to repair some damage. This over 0 for 4, and it's only 1 delivery old. Just got to get your line right, and of course in short form cricket, of which this is the longest short form game, shall we say, we just can't afford the loose balls as this is turned to mid wicket, and especially can't afford no balls and wides. 16 extras so far in the innings, 8 wides. 185 for 4. There's the Leicestershire score. Both openers out for 14, Eskenazi and Patel. Rian Ahmed made 31 from 36, and Kelly's just gone 53 from 69. Sheikh on 57 with power to add as he faces the bearded Brett Hutton, who as always, lets out a bit of a grunt as he delivers it, and Sheikh, wearing 15, just turns it to the Notts captain Hamid, well inside the ring at mid-wicket. There's no run. He's always walking in with the bowler there, Hamid, and he's fairly close to begin with. Always attacking the drop and runs. Brett Hutton again from the far end of the ground, bowls to Sheikh, pushes it up to mid-off. There's no run. Ollie Stone doing the fielding. Remains 185 for 4. Crowd have been totally absorbed by the fare on offer.
There's a gentleman away down to our right hand side just sipping a beer. There's also a young child eating a few crisps. Lunchtime snack perhaps.
Hutton bowls. It's slid down the leg side. Brett Hutton's run away celebrating. The umpire's not going to give him anything. He's not, interestingly enough, given a leg side wider. The 1 or 2 from Ollie Stone, a similar sort of line that he called as a wide. So the big question is, did it brush anything, and if so, what? Hutton thought it was bat. The umpire, if it did brush anything, in his view, was body or shirt. Either way, nicely taken by Verena. Go down as a dot nonetheless. 185 for 4. Brett Hutton once more bowls. Can you perhaps pick up the grunt on the effects microphone? Sheikh turns this one to mid-on, and it's the end of the over. An over that started with that leg side delivery, tickled away, has come to an end. 186 for 4 with 12 to go. The Leicestershire acceleration not too far away. You'd imagine Hamza Sheikh will be tasked with batting through the innings if he can bat for the next 45 minutes and himself turn a 57 not out into a 90 or a 100 not out, and at the other end the likes of Cox, Holland, Green, Scriven, Patel and Alex Green, between them can plunder another 60 or 70 runs. They'll comfortably have their 300.
Sheikh, of course, scored 93 against Kent last time out, 7 days ago, in that defeat for Alfonso Thomas's Foxes. There will be a change of bowling, by the way, for Nottinghamshire from the pavilion, and Farhan Ahmed's coming back to bowl a few overs. He's in, facing Sheikh, this one just palmed away into the leg side, won by the fielder. There'll be no run. Excuse me, Dave, I'm going to cough.
Yeah, it's Farhan's 9th over this. Liam Patterson-White's only had 6.
Ahmed is in once again. The second ball of this over, whacked down the ground, won by Ahmed. No run. I just see over there, Dave, in that far corner next to the digital scoreboard, the ice cream man. There's a long queue for ice cream. Someone is, as Ahmed is in from the pavilion end. This one sort of jolted into the offside by Sheikh. Leicestershire will get a single. Their first run of this over. Cox on strike. His second ball he'll face. Leicestershire 187 for 4. Yeah, there's a long queue for the ice cream van at the moment, which, I mean, you can't blame the spectators on. I mean, temperature's still, what, in the mid-20s or so, or approaching the mid-20s to say the very least.
Ben Cox just taking guard. Face Farhan for the first time.
Cox, Leicestershires wicketkeeper, facing Ahmed. In comes Ahmed from the pavilion end. This one is beaten away to the fielder. Leicestershire will get a single, 188 for 4. We're halfway through this over as we approach the 40th over. 11 overs left after this, in the 39th. Ahmed so far 0 for 36. This his 9th over. Ahmed in. The penultimate ball of this over. Faces Sheikh. It's just palmed down the ground straight into the hands of Ahmed. There'll be no run. 2 photographers way down to our left hand side, peering on, getting snaps of the action. I'm sure they would have taken photos of Sheikh's half century a few moments ago. Some good bowling there by Ahmed. The last ball of the over. Straight to a fielder. There is no run. Leicestershire end that over on 188 for 4. Sheikh on 59. Cox 1 from 2.
Another very impressive bowling performance from Farhan Ahmed. 9 overs, none for 36. Going to be double spin at the moment. So Liam Patterson-White's coming back. 6 overs, 1 for 13 for the slow left arm spinner. Nobody bowled out as yet.
Another email in, Dave, very quickly. This one from Margaret, who's listening in northeast Lincolnshire. We're watching your coverage. Wonder if you could shed any light as to why the final will not be played until the 20th of September. It seems a very long gap. Margaret in northeast Lincolnshire.
It does indeed. We all agree with you, Margaret. 188 for 4. So Liam Patterson-White wearing the sunglasses from the Bennett end. Slow left arm off a couple of paces, and this is just glanced either by bat or pad down the leg side. Chased after by Farhan Ahmed. He wins that chase, and it is going to be leg byes. And if it is leg byes, that's not going to improve Liam Patterson-White's mood, because he was very, very confidently appealing for LBW there. Looked to be a pretty decent shout, but off the pad. Ran away for 2 leg byes. Patterson-White in again. Quicker ball, which Ben Cox was waiting for. Steers this out onto the offside for a single, fielded by Munsey. Cox, who was man of the match actually in that Worcestershire winning T20 Blast final back in 2018. Very much part of the furniture here. Patterson-White in to bowl to Sheikh, who's 59 not out. Works this back wide of the bowler, down the ground for another run. Applauded by spectator away to our right. He was clapping away there on his own, but we all enjoy different things in our own different ways. 192 for 4. Sheikh on to 60. Very important innings as LPW bowls again to Ben Cox, and they're just manipulating the ball here to work 5 or 6 singles against Liam Patterson-White if they possibly can. 4 singles from 4 balls in this over. Beg your pardon, there was the 2 leg byes to begin it. And again, bowls. He's taken the aerial route this time, and that's gone for plenty. Down the ground, and it clears the rope. I fancy it has. Umpire Newell raises the arms. That's it down towards the hospitality marquee at the far end. And the Leicestershire cries once again reverberating around the county ground here as Leicestershire move closer to 200. This is the score actually they made at Trent Bridge, or they've got more than they made at Trent Bridge now by reaching 200. They were all out for 199 in the group stages. Notts won with 7.5 overs to spare. They're going to have to work a little harder today, Notts, if they're to chase down any sort of victory target. The Foxes 200 for 4 after 40. So I think they'd have taken this at the toss. You've got 10 overs, 60 deliveries to really maximise what you can get out of this innings. And with one set batter in Hamza Sheikh, good one alongside him in Ben Cox, and still some very fine players to come, Leicestershire will be, if not quite sitting pretty at the moment, they'll be optimistic that they can certainly have the better of the first half of this semi-final here.
Worth noting as well, Dave, when these two sides did go head-to-head at Trent Bridge, I think it was the end of July, wasn't it? So about 2-3 weeks ago now, it was Nottinghamshire who, at that stage, looked set to win the group. And it all sort of, went a bit wrong following, a few days later, a defeat against Lancashire, defeat against Kent as well for the Outlaws.
Yeah, well, from that point onwards, they didn't have Rob Lord, Ben Slater, Jack Haynes, Joe Pocklington.
Another over from the pavilion end, which will be bowled by Farhan Ahmed, brother of Rayhan. This one facing Sheikh is just whacked away into the offside. That'll go all the way for 4. And Hamza Sheikh adding to his total once again. He's already got a century in the One Day Cup so far this season. That came against Surrey when he got 104 not outs. He's guiding the Foxes to a healthy score in this Metrobank One Day Cup semi-final. He's on 71, Leicestershire 204 for 4, should I say. We're in the 41st over. Ahmed in again, second ball of this over from the pavilion end, facing Sheikh once again. It's driven down the ground towards mid-off, and that'll be won by the fielder. Leicestershire will get a single.
Yeah, Notts needed their good start to the qualifying campaign, winning their first 3. All those injuries just caught up with them a little bit.
Ahmed in once again. He's got quite an acquired run-up, hasn't he, Farhan Ahmed? This one is just clipped up in the air by Ben Cox. Leicestershire will go for 2. They will get 2. That might go for 4, though. It has. Ben Cox's first boundary of the day. And after a healthy partnership between Hamza Sheikh and Nick Kelly, Ben Cox will be hoping for a healthy partnership with Hamza Sheikh himself. Another boundary for the Foxes, and hey, Dave, you were saying a few moments ago, weren't you, that there wasn't a lot of boundaries in this match so far. Perhaps this is the occasion where Leicestershire begin to turn it on. They're 209 for 4.
Yeah, in time for improvisation. We've not seen too much of that. Just a little scoop over his left shoulder by Cox.
Ahmed in once again, facing Cox. This one is more square into the onside, where it'll be won by the fielder. Leicestershire 210 for 4 after that single. Sheikh back on strike on 72. Remember, in about 10 minutes or so, we'll be making our way on Sports Extra to Lords for live coverage of the 100. Coverage will continue on Sports Extra 2 on the BBC Sport website and app as well, as Ahmed is in. This one is driven down the ground by Sheikh. Leicestershire no run on that occasion. Remember, the 100 final you can also watch on BBC 2 and iPlayer across the afternoon and into the evening. The women's final up first gets underway in about 25 minutes time. Trent Rockets in action as Ahmed is in. This is cut forward by Sheikh. Will it go for 4? Yes, it will. Straight towards long off. And Hamza Sheikh with yet another boundary for the Foxes. He takes his total up to 76. Leicestershire will be happy with how things are going so far. Them supporters are way down to our right hand side. There's a woman with a hat on, sipping her cup of tea. Two gentlemen on that back row way down to our right hand side as well with their hats on as the sun begins to peer through. As we approach mid-afternoon in the centre of Leicester. Leicestershire 214 for 4.
Sheikh is on 76. Going to be it's going to be Brett Hutton back from the far end. So Liam Patterson-White only had a single over, his 7th.
And the next over is taken by Hutton. This one is whacked away. It was by Cox, who's on 8 not out. Leicestershire 215 for 4. Sports Extra 2 if you want to carry on listening to us this afternoon. And it will be Hutton from the Bennett end for Nottinghamshire. He'll be looking for extra wickets this afternoon. In he comes, facing Sheikh. This one's whacked forward into the leg side. That'll go all the way for 4. Another boundary for Hamza Sheikh. He's now just 20 off his century.
Yes, this has been impressive. He's paced this nicely and he's just started to accelerate at the crucial time.
You can feel it, they're starting to really go for it now, Leicestershire, and now obviously is the opportunity for them to do so. Hutton once again, this is his 7th over for Nottinghamshire, and he comes racing in from the Bennett end. Fans watching on. Facing Sheikh, it's driven forward into the leg side, won by the fielder. Leicestershire will think about a second. They will get a second. That's good running by the Foxes. Leicestershire 221 for 4, Sheikh on 82.
Wickets shared amongst 4 bowlers for Notts, 1 each for Hutton, Pennington, Stone and Patterson White today. Nothing for either of the two right arm spinners. Farhan Ahmed 10 overs, none for 50. Freddie McCann 4 overs, none for 20.
Hutton is in from the Bennett end, facing Sheikh once again. This one into the offside, driven away. Will it go for 4? No, it won't. There will be a fielder there. There'll be one comfortably by Farhan Ahmed in the offside. Leicestershire, though, do get a single, meaning that it's Cox on strike. 222 for 4. There's 2 more balls left of this over.
Double Nelson on the board for the superstitious. 2-2-2 for 4.
It's a real good atmosphere starting to build in what is a pulsating match, this semi-final. Hutton in, this one curled forward by Cox. They get a single, Leicestershire, in the end. It was sort of scooped in the end. And Sheikh back on strike. Leicestershire 223 for 4. So what's a good score, Dave, do you think, from this position now, if you're Leicestershire?
Well, Sol said anything over 260, and barring some really careless cricket from the hosts, they're comfortably going to get well over that. They should get to 300.
You'd hope so. I didn't want to tempt fate. Here comes Hutton, final ball of the over, facing Sheikh. This one knocked into the leg side. It'll be won by the man at mid-on. So Leicestershire, at the end of that over, the 42nd over, 222 for 4. It's been really difficult because if you go through the average almost in the One Day Cup, they've been quite inconsistent depending on the pitch. But yeah, if Leicestershire could get near to 300, if they could surpass 300, then they would be confident about booking their spot at Trent Bridge 5 weeks today on the 20th of September.
Notts haven't scored 300 at all in the competition so far, but I guess the simple truth is they haven't needed to. They've chased down 6 scores much lower on most occasions than 300. It's Patterson White round the wicket, bowling to Hamza Sheikh. He's opened the face, just dabbed it on a 45, and that's out of the grasp of the diving Hutton, and it's gone for 4. Maybe that should have been stopped. It was cutely played. Nice deft touch from Hamza Sheikh. It was to the left of Jack Haynes, who was well inside the ring at sort of backward point. To the left of him, and at short third, Brett Hutton dived to his right, and he couldn't get a stop on it either. Wasn't much of a gap to thread that ball through, but Sheikh found it and moves on to 88. 228 for 4. Patterson White bowls again. A little bit of turn there from the left arm spinner. Sheikh was backing away there, trying to cut it into the offside, and saw that the ball was just doing a little bit, so got back in line and defended it. Next ball again, he's cut away, lifted it into the offside, out there towards Martindale. He's going to have to put the dive in, does put the dive in. Brilliant work from Martindale, drags it back. Dylan Pennington will support his mate by getting to the ball quickly and firing it in, and then Pennington will rush over and congratulate Ben Martindale. Lovely bit of fielding there, away on the cover boundary. That's 2 saved certainly, and Pennington's actions as well prevented them coming back for a third. 90 now to Sheikh. He's gone on the slog sweep. He's mistimed that. He's only going to get a single down to Ollie Stone in front of the larger of the scoreboards here. 91 to Sheikh. 231 for 4. And we're in the 43rd over. 10 and over comfortably. We'll get it Leicestershire to 300 and slightly over. Cannot put the brakes on. They'll need to get a wicket or 2, I think, to do that. Here's a reverse, but it's been hit straight this time to Martindale in the deep, and they'll only get 1. Sheikh moves to 92, 232 for 4. Here on semi-final Sunday at Leicester. In the other match, Durham lost their way a little bit. They're 209 for 5 in the 43rd. Will Rhodes out for 80. Ben Stokes earlier made just 6. Patterson White bowls to Sheikh, I beg your pardon. This is lifted carefully down the ground to Pennington for a single. So the 43rd over is done and dusted. 233 for 4, 9 coming from that over. And still with the likes of Ian Holland and Ben Green to follow. Leicestershire in a really pretty position at the moment to, as I say, reach 300, which is always a nice psychological barrier. Put that on the board, you should be confident of being able to defend it, but in semi-final cricket you just never know what's going to happen. Notts came back from 1 for 3 in pursuit of 274 on Friday to get over the line with an over to spare.
And there'll be a change of bowling at the Bennett end. It'll be Brett Hutton who will be eyeing up the wicket of Sheikh. Apologies, it's Ollie Stone. They've changed the scoreboard in a sense, so it is Ollie Stone.
Hutton bowled the last over,
yes,
and he went over and appeared.
It looks almost like he was having a word with Ollie Stone. Here comes Stone then from the Bennett end, races in. Sheikh 8 away from his 100. This one's carved away into the onside. It'll be won by the fielder. Leicestershire think about an extra run. It will get just the single. So 234 for 4. The 44th over. You mentioned that game at Radlett. The other semi-final, which is now available on Sports Extra 3. Colin Ackerman on 39, not out. The former Leicestershire player, of course. Ben Stokes out for 6. Sol Budinger told me earlier that Alfonso Thomas will not be keeping an eye on that. He will just be solely focused on this match in the East Midlands. This East Midlands derby between Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire. Stone comes in, and this one is hammered away into the onside by Cox. Leicestershire get a single, bringing their total up to 235 for 4. Sheikh on strike, 7 away from his 100, because he got his century against Surrey a few weeks ago. The second game for Leicestershire. He's got 104 not out on that occasion. The man who's on loan from Warwickshire, but of course he will complete his move on a permanent basis to the East Midlands a little later this calendar year. Stone is in the third ball of this over. On this occasion it's sort of curled forward, and then it is won comfortably by the Nottinghamshire fielder in their all green. Leicestershire in their black and red this afternoon, a one-day cup outfits. Leicestershire get a single, 236 for 4. And I should just say, Dave, that we will be continuing our coverage of this match right now on Sports Extra 2, because if you want to continue listening to this match, then you'll have to retune. We'll just see this one final ball, shall we, which will be taken by Stone from the Bennett end, facing Cox. This one's carved away into the offside one comfortably by the fielder at cover. Yeah, because if you want to listen to this match, you're going to have to retune your radio to Sports Extra 2, BBC Sport website and app, or indeed Leicestershire County Cricket Club on YouTube, because right now on Sports Extra, we're going to make our way to Lords for live coverage of both 100 finals. That's our colleagues on BBC Sports Extra who have made their way down the M1 to the home of cricket. This final ball is whacked in the air, and that will go, well, all the way for 6. You can hear the Leicestershire fans away down to our right-hand side. They like that shot from Sheikh. What a way to bring up his 100. He turns and applauds the Foxes supporters all away from this ground. If Leicestershire are to reach the One Day Cup final on the 20th of September, and he will have played a key part in their run to this final. Hamza Sheikh, 100 for the Warwickshire loanee, and he's put Leicestershire in control of this semi-final so far. Still a long way to go, though.
Terrific innings. Just wonder if the ball has been damaged. The two umpires getting together just to, just had a little look at it, and a mighty blow over the leg side, and it crashed into the stand on the Milligan Road side of the ground, and James Treadwell makes his way out to the middle with his suitcase full of spares of varying ages and conditions. There was the announcement for the century for Hamza Sheikh. 105 balls 7 fours and 2 sixes now.
Some hits by Hamza Sheikh. He's only 20. He's got a bright future in the game. And Alfonso Thomas will be absolutely delighted with not just his performance, but Nick Kelly as well. That commanding partnership between the pair, which has almost changed Leicestershire's fortunes after a few silly early wickets. Eskenazi going for 14, Rishi Patel going for 14. Rahan Ahmed looked bright on his return from the 100, but still fell quite early. Of course, we'll wait and see what Ahmed does with the ball a little later on. Leicestershire 243 for 4. And the home supporters, some of whom are making their way towards the meet, down to our right-hand side, will be very happy with what they've seen over the last sort of 90 minutes or so, Dave.
Yeah, it's got to be controlled aggression from here on in until they get to maybe the last 2 or 3 overs. If they've still got 6 wickets in hand, then it can be an all-out assault. Can go after everything. They just say they just wouldn't want to lose a couple straight away now. There's still plenty of cricket left in this innings.
Next over, which comes from the Bennett end, it will be bowled by Stone. This one just carved away by Sheikh into the offside. One by the fielder at mid-off. They'll take a single. Leicestershire 244 for 4. Cox next on strike. He's on 13, hoping to support his partner, hoping to build his own tally as well and his own score.
Yeah, it's the end of the over. There were 11 runs from that over, bowled by Ollie Stone. The bulk of them coming from that lusty blow. Ollie Stone now through 8 overs, 1 for 47. Farhan Ahmed's bowled out. He's had 10 overs. Patterson White's had 8. Stone has now had 8. Hutton and Pennington 7 apiece. Don't think we'll see Freddie McCann again. He had 4 overs early on. It is going to be Liam Patterson White, 8 overs, 1 for 32. Again, he's done a terrific job here, just going up 4 and over. Could really do with, from the Notts perspective, as much as his own, getting another one in the end column. Here comes the slow left arm spinner, bowls and cramped for room. Hamza Sheikh has worked it out to deep mid wicket. Freddie McCann will field there, coming back for 2. McCann's throw is good over the top for Patterson White. Didn't bother taking the bails off because they were comfortably back, and the crowd applaud that purposeful running from Ben Cox, always destined to come back for a second run. 10 and over gets them to 300. Patterson White to Sheikh on 103. Gone on the slog sweep, way out on the leg side. Kindly bounce into the hands of Ollie Stone. Gets it in the air quickly and back into the gloves of Verena. 247 for 4. Notts with 2 very, very impressive backs to the wall run chasers this week at the Oval on Tuesday, at York on Friday. Down the track it comes. This is coming towards us. Won't quite reach us. It's cleared the sight screen down below us and goes for a big straight 6. It's Ben Cox joining in with the frivolities down there, and it's been retrieved from a spectator, given to James Treadwell, former Kent and England off spinner, who throws it back. He's not got the best seat in the house, it has to be said, James Treadwell, on a hot day. He's got the cap on, but he's been sat down there in a deck chair at the side of the sight screen down below us throughout. He'll have a bottle of water or 2, I'm sure. Attempted reverse, just paddled in fact round the corner, and they'll only get a single. 254 for 4, the home side. Who love nothing better than beating Nottinghamshire. This season it's been 4 out of 4 for Notts. They won home and away in the Blast. They won in the Championship here and won at Trent Bridge in this competition in the group stage. Patterson White says, "Where are you going?" as Ben Cox was well down the track. Just set off a little early. No suggestion of a mankad, but the point was made. Where are you going? And he's got his man. Sheikh is out for 104. Had a wild swish at Liam Patterson White and is comprehensively bowled. And the spinner just exacting a bit of revenge for the punishment he's taken in this over. Gets his wicket, and Hamza Sheikh out for a magnificent innings. Made 105 runs. Came to the crease at number 4, way back in the 11th over, and departs in the 45th. That's very, very well battered. Second one-day 100 for Warwickshire. Shake out for 105 from 109 balls, 7 fours, 2 sixes, and understandably getting a great ovation.
The same score that he got out for against Surrey a little earlier this summer on the 24th of July. And you can hear the applause from them Leicestershire fans away down to our right-hand side. In fact, around the whole ground. If Leicestershire are to book their spot in that one-day cup final, their first one-day cup final since 2023, and Hamza Sheikh has played a key part in that triumph. We'll have to wait and see though. So it's Ben Green who strolls out onto the pitch with Cox, who's on 20. 93 last Sunday for Hamza Sheikh, 104 today, so that is 197,
it's a lot.
I think, off the top of my head. So to do a bit of maths on the radio, Dave, which I'll say maths has never been my strong point, I'll warn you.
The man for the Sunday score. Here is the man with the best moustache in cricket, Ben Green. On strike, another right-hander, hard hitter, perfect scenario for him as Patterson-White bowls to Ben Green, and he'll, I was going to say he'll get away, he won't, because Liam Patterson-White did well to scamper to his right and gather the ball. Second wicket then for LPW, who's through 9 overs, 2 for 42, Liam Patterson-White, 254 for 5, and there are 5 potentially brutal overs remaining in the innings. Brutal in the sense that Leicestershire could really turn this 254 for 5 into a very, very impressive score indeed, because it could flip the other way, but even if they only got another 15 or 20 and carelessly lost wickets, Notts would still have a very, very stiff chase on their hand in the warm conditions that we've presently got out there.
And as Sol was saying, as we've been saying over the last few hours, this is Leicestershire side that certainly bats deep. As we prepare for these final 5 overs here at Grace Road, Leicestershire 254 for 5. Be Pennington to bowl from the Bennett end. Last wicket, of course, of Hamza Sheikh, 254. Pennington, the fair-haired bowler, is in. This one is carved away by Cox into the onside. Down towards the fielder. Leicestershire will get 1 run. 255 for 5. And Ben Green will now be back on strike. His second ball. First he'll attack, though, from Pennington, who's bowling from the Bennett end over on that far side of the ground. And the sun has started to pierce down on this Grace Road pitch yet again. Pennington preparing to march forward. In he comes, charging, facing Green, the new Leicestershire batsman. This one is hooked away into the offside. Leicestershire think about getting a double. They will. Will they get 3 even? Yes, they will. That's some good batting by Leicestershire, some good running as well. Ben Green with his first 3 runs of the afternoon. Leicestershire 258 for 5.
All right, we're going out live to Singapore. Hello to the Sheffield Outlaw, visiting family in Singapore. Dave, we've got the YouTube on and we're cheering on the Outlaws from afar. Enjoy your break, mate. See you back at Trent Bridge before, or not before too long.
Pennington in with another ball for the Outlaws, this time facing Cox, who whacks this one, driven along the ground into the onside. Won comfortably, though, by green Nottinghamshire shirts. So Leicestershire 259 for 5. Connor.O'Grady at bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch with us. That's Connor with the 1 N, by the way. And Dave, many ways but people can get in touch with you as well. We'll give them email addresses in just a few moments. First, though, Pennington in from the Bennett end, facing Ben Green on this occasion. This one is chalked up into the air. It will reach the fielder at long on.
Yes, on the email bracecricket@icloud.com or on X at bracecricket.
You start feeling the temperature rising at Grace Road, perhaps metaphorically from a Nottinghamshire perspective.
What are we?
But also literally as well. There's a few jeers in the crowd there. I'm not quite sure what they were for. Anyway, Pennington will continue from the Bennett end, facing Cox. This one is hammered along the ground. Will that be out? Yes, it will. So Ben Cox, just 16 balls into his innings, is out. Leicestershire lose another wicket. And that is a blow for Alfonso Thomas's side when they would want to start turning it on, when perhaps they'd want to start piling on the runs to surpass 300 and really put themselves in a commanding position. But it's Cox who goes a comfortable catch in the end at mid-wicket.
Yeah, nicely judged by Freddie McCann out on that boundary.
Cox goes for 22 off 17 off the bowling of Pennington. It was McCann who got the catch, as Dave says.
260 for 6. Won't necessarily say Notts have thought they were back into it with those quick wickets, but it's just a little bit disruptive to get rid of Sheikh going along so nicely. And then Cox had already started to play some big shots, including that straight 6 down towards us. Just means it's back again with another fresh face starting. Ben Green's not been there long. He's 4 from 3. Ian Holland, the American international, born in Wisconsin, makes his way out to the middle. Former Hampshire player is going to be on strike, and we've got one ball left in the 46th.
Was playing for Washington in a T20 tournament a little earlier this summer, Ian Holland. Took 77 against Somerset at the start of August. And that wicket of Hamza Sheikh has really made a difference for Notts as Pennington comes in once again, facing Holland faces him. This is palmed away. Leicestershire will get a single to bring their total up to 261 for 6 at the end of that over. Now we've 4 overs left of this innings, and the momentum perhaps starting to switch back in Nottinghamshire's favour, but Leicestershire with a handsome total already.
Yeah, they've got a score on the board whatever happens now. As I was saying, Pennington with his second wicket there, 8 overs, 2 for 54. There are obviously 2 overs left at each end. Interesting to see how Hamid just juggles that around. He's got 1 available for Liam Patterson-White, so he's going to bowl this one. Stone's still got a couple, Brett Upton's got 3, so he can juggle those 2 and Dylan Pennington however he wishes after this over from Liam Patterson-White. 261 for 6. Ben Green on strike, goes across his stumps and then just paddles it round the corner. Got just the merest of touches on it, gets 2 runs that he properly, get the word out, gone at it with conviction. He'd have got enough force on it to get it away for a boundary. There was no fielders down there. 2 runs nonetheless, 263 for 6. Ian Holland on strike. And a reverse for him. That's nicely fielded by McCann. He'll get a single. McCann had to slide away. In fact, Jack Haynes down on the ground had to throw himself to his left, and whilst he was down on the ground, he stole a single. 264 for 6. 22 balls left in the innings. Here comes Green, forcing it into the offside for a single. Farhan Ahmed back on the 30-yard discs now. Notts have got 3 in the ring on the offside. They're all on the discs now. There's no fielder in close, just stopping the drop and run. Notts would like them to drop and run. They've dropped it on the leg side. In comes Munsey. They're going to come back for 2. That was nicely judged. Again, a sense that Notts would prefer Leicestershire to be looking for the drop and run or dropping it into spaces and trying to get 2 rather than going for the big hits. Not going to get too many more than 300 without the help of boundaries. Patterson-White to bowl to Holland, and he has got this one away on the leg side, and Ollie Stone's out there, and that's a good bit of work from Stone. They will get 2 more. Stone has got to the ball and he's got back to his feet. I was just wondering, in fact it's Dylan Pennington beg your pardon, is a long, long way away from us. Good work in the deep, over by that far scoreboard. Yeah, fielder closest actually to me, and even though he's still 70 yards away downstairs, down below us is Ollie Stone. Should have seen him there. Patterson White bowls, and again it's turned into the gap on the leg side, and Freddie McCann this time will be asked to do the fielding, and they get 2. So they're expanding a lot of energy here, trying to play some big shots and having to run hard, not stopping them getting boundaries. It is the end of Liam Patterson White's 10. Notts have certainly welcomed him back into the side. They've really needed him today with Lyndon James picking that up injury up at York. Patterson White 10 overs, 2 for 52, and that's a pretty good performance. 271 for 6, and we've got 3 to go.
A few Leicestershire supporters already making their way towards the refreshments area of the ground. The meet away to our right hand side. There's a few refreshment vans as well over on the far side, the Bennett end. That'll be where Pennington bowls. And the 48th over here, 3 overs to go. Holland on 10 for the Foxes, Ben Green on 5 off 4. And forgive me, it's Ollie Stone who is going to enter the bowling attack once again for Nottinghamshire.
There's been no consistency in terms of bowlers getting 2 in a row.
Here we go then, Stone then with his first ball of this next spell. He's facing Ben Green, in he comes, that one's left by Green because it's a wide, another extra. You can hear the jeers from a few of the Leicestershire fans down away to the bottom right hand corner of the ground.
Yeah, jeers and cheers. Cheers for the bowler and cheers for the fact that it's a run. It's signalled by the umpire. It's another ball to be bowled in this over.
We're live at Uptonsteel, Grace Road. This Metro Bank One Day Cup semi-final, an East Midlands rivalry between Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire. Stone is in. This one's carved away by Ben Green. That's a fantastic shot. That'll go all the way for 4. Just what Leicestershire needed. 4 more runs on the board. And Ollie Stone perhaps will be kicking himself even more after bowling that wide.
Yeah, I think he'll be more disappointed with that delivery actually rather than the wide. That one was short enough and wide enough just to be cut away to deep backward point for 4. Can he find the block hole?
Holland on 10, Ben Green on 9 from 5 balls. Stone races in from the Bennett end. In he comes, bowls. This one's once again whacked away, but it was a swing and a miss by Ben Green. Tried to connect with it. He had a boundary in his sights, but he was unable to get a good connection with it, and it went all the way through to the Notts wicketkeeper.
16 balls left in the innings, 24 required for 300.
Which, if they get to that stage, Leicestershire, Alfonso Thomas will be absolutely delighted at the interval. Stone in with the 3rd ball of this over. This one takes a bit of a knock into the offside. Stone comes over and fields himself. Leicestershire get a single, meaning it'll be Holland on strike. 277 for 6.
You know, I think Notts won't be too perturbed by chasing around about 300. There was a time, certainly with 13, 14 overs to go, where I just wondered if they might get 310 or 320. But and they still might, of course. 2 or 3 out the middle. These closing 15 deliveries. But I think 300, we've got a good game of cricket. They'll both fancy the chances.
Ian Holland on strike, facing Stone, who comes racing in. This one's very deep by Stone. It's whacked forward, straight towards a green Nottinghamshire fielder. Leicestershire will get a single though. 278 for 6. Ben Green, of course, getting a half century against Kent. Only 7 days ago. That was the last time Leicestershire were in action. They've had a week to prepare for this semi-final. I guess they didn't really know that they had a week to prepare until Tuesday, when they were looking and working out the conundrums, as we all were, Dave, on net run rate. Of course, 3 sides finishing on 20 points in the group stage in Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire's group. This one by Stone is deep once again. It's whacked by Green. Leicestershire will think about a double. They only get 1 in the end. Yeah, it was a stage probably about 5 o'clock on Tuesday where I think everybody was getting their calculators out. It was a bit of a headache, to say the very least.
No, I think Leicestershire's looking from afar where we were. I think sort of felt that Leicestershire and Middlesex, whatever the outcomes on Tuesday, had healthy enough run rates to top Group A and B respectively.
Stone in, this time
Out.
against Holland, and this is flown into the air. Will this be caught? Yes, no, it's been dropped. My goodness, Dave, I don't quite understand how that has been dropped. That is a calamity, to say the very least, for Nottinghamshire.
Well, Patterson White had to come a long, long way. Ollie Stone was going for it as well. There was a moment where he just wondered who was doing the calling. Were they both going for it without calling? Did they let each other know they were there? Ollie Stone, just looking at the replay, just putting the brakes on. Patterson White had to come a long, long way to get there. Having got there, he'll be disappointed he didn't hang on, but it was one of those. He couldn't really have. If that was the shot he was going to play, the outcome was as favourable for Leicestershire as it could have been, because it sort of bisected the bowler and the fielder. 2 to go, 10 and over from the last 2 will get Leicestershire to exactly 300, 280 for 6 after 48. And Dylan Pennington will bowl the 49th. Ollie Stone, 9 overs, 1 for 46. His figures. So it may well be Pennington and Stone to finish. 280 for 6. Ian Holland on strike. Ben Green at the non-striker's end. Holland has 12. In comes Pennington. Bowls and hit back towards him, and Pennington has stopped the ball with his instep, and the umpire immediately was asking for the physio to come on. Dylan Pennington's got up, stopped it with his boot. The umpires immediately asked for the Jess, the Notts physio is down there on the boundary edge. I'm all for umpires being proactive and getting attention to injured players, but Dylan Pennington instantly said, I'm okay. Just stopped it with my boot. Can be painful if you get them on the instep and no sort of the protected part of the foot, but it's a decent stop. He saved runs. 281 for 6. Next ball is down the ground, straight to McCann. He doesn't drop them. And if anyone can, Freddie McCann. Comfortable catch on the long on fence. And Ben Green goes, and Dylan Pennington getting the wicket. I just wonder if actually Dylan Pennington might have a bit of a nosebleed, and that's not from what happened stopping the ball. Might be the one a little earlier on when he needed a bit of treatment, when he dived forward. He's just a couple of times just put his shirt up over his mouth and just sort of dabbed his nose area. Now he's doing a little bit of a hobble, just showing where the ball hit him. But that's another wicket. Ben Green goes. Good catch by McCann. He's as safe as they come in the deep. Off Pennington for 11. And at 281 for 7. Leicestershire still need a few runs, or they'll be a little happier if they can get at least 19 more to get to 300. Here comes Tom Scriven, who the last match as a bit of a punt was sent up the order to bat at 3. Championship match earlier in the season, he was disappointed to be left out, and then after the first day found himself playing as he came in as a concussion sub for the or an injury replacement rather than a concussion sub, an injury replacement for Josh Davey. 281 for 7 with 10 to go. What have you got at Radlett?
Well, Durham, perhaps. I mean, it's this sounds like quite a competitive match. I have to say, 100 miles down the M1. They're 249 for 7, Durham are. Ackerman's still at the crease, 69 not out. This match now available. Sports Extra 3, of course.
And out. Similar number of overs, 47,
yeah,
48?
48.2. So actually, we're on 48.2 as well. So they're asymmetrical.
So Scriven is the new man. Dylan Pennington picking up his 3rd wicket of the day in his final over. Well, it is his final over because he won't be able to bowl another one. This is the penultimate over. This is his 9th. Scriven, right-hander again. Down the leg side, paddled away. Farn will get there and keep them to 1. There was some bat involved, not much of it. won't have damaged Tom Scriven's bat. There was more pad than bat, but gets the run. 282 for 7. I guess that's the ideal outcome for the Foxers, because Ian Holland is back on strike, back to face the music. Seabermead just bringing himself up from deep extra cover back into the ring. He's bringing Ollie Stone up as well. So the 4 that you have to have in the ring are all on the offside. The leg side then obviously set deep. Holland tries to give himself a bit of room and slams it down the ground for 4. Good improvisation from Ian Holland. Notts didn't quite get that one right in any aspect. And Dylan Pennington says to Farhan Ahmed, you come up into the ring from long leg, and it means he can push somebody down the ground here, and it'll be Ollie Stone just to stop him doing that again. But that was really good from Holland. Sharp improvisation and a very well executed shot. 286 for 7. 2 balls left in the penultimate over. Pennington bowls, and I was a little worried from the Notts perspective that was just going to spear on down the leg side for a wide, but the batter elected to play it instead and gets a single. 287 for 7.
Leicestershire going at 5.9 and over.
It's going to be exactly 300, isn't it?
I think it'll be very near to 300 to say the least.
It's going to be 299 again.
And Notts will need 300 to win.
Yeah.
Well, at least it makes it easier to count.
It certainly does. Pennington looking for another 4 for ball. Oh, there's runs. That was really good from Scriven. He's got a boundary. Foxes might get more now. Last ball of Pennington's allocation. Looking for a 4th wicket for the 3rd time this week, but instead he's hit away for 4 with a slower ball. Scriven moving across his crease, realised that the fielder Farhan Ahmed was up inside the ring at fine leg and just deflected it away. Nowhere near Verena, nowhere near Farhan. 291 for 7. Scriven has 5, Holland has 18. 6 balls left. And it is going to be Ollie Stone, who's trudged his way from long off at this end down to the far end to bowl the final over of the innings.
And regardless of what happens, this will be a handsome score for Leicestershire, as we've been talking about for, well, a good few hours now, since Sol was in the box about 2 hours ago. Leicestershire would love to get close to 300. They're just 9 runs away with the final over, which will be bowled by Ollie Stone at the Bennett end. First ball, he'll be facing Ian Holland. 18 off 11 for Holland. Gentle breeze here at Uptonsteel Grace Road on One Day Cup semi-final day. We're in the final over of Leicestershire's innings. Here comes Stone, charges in. This one's beaten down the ground, drilled towards the fielder. And Leicestershire will get just the one. They'll get the single, which will take them up to 292. Scriven on strike.
Happy birthday, Howard. Happy 50th birthday, Howard, who I think is a Sheffield Wednesday fan. Says, hi Dave, absolute joy to listen to the commentary and all the anecdotes. Make my day if you could wish me a very happy 50th birthday on air. Thank you so much, Howard, Forest Hill in London. Happy birthday, Howard. Thank you for sharing it with us. Stone
races in. This one is carved away into the onside. It will be won by the fielder. Leicestershire will get a single. Sheffield Wednesday played Leyton Orient yesterday, Dave, in League One. But they won in the end, didn't they? Of course, both Leicester City, Notts County and Mansfield Town all in that division. Leicester City next in action next Saturday when they take on Burton Albion.
Paraphrasing here, Catcham says he heard my co-commentator, that's you.
In comes Stone. This one is flicked in the air. It'll go over the wicketkeeper. Will it reach the fielder? It's dropped in the end. It might go for 4. No, it doesn't. It's good fielding in the end by the substitute for Nottinghamshire. Leicestershire, nonetheless, though, get a couple there and edge closer to 300. They're 295 for 7.
Yeah, Catcham says, heard my co-commentator mentioning that it's Alfonso Thomas's Leicester. Had a look up and saw that Paul Franks is looking after Nottinghamshire. Is that correct? Yes. Just paraphrasing you there, Catcham. he is. Peter Moore's away with the Trent Rockets. Paul Frank's in charge of Notts.
Stone in this one, driven up the ground by Holland. That's a beautiful strike. And that will go all the way for 4. And Leicestershire now on 299. You can hear the applause from the Leicestershire fans. And in this final over, things are going to plan.
Yeah, Alan Wilson. Dave, did Liam drop a catch off his own bowl? It was a very, very difficult one, drilled back at him by Nick Kelly when he was at the crease. Low down, got his hands to it, couldn't hang on, Alan.
Here we go then, the penultimate ball of the Leicestershire innings. It will be bowled by Stone from the Bennett end. He comes charging in. Holland hits at it, he misses, and there'll be no run.
299 for 7. We said 300, didn't we?
It's going to be 300 to win, unless Holland can get something from this ball. But yeah, we were very close, to say the very least. The Foxes will be delighted with this. But psychologically, it'd be nice to get to 300.
I'm going to say they won't be delighted with it if Notts chase it down.
Well, they'll be delighted in the interval, to say the least. Ask them at 6:30, it might be different emotions. In comes Stone then, the final ball of this innings. It's cut away, that'll go all the way for 4. Leicestershire do reach their 300. 303 they end on. Ian Holland with the boundary to end it. And after a shaky start for the Foxes, a convincing partnership between Hamza Sheikh and Nick Kelly built the momentum for the home side. And Notts will need 304 to win.
They will indeed. 303 for 7. Hamza Sheikh, the star of the innings for the bat with the Foxes. 104 from 109 balls hit. 7 4s and 2 6s. Leicestershire with some solid contributions from there on in. Nick Kelly made 53. Ben Cox 22 from 17. Ben Green 11 from 9. It's always important to score at quicker than a runner ball. Ian Holland certainly did that. 29 not out from 16. Even Tom Scriven 6 from 3 in those last 20 overs. Leicestershire scoring over 130 runs. 303 for 7 for the bowlers. Dylan Pennington 3 for 65. 2 for 52 for Liam Patterson-White. Wickets for Brett Hutton and Ollie Stone as well. 304 for 7 will be the Notts Outlaws target when we come back in around about half an hour's time.
And we will see then, but just to confirm the Leicestershire scorecard very quickly. Hamza Sheikh on 104. Kelly got a half century too on 53. And Alfonso Thomas, as he goes and has a bite to eat, will be very happy. So a half an hour interval here. We'll be back with you inside the next 25-30 minutes on Sports Extra 2, the BBC Sport website and app, and also on YouTube.
Sorry, currently not to be a fourth lane, little bit.
You lead on.
Let's sit down and our captain Stephen Estonaldi.
Oh, welcome back to Uptonsteel Grace Road for this Metro Bank one-day semi-final between Leicestershire Foxes and Nottinghamshire Outlaws. The Foxes find themselves in a healthy position after hitting 303 in their innings today. At the halfway stage, you're listening to live coverage on the BBC Sport website and app on Sports Extra 2 on Leicestershire's YouTube channel as well, with me, Conor O'Grady, and Dave Bracegirdle of BBC Radio Nottingham. And after a half an hour break, Dave, we're about to get underway with Martindale and McCann leading the way for Nottinghamshire. They will open the batting for the Outlaws, who have travelled down the A46 to make their way to Grace Road on what is a glorious afternoon in the East Midlands. Bit of cloud to start off with today, and it's considerably cooler than the past few days, that's for sure. So it is comfortable conditions for spectators and comfortable conditions for them Foxes fielders who are out there now. And it will be Ben Green to open the bowling for the Foxes from the pavilion ends.
Yeah, Ben Martindale scored 50 when the sides met at Trent Bridge. Freddie McCann 26, both having decent competitions, but both fell early on Friday at York.
Green versus Martindale for the first ball then. He races in. A few people thought that took an edge from Martindale there. It went straight through to the slips and the keeper. There'll be no run. Martindale, of course, a Notts Academy product. Ben Green, after impressing towards the latter stages of that innings for the Foxes, they'll be hoping to make an impact with the ball.
Yes, hope they like bowling to left-handers, because the first three in the order all lefties. And Seba Mead, Carl Verena and Jack Haynes, the right-handers in the engine room, 4, 5 and 6.
There you go then. Green in, it's carved away. That'll go towards 4 as it's hit on the offside. And that is the first boundary of the Nottinghamshire innings, hit by Martindale.
Yeah, just looking at the Leicestershire bowling options for right-arm seamers: Ben Green, Ian Holland, Alex Green, Tom Scriven. Hang on, Alex Green. Is he a lefty?
Alex Green is a righty. Right-handed. In comes Green then for the third ball of this innings. This one carved away into the offside once again. Will that go for 4? Yes, it will. And so far, for Ben Martindale, this has been a dream start. 2 4s in this first over.
And of course the two spin options, Ajaz Patel, the New Zealand international, and Rian Ahmed.
Rian Ahmed, is he just breaking through, Dave? Can't say, you know. That's a joke. That's my poor sense of humour. Of course, Rahan Ahmed back involved after the 100.
Won't have played too many games in this format for Leicestershire, will he?
No, not at all. Let's just see this ball though. Green in. This one is hooked in to the onside. It'll be won by the fielder. 8 for 0 at the start of this. Start of this innings. No, he's more used to playing in the shorter form and the shorter format for Leicestershire. He's been away for the past 4 weeks or so with the Birmingham Phoenix. The 100 campaign ended last Friday. Green in, the penultimate ball of this first over. Not 8 for 0. Martindale on strike. In comes Green. This one charged down the ground. It's good fielding in the end. It was Ian Holland out there towards mid-on.
Thanks to Simon Trafford, the Notts photographer who's out on the ground, who let me know during the interval that Dylan Pennington, when he was down here, needed a bit of treatment. The ball actually struck him on the jaw as he dived to the ground.
Hurt, wouldn't it? Last ball of this over then for Green. In he comes. Martindale on strike. Played down the ground. There'll be no run. Nottinghamshire will end on 8-0 at the end of this first over. They're chasing for 304 to win.
Yeah, so hopefully it's nothing more than a bit of a pain that will be gone in 48 hours.
It's an impact injury, isn't it?
Yeah. Good start then for Ben Martindale. Bit of width offered and gleefully accepted. Got off to a decent start. So Ian Holland, the American international, to bowl the second over from the Bennett end. Looks again as if he's going to begin with a round the wicket line of attack to Freddie McCann. Something wrong with the stumps at this end. James Middlebrook has come across and taken the bails off and just realigned them and put the bails back on.
And then Bales broke for the first wicket. That seems like an absolute age ago now. Leicestershire didn't seem in an all but handsome position at that stage, and things changed.
So Notts will require their largest score of the competition so far. Remember, this is match 10 for Notts, match 9 for Leicestershire. They got the bye through to this stage. Here's Holland then, Freddie McCann's first ball. And, that's a bit of a loose swish outside the off stump from Freddie. Not too much by the way of foot movement there. Kept a whisker low as well. Looking to make an impact early on and make the most of this power play, but just want to get the feet moving towards the pitch of the ball. Packed offside field, 4 inside the ring. Fielder in square of the wicket, very close in. 3 on the discs on the offside, and Freddie drives it to that fielder, and it is Rishi Patel. Makes a very good stop. That's 4 runs saved. Had he been in a similar square position in the last over, he might have saved 1 if not both of those Martindale boundaries. A lesson learned perhaps. Lovely to hear from so many people throughout the course of the day. Appreciate there'll be a few fingernails bitten from Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire supporters over the next 3 hours. There's a little bit of bounce outside the off stump. Forces McCann to leave it alone, and it goes through to Ben Cox, whose shirt is untucked almost down to his knees. He wears 7. Ejaz Patel alongside him. Holland again. In once more, and that's loose again from Freddie McCann, looking to square cut it. Gets nothing on it. Fine margins here, a little thin nick on the ball, and Freddie McCann's on his way back for naught, and Notts, like they were at York on Friday, in some early trouble. Get it out the meat of the bat, and you can just boost your own and your team's morale with a crashing boundary. But as I said, that offside is packed. Bowling to a bit of a trap here, and again he's had a little fiddle towards it, Freddie McCann. There's no harm here, no harm whatsoever in Ian Holland beginning with a maiden outside that off stump. He's trying to tempt the young left-hander here into going at one that he shouldn't and nicking it behind. McCann possibly might be better advised just to let it come on a fraction, open the face and run it down to third. And there, he's got it through the offside. Don't listen to me, Freddie. Cut it away. Past Patel for 4. There was certainly something likely to happen one way or another, and from the final ball of the over, McCann gets it away. So not stealing in boundaries. 2 from the first over, 1 from that. Means they are 12 without loss after 3 overs in pursuit of a victory target of 304. Winner takes all. Loser goes home, effectively. It's the semi-final of the Metrobank One-Day Cup, and Middlesex or Durham will play the winner of this one in 5 weeks' time on a Sunday in late September.
Seems a long way away, doesn't it? The County Championship taking over the schedule over the next few weeks as Green is in for the start of this third over. Defended by Martindale, there'll be no run.
Yeah, that first block of county championship games, of course, all the sides got a week's bye somewhere along the lines, either the third, the fourth, or the fifth week. It was all rejigged about, but it's fairly brutal towards the back end of the season. Looks tough for them all. 6 weeks of consecutive county championship cricket.
Leicestershire next in action against Glamorgan in the county championship. Green bowls, this one carved away into the offside. It beats the first fielder. This will go away. Notts will think about getting a few runs on the board. Here there is a run out appeal, and the umpire is considering his thoughts.
I think he's considered. He's not going to give it now.
No, I don't think he is.
That all came because of a misfield from Hamza Sheikh. Should have stopped it. Square of the wicket on the offside. Was a comfortable stop, but he went down in instalments, perhaps just thinking about his century earlier in the day. And then I think it was Scriven who came round, backed his mate up, a good throw in, and after the misfield, they decided to take on the arm of the fielder, and Martindale is quick. In the opinion of the umpire, maybe not some of the Leicestershire fielders, but in the opinion of the umpire, got back.
Cox very animated, as you would suspect. But yeah, I think from all the replays, the umpires have made the right decision. Here we go then. Green with the next ball facing Martindale. A few clouds start to build here at Uptonsteel Grace Road. Charges in. Swing and a miss. 14 for Notts. Better start though for Notts than it was on Friday.
Yeah, Ben Martindale, 293 runs in this season's competition, averaging in the mid-30s. 1 century down at Beckenham against Kent.
And hearing the opening of a kind of pop away to our right-hand side. It's a day where you want to stay hydrated. It is still a bit cooler than it's been over recent days. Green in for this next ball. This is carved away, and once again it's poor fielding away by Hamza.
That one's Rishi Patel.
It's Rishi Patel out there, isn't it? It's poor fielding. Notts very nearly took advantage.
Hamza Sheikh's having a word. Perhaps perhaps he's just saying, I know how you feel, mate. Mentioned earlier, right at the top of the day, I had a little bit of a walk around the outfield. It's very harsh and bobbly. Of course, it's been very dry weather, but there's lots of patches where it's fairly bumpy.
The ultimate ball of this third over. Green is in. Martindale chips it into the leg side. It'll go out to the man at third man, who will deal with it comfortably. Notts get a single. 16 for Notts. Martindale on 11. McCann on 5 off 7. Only 304 to win. Monsidiou
in next. He's been batting at 3 in the matches he's played in this competition. Opened the batting, of course, in the blast, and got 75 not out here in the Notts win in that competition earlier.
Green in with the final ball of this over. Charged down the ground one convincingly by Green. There'll be no run. 16 for Notts.
So thus far okay for Notts, but as I said, fine margins when you're just having a little fiddle outside the off stump against the new ball, against accurate bowlers, just desperate for you, just have a little play at one and feather it through to the keeper. 16 without loss represents nothing more than okay so far. Just the one slip at this end to Ian Holland's bowling. Ajaz Patel's in there, very close to Ben Cox. Holland, usually fairly accurate, bowls to McCann, pushed it in the offside, and he set off 2 paces. It's always a little tricky for the non-striker then, because instinct would tell you that was going straight to a fielder, but you go by what your mate at the other end is doing, and Freddie McCann certainly went 2 paces before putting the brakes on. Will he continue on that line just outside off stump? He will, and McCann has got the bottom of his bat down to wideish third, where Nick Kelly's doing the fielding. One more to McCann, takes him to 6, not 17 without loss. So without taking it down, breaking it down to tenths and hundreds and thousands and whatever. Notts roughly need a run a ball, don't they? 304 from 300 deliveries. So it's not the most demanding, provided they just tick along nicely through the first half of the innings and don't lose probably say more than 3 before the halfway stage down the leg side. That'll help the visitors. Leg side wide. Notts were equally profligate early on with some extra deliveries. There were 19 extras in all, made up of 6 leg byes, 4 byes, 9 wides. Here comes Ian Holland once more, lumbering gait as he delivers it. Turn to leg. There's no run. Scriven doing the fielding and goes back to seemingly continue a conversation with umpire James Middlebrook at square leg. Former spin bowler James Middlebrook, one of the senior umpires on the circuit now. Very popular with the players. Most of them are, to be fair, as Holland nearly fell over there, and I think that helped him a little bit. His sort of forward momentum seemed to me as if he was going to fall to the ground, like we've seen Mark Wood do and 1 or 2 others. But the fact that he was falling forward very low to the ground meant that he was able just to drop on that ball as Martindale drilled it back towards him. Had he been coming down from a slightly straighter and taller height, might have got underneath him and away for runs down the ground. Martindale on 11. Bat raised. They'll tuck this to mid-wicket for a couple. Might just have got a little more on that than I initially thought, and it's run away quickly there over that bare patch towards the big scoreboard over in that far corner. There, the floodlight pylon, and a boundary for Ben Martindale. It was nothing more than a little tuck into space there, but it was sweetly timed and a welcome boundary for the Notts opening bat, Ben Martindale. His 3rd boundary out of 15, and Ian Holland says, I've had enough of that line of attack, I'm going to go over the wicket for the final ball of the over. Readjusts, bowls clipped away by Martindale down to the man with a moustache, Benny Green, that long leg, and they take a single, so Martindale will keep strike. Turned out okay again, as they say, for Notts. That over 7 from it, 6 from the bat of Ben Martindale, and the wide, in fact 1 from Freddie McCann, I beg your pardon, and 5 from Martindale, and the wide as well. 23 without loss after 4. At the same stage, Leicestershire were 19 without loss, but then they lost a wicket in the next over to go to 24 for 1.
Of course, Leicestershire lost some sloppy wickets to start off with. Eskenazi and Rishi Patel, their 2 openers, for a partnership between Hamza Sheikh and Nick Kelly, put the Foxes in a commanding position. Green then from the pavilion end for the Foxes. His 3rd over, in he comes, and that's charged away into the leg side. Fielder will try to get there, will not get there, it'll be a 4. Another boundary for Ben Martindale, and extends Nottinghamshire's total.
Bob the Coventry Pie, so you can tell who he follows. Man of few words, he's just sent a picture with the caption, tricky, 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 with regards to the run chase. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Well,
Green in again for the 2nd ball of this over. This one's carved forward, straight down the line. Fielder will try to get there. Will that go for a 4? Yes, it will. So Ben Martindale starts this over with 2 consecutive 4s. It's going well on 24.
Len Worrell gets in touch. Hi, hope you're well. Intended to be at Grace Road today, but circumstances prevented it. Now having to watch on the laptop. Notts have a huge task to score 304. I've every confidence they can do it. Glued to the screen for the rest of the day. Lovely to have you with us, Len. Steve Battlemuch going to be tougher than I hoped for after getting them 3 down early on. But we like a tough chase, don't we?
Yeah, this game far from over. Nottinghamshire 31 for 0. Martindale on strike on 24. Green in from the pavilion end. This one's hit away into the leg side towards fine leg, and that'll go for a 4 as well. Well, the word discipline comes to mind, Dave. And Nottinghamshire just going about their business very calmly. And so far, so good from a Notts perspective. Granted, we're not even 5 overs into their chase so far, but 35 for naught.
Yeah, they'll, as you say, they'll want to go about their own business. They'll want to get runs on the, it's easier said than done. We all know the game plan. Get as many runs as you can whilst losing as few wickets as you can. But they know that Leicestershire will want to go 5 overs Green, 5 overs Holland, power play, and then resort to spin. They'll want to break that chain.
Green in. This one's deep. Once again, though, Martindale carves it away towards mid-wicket. Fielder will get there. Not to think about getting an additional run. They decide against it in the end. So it'll be 37. Just the 2 runs on that occasion, when perhaps McCann and Martindale considering a third.
Yeah. When I say go to spin, obviously they'll look to use Alex Green and Tom Scriven first, but it'll be those overs of Ajaz Patel and Rian Ahmed that could well be a defining factor in the afternoon.
Penultimate ball of this over. Green in. This one hooked in to the offside. Won by the fielder there. And there'll be no run.
Got a good start here, Ben Martindale. 30 from 20, and most of his runs have come out the middle of the bat. Freddie, a scratchy 6 from 9 so far. He's played and missed half a dozen times. It doesn't matter if you, at the end of the day, have a score by your name. It is part of the perennial perils of opening the batting.
Notts going at 7.7 and over. Final ball of this over is bowled by Green. It's hooked away into the offside towards point, where it's won by the fielder. Nottinghamshire get a single, 38 for naught. McCann on strike. We've had 5 overs, and the sun's just poked its head out once again, Dave.
Yeah, 15 from that over, so that's already a quandrum, a query, I guess, forming for Eskenazi. Ben Green, 3 overs for 27. Now, do you back your bowler to turn those figures around? Do you have a little chat and say, do you want your field adjusting? Should we change the line? Should we change the approach? Do you bring him out of the attack? Do you back the original plan and keep going? But Green going at 9 and over from his first 3. Holland 2 overs, none for 11. In the bright sunshine here, lovely afternoon now. Bowls to Martindale, a little drop, and there's a very sharp single there, and I wondered if Ian Holland was going to pick it up and try and shy at this end, the one that Freddie McCann was running to, but instead he tried to sort of flick it back behind him and execute what would have been a miracle run out, and they, by the very use of the word miracle, very seldom are you able to do that. Had he been left-handed running onto it on that side, then it might have been a different picture. But single taken, 39 without loss. 2 lefties on strike, enjoying it at the moment, and this is turned to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Leicestershire in the black and red. They just having a look around in the interval, any number of different coloured Leicestershire shirts from over the years, and you can probably say the same in terms of different shirts for Notts followers, but generally they're either green, gold, or green and gold. Both the Blast shirts and the One Day shirts have followed a strict, only those 2 colour pattern. This is off a thickish outside edge by Freddie McCann. There's a fielder down here somewhere in Kelly. The left-handed throw in from the Kiwi over the top of the stumps, and one more to the tally. 40 without loss. Good from the Notts perspective that they've not found themselves as they did at York, with people frantically putting pads on in great haste, having been 1 for 3 early on. Next ball turned away by Martindale. Don't want to say he's looking good, but
Famous last words.
yeah,
Dave.
exactly. So I won't say it, but dear listener, you can assess for yourself how well he's gone. Freddie McCann back on strike on 7. Leicestershire Foxes, Notts Outlaws. Leicestershire, of course, the the pioneers of T20 cricket, really. The first side to win it 3 times, as is hit by Martindale back to the bowler. Hampshire, Somerset and now Northants have also won it 3 times. Notts have won the 20 over competition twice, 2017 and 2020. But in this, the longer form of the game, Notts have only won 4 titles over the years, and they were spread apart: 85, 80, beg your pardon, 87, 89, and then 2013 and 2017, the most recent. 41 with Outlaws, and this would have gone down the leg side, and then Martindale calls McCann through, and that's the sharpest of sharp singles for a leg by. One thing Notts did have, and they may or may not be the only team that's done it, but they were the first to win 5 short form trophies in competitions of different length. They won the NatWest a 60 over competition. They won the Benson Hedges a 55 over competition. They won the Yorkshire Bank 40, which was a 40 over competition. The last they won was the Royal London, which was 50 overs, and then they won their first Blast, which was 20 overs. So first 5 white ball titles were all of a different length.
Ben Green from the pavilion end. McCann facing him. That one hooked away, won comfortably by Ahmed. There'll be no run. As for Leicestershire, well, you mentioned their record in the T20 Blast, or the 2020 Cup, as it was when Leicestershire won their 3 trophies in 2004, 2006, of course, famously. And in 2011,
it's a no ball. It was a no ball.
It was a no ball.
No, not this one. Back in 2006.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Jim Allenby to Will Smith back then. Again, before your turn.
Here we go then. Green is in facing McCann. Would have hooked, or attempted to hook by McCann, to no avail.
Do you know the outcome of that 2006?
Yeah, I remember watching it, actually.
Yeah.
It was one of my first...
I think Notts needed something like 10 to win, 9 or 10 to win with only 1 ball.
I remember I was on holiday watching it back then.
And Jim Allenby, this was in the day before they sort of had TV replays to adjudicate whether a ball was over waist height or not. He bowled a ball of fullish length, shall we say. It was high enough for us still to mention it 20 years later.
Ben Green is in.
Ooh.
McCann hits this one, floats in the air, it goes away for 6. And Freddie McCann, after a consistent start, but perhaps a slowish start, finds himself a 6.
Yeah, that one was out the middle, wasn't it?
Yeah, not a bad shot. Obviously, Leicestershire haven't won a 2020 since 2011, which is, 15 years ago now. The only other piece of silverware since then has come in this competition 3 years ago.
Yeah, the likes of James Taylor and Harry Gurney were still with the club then.
Yeah, as Green is in, facing McCann. It's carved in to the offside, won comfortably by a fielder. There'll be no runners. Notts approach their 50. 48 for naught. 2 balls left of this over.
Just to flip back 20 years, just to finish the story, and so that ball, which was deemed to be the final ball of the final, Will Smith hit it for 6, and then there was a little bit of a, I can't believe it's not been called as an above waist high full toss, and had it been called a no ball and another ball, then of course Notts would have had the chance. They needed that extra delivery, and who knows what the outcome would have been. But anyway, back in those days you didn't have replays, you couldn't appeal these things, and it was deemed to be okay.
Penultimate ball of this over by Green. It's carved in to the offside by McCann, who's on 13. No run, 48 for naught.
It was Stephen Fleming's Notts in those days, so I wonder what happened to him.
England, of course, get their Test series underway on Wednesday.
He's not going to be there, is he?
No, he's not going to be there. So it's the winter is when that gets started. Of course, Root, though, is captain for that series. Green is in, once again carved into the offside by McCann. Very similar to the previous ball. There'll be no run.
Just remind me,
is
Rhiannon in the squad?
No, he's not, which is a talking point to say the least. He was asked about it actually after that final 100 game, and his response, as you would expect, was, well, now I have the opportunity to go back to Leicestershire and prove myself to the selectors and to Stephen Fleming.
So that will mean playing red ball cricket in the Championship and doing well to try and force his way in the Pakistan series, or if not, to get a place on the plane to South Africa in the winter.
The Ashes not far away either.
Martindale on 33 on strike. Holland to continue round the wicket, tucked away beautifully by Ben Martindale, but very early on in the piece there they decided there was only going to be a single. Thanks everyone for being there today, spending part or all of your Sundays with us at Grace Road on semi-final day in the Metro Bank 50 over competition. 49 without loss. Next ball pushed by McCann into the offside. Don't, in this day and age, and everybody's grateful for sponsors throughout all sport, throughout cricket. Cricket absolutely desperate for all the sponsors they can get, and we've got one or two advertising hoardings around the ground, of course, and the logos for the competition, which is all well and good. I'll come back to the point in a second. 49 without loss, as this is steered into the offside. There's no run, but I don't think at any of these games I've sort of been canvassed or stopped or approached by a Metro Bank ambassador, employee, lady, gentleman, volunteer, or given a leaflet, or any of that, or indeed any of the current sponsors. There was a time you couldn't move for sponsors, just trying to get you on board with various bits and pieces. I mean, I could go right back to the days of the cigarette manufacturers, and they'd be giving handfuls of cigarettes out on a Sunday afternoon as a wild heave there by McCann gets nothing on it, well taken by Ben Cox. But yeah, I know they've invested lots of money for all their advertising and whatever, and just maybe they have got a stall or something on the ground somewhere, or maybe they don't need additional customers. But certainly there was a time when you couldn't move anywhere for sponsors trying to get you on board with their product. But we thank them anyway for all they do for cricket. The Metro Bank final at Trent Bridge. Who'll be there? Push into the offside slightly uppishly by McCann, not taken cleanly in the field by Rian Ahmed, and the 50 comes up for Notts in the 8th over. 50 without loss. Martindale 34, McCann 14. It's good stuff from Martindale. 34 from 24. Freddie McCann with the big towering 6 has advanced his score to 14 from 23. Holland round the wicket, bowls, and that one spat, didn't it, like a angry cobra. Just reared up and spat at Martindale, and he did well to play that way on the leg side for a single. 51 without loss. 35 Martindale, 14 McCann, with through 8, and Notts still have all 10 wickets at their disposal. The magic figure, as far as they're concerned, is 304. As far as Leicestershire are concerned, they'll just want to keep Notts to anything under 303.
The magic number for Middlesex at Radlett, 255, but it's been a bit of a shaky start for the side who tops the other group. Middlesex 31 for 2. Ooh. As we approach the 8th over, just down the M1. Ben Stokes in action for Durham after he announced his retirement. He was sloppy by the former England captain, out for 6. Rhodes with 80. Ackerman, the former Leicestershire player, of course, was 71 for Durham. Live coverage of that on Sports Extra 3. We're with you on Sports Extra 2. There'll be a change of bowling from the Pavilion end. We're going to see Tom Scriven in action, who was warming up feverishly during the interval.
It used to be the Colin Ackerman mural at the far end, didn't they? The homage to Ackerman's 7 foot down at the far end of the ground by the car park.
Scriven comes in facing Martindale, who just beats it away into the onside. Will be won comfortably by the fielder, which is Patel out there. No run, 51 for naught.
Just came in right at the very end of the innings, didn't he, Tom Scriven? Real demotion in the order for him after batting 3 last week.
Did sign a contract extension at Grace Road, though, a little earlier this year throughout the winter. I think it was in January, which will extend his stay for at least another season. Scriven in for the Foxes, facing Martindale. This one's hooked away towards fine leg, where it will be won by the fielder. Nottinghamshire get a single, which takes their total up to 52. McCann on strike.
George Munsey listed to come in at 3, then Seba Mead, Carl Verena, Jack Haynes. Very strong top 6 for Notts. Liam Patterson-White will bat 7, and then the other spinner and the 3 quicks.
Scriven races in to McCann, sorry. Sort of hook by the Nottinghamshire 21-year-old. Straight to a fielder. No sign of a run. No real chance of a run for McCann there. And he will remain on strike. There was a young child just away down to our right-hand side there with a grassroots football sup on. That's the football season, not just back from a professional perspective, but also across Leicester, Leicestershire and Rutland. Scriven in. This one sort of hooked into the distance of square leg, which will be taken by Ahmed.
Yeah, we can just see at the back of us that 3rd tier football ground behind us, can't we?
I'm not going to say anything there, Dave. Leicester City back in League One for the first time since 2009.
It's all tongue-in-cheek.
Burton Albion to come to King Power Stadium in a few days. Scriven in, facing McCann. Attempts to sort of hook it in the direction of the boundary. It goes all the way through to Cox, and that was a wide by Scriven.
Yep, down the leg side. You're not going to get away with that.
Yeah. An East Midlands rivalry already this weekend. Leicester City versus Notts County. Got further reaction from a Leicester City perspective. The When You're Smiling podcast, the place to go on BBC Sounds to search for Leicester City. Scriven is in then. And this one's driven down the ground straight into the direction of mid-on. And Nottinghamshire will get a single, which will take McCann to 15. Martindale on strike. One more ball left of this over. Notts 54 for Notts. They're chasing 304 for victory.
Was that the young man in the...
Yes, it was, yeah.
He nearly fell over then,
it
didn't he? Calm down, young'un. He's had too many fizzy drinks and too much ice cream and chocolate, running about, nearly fell.
Final ball of this 9th over. Scriven is in, facing... Martindale's facing him. Cut away into the onside, won comfortably by the fielder out there at square leg. There is just the 1 run, which means that it'll be 55 for naught at the end of the 9th over. Notts going at 6.1 runs an over, which is exactly what they need as they chase that total of 304 if they're to book their spot in the One Day Cup final. This Notts' first semi-final since 2019, Leicestershire's first since 2024 when they lost to Somerset.
Yeah, and in fact since COVID, if you like, since we had the current shaping of the one-day competition running alongside the 100. This is only the 2nd season that Notts have made the knockouts. 4 years ago they got through the group. Holland continues, bowling to Martindale, steers it to Hamza Sheikh on the offside, and there's no run. Sheikh, as we saw at Trent Bridge, and I've seen him in Warwickshire colours, he does prefer, he's got a lovely luxurious head of hair, I'm very envious. He does prefer to be bareheaded out in the field, so he's very easy to pick out. Back 4 years ago, Notts got through the group and then lost to Lancashire in sort of the playoff match at Blackpool. This one's guided by Martindale past the diving Sheikh. Played very deliberately there. More, as I said, of a guide into that position to get it away for the boundary rather than a totally committed and convicted square cut. Does the job nonetheless. Martindale on to 41 And when Ben Martindale bats like this, you can see what the fuss is all about. He's a very talented player. Conversion rate at first team level is it's just the only thing at the moment holding him back. He has had one century in this competition. Next ball sees him punch it out onto the offside. The ball bounces and bobbles its way to Rian Ahmed in the covers, and there's no run. Dr. John has been in touch. I think we have over the course of the season, and I can never remember, Dr. John, discussed your particular skills with regards to the aforementioned use of the word doctor. This has turned to mid-wicket. That might have been slightly off-putting because Ian Holland did fall over this time. I mentioned there was one that he actually was in the right position to stop a straight drive from Martindale, and that time he stumbled and he fell down, right down the middle of the strip. I wouldn't be at all surprised once he's sorted his footing out. If the umpire has a little word, might have done so there. Dr. John, hi Dave, loving the coverage, come on Notts, enjoying Seventh Heaven, that's the book of last season. Thank you, Dr. John. With my visual problems, which still challenges me to see the ball and makes the cricketers look like sheep on a green field, reading without a hand lens helps both eyes track together. Next ball, dragged on the leg side by Martindale. He'll just get a single. Just make sure I didn't misread that, Dr. John. Reading without a hand lens helps both eyes to track together. It's a good read and a great ocular exercise for me. This is turning into an excellent season for Notts. Will there be an eighth heaven? Don't tempt fate, I hear you say. In the meantime, let's see Notts successfully in the one-day version of the game. Notts County should have sunk Leicester City yesterday, Dr. John. I don't know about an eighth heaven. Eighth star, I thought might be appropriate. As a play and a miss from Freddie McCann. The seventh heaven relates to Notts winning the title for the seventh time and getting that seventh star on the shirt, so maybe eighth star, but as you say, that's a long way away. 60 without loss at the end of that over, and not over the end of the over, end of the power play, and Notts thus far probably getting as much out of those first 10 overs as they could have hoped. 60 balls have produced 60 runs, 42 of them to Ben Martindale, 15 to Freddie McCann. At the same stage, the Foxes were 48 for 1.
We were saying, weren't they, that they need to perhaps go at about a run a ball. So far, they're on the money. 660 from 10. Connor.O'Grady at bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch with us on the email. And it'll be Scriven to continue from the pavilion end. Martindale on strike for Notts, who are 60 for Noughts. Scriven runs in. This one charged away into the onside towards square leg. They will get the single.
Wicket has been good and true. There's been a little bit in it for the new ball bowlers, but once you're in, it's been very difficult for the bowlers. We saw that with the likes of Rian Ahmed and obviously Hamza Sheikh and Nick Kelly. Once they're in, they're difficult to dislodge.
Scriven charges in against McCann, who hooks it down the ground straight to a Leicestershire fielder. It was Ian Holland who was out there. And there'll be no run, so 61 for Noughts. McCann on 15, sorry Dave.
Middlesex lost another wicket, 51 for 3. It was more of a gasp than an interruption, but apologies. Either way, 51 for 3. Still inside the power play halfway through the 10th. Ben Stokes with a wicket and a couple for Luke Robinson as well there. Durham posted 254 for 7. Durham, you'd say, from afar, you'd say in the better position of the two.
But will it be Notts or Leicestershire who play in the One Day Cup final on the 20th of September? Scriven is in, facing McCann, who sort of charges it into the offside. Could be Middlesex, of course, who topped the group, who, after a slow start, might be able to recover, just like Leicestershire were in their innings. Eskenazi was out sloppishly. Rishi Patel out, Rahan Ahmed as well, but then it was a brilliant partnership between Hamza Sheikh and Nick Kelly that put the Foxes in a commanding position. Scriven in once again, facing Martindale. armed in to the leg side. There'll be no run.
I'm sure all the local hotels and B&Bs round Trent Bridge in the vicinity of the cricket ground, that's that sort of area. West Bridgeford would have preferred two sides to have got through from further afield. If you can get 10 or 15,000 spectators travelling from afar, they need somewhere to stay. But you'd imagine there's not going to be too much demand for Notts and Leicestershire supporters.
Penultimate ball of this over, bowled by Scriven. Martindale hooks it into the offside, won comfortably by the fielder at points. And there'll be no run. But I have to say, the atmosphere at Trent Bridge, the day Leicestershire won that one-day cup, beating Hampshire after a slow, sluggish start, they were able to recover. Harry Swindle's writing his name into Leicestershire folklore on that occasion. What a day it was, 3 years ago now. Scriven in, and I fought for a stage there, but he bowled him. He didn't in the end. It went all the way through, forward by McCann. That was a solid ball.
It's a bye. I just wondered for a second if there'd been a graze on the ball, because keeper Cox didn't catch it. He went scampering after it. There was some oohs and ahs, but it didn't touch anything. And that's another bye. So we're through 11 overs, 63 with Outlaws. A little bit of music, which is nice to hear. Going to be some twirly-whirly stuff for the first time in the innings from Rian Ahmed. This could be... No, it's not. It's Ajaz Patel, I beg your pardon. No, it is Rian Ahmed.
It is Rian, yeah.
63 with Outlaws. So he's coming on start of the 12th over from the Bennett end. Not seen Ajaz Patel for a while, actually, thinking about him. Is he down the ground at long on? Yes. So here's Rian Ahmed round the wicket, and LBW shouting, he's got him, first ball, wicket first ball. Ben Martindale as well. The opener been playing beautifully, just pushed forward tentatively and struck on the pad. Confident appeal, and up went the umpire's finger, the first LBW of the day. And Rian Ahmed, absolute dream start with a wicket first ball. You often see bowlers start with a bit of a tame loosener and get punished. None of that with Rian, and right up there, and Ben Martindale just pushing at it down the wrong line and struck on the pad. So the first casualty in the Notts run chase, Martindale LBW for 43, Notts a 63 for 1 at the start of the 12th.
You can't ask for anything much better than that from Rian Ahmed. His first appearance on a Leicestershire shirt for 4 weeks, his first appearance in this competition. With his first ball, he's got himself a wicket.
There's George Munsey. Very much a all or nothing sort of cricketer, almost quite literally over the last couple of weeks. His story of the last fortnight is 2 matches for Scotland, 0 and 0, and then back in this competition for Notts, got 100 and plenty against Surrey at the Oval, and then 25 at York on Friday. Got 75 not out here, as I said earlier, in the blast game. Was, if memory serves, repeatedly pummeling the ball down towards the far end, which is where his first delivery is going to come from, with Rian Ahmed, with the crowd playing its part, and the big Scot just defends it back to the bowler.
George Munsey's 100th List A innings today.
This next delivery asks for another LBW appeal here. Rian, very animated, getting all the support you can imagine from behind the wicket and from his teammates. Hello.
It's got the crowd animated, hasn't it? Those away down to our right-hand side. The Vuvuzela is out finally this afternoon.
One just skidded on under the bat. Looked close once he turns this one onto the leg side. The very fact that they've gone along at a run a ball for the first 10 overs means that Notts aren't absolutely desperate to keep that board turning over quickly. Danger of falling behind the run rate as Muncie blocks another one. They're okay. Can have a little look at the bowlers when they come on. Will this be a wicket maiden then for Rian Ahmed? Bowls to Muncie, and it is indeed a wicket maiden as Muncie defends into the offside. Great start, great ovation from the Leicestershire supporters. Lovely atmosphere now inside Grace Road. Leicestershire 63 for 1 after 12 overs. Beg your pardon, Nottinghamshire 63 for 1 after 12 overs in pursuit of 304.
And then Leicestershire fans starting to get animated away down to our right-hand side. The Vuvuzela. I don't think I'd heard the Vuvuzela until then, Dave, throughout the day.
I don't think I've heard one since
2010. Vuvuzela still part of the matchday experience here at Uptonsteel Grace Road. Scriven in from the pavilion end, facing McCann, who charges it into the offside. Notts will get a single, taking their total up to 64 for just the one wicket.
What are you saying? We're 16 years behind the rest of the world here.
Were you a fan of the Vuvuzelas? They split opinion, let's put it that way.
Not as it's come through my television set, and even less so if I was actually sat beside one. Can you imagine being sat beside one?
Very frustrating, wouldn't it? Scriven searching for his first wicket this afternoon. He comes running in, the crowd building him up. Swing and a miss by Muncie.
He's done a good job here, Tom Scriven. He's come on. Notts did okay through the power play. Ben Green went for a few, and Stevie Eskenazi acknowledged that. 4 overs, none for 33, got him out the attack.
Scriven, in he comes, bowls facing Muncie, beaten into the offside. Straight to the fielder, which is Hamza Sheikh out there. That's points.
Scriven's tidied it up. He's only gone for 7 runs, halfway through his 3rd over. Don't drop one short to Big George, though.
You can hear the crowd who are starting to get excited. Scriven, in he comes, facing Muncie. He sort of charges it once again into the offside. It'll be fielded comfortably by the man who comes racing over from fine, 3rd man. Notts 65 for 1, McCann 17. Muncie on just the 1 after coming in. Martindale being dismissed in the previous over. Rehan Ahmed's first over on his return to Grace Road. Scriven, penultimate ball of this over, hit away into the offside, but straight to a Leicestershire fielder. They'll get a single though. 66 for 1. McCann takes his total up to 18.
Lee Rolls enjoying today's game from Dartford. Dave was lucky to see Ben Martindale get his first ton at Beckenham against Kent. Hope he can do it again today. Sorry, he's just gone. Looking forward to going to the Oval this week. Scriven
in, and that is sort of hooked away into the onside. Cox sort of leapt for it there. He was unable to get it. So the end of the over, the end of the 13th over, Notts 67 for 1.
Chris Simpson, everything about this competition is entwined by Ben Martindale. So much talent. Come on, Notts. Thank you very much. At Brace Cricket on X, Brace Cricket at iCloud.com on the email, and your email, Connor,
is connor.o'grady@bbc.co.uk.
There you are. If you'd like to have a shout out on the picture feed and on the radio. Rian Ahmed to bowl to George Muncie, left-hander of course, and he's gone down on one knee and got it away towards the meat. Good sliding stop down there by is that a sub-fielder down there? I think it is. I think it possibly is. It's good work nonetheless. They only get a single. It was strongly hit. Sort out who it is in a moment. We'll get the binoculars on him when we can see the name and number. Might be Mo Rizvi. We'll get confirmation.
It's Johnny Tattersall who is out there, I think. Just had a look.
Former Yorkshire keeper. Yeah, memory serves, he is number 12, isn't he?
Yeah.
Just see his number now. 68 for 1. Freddie McCann has 18. Still a slip in. Ajaz Patel. Rian, the leg spinner. Bowls to McCann. Pushes it back to Rian Ahmed. The Ahmeds played against each other in both the blast matches last season. As McCann cuts this into the offside, they've got one. They'll come back for two. Rian got 50 here in a Leicestershire win, and Farhan scored the winning runs in a nervy finale at Trent Bridge in the rematch. 70 for 1. McCann on to 20. On a very warm day. Slip comes back in for Freddie McCann. Rian bowls. McCann turns it to Hamza Sheikh at mid-wicket. There's no run. Three or four paces he bowls, mistimed from McCann. Just getting a little bit of purchase. Here Rian Ahmed, just doing a little bit with the ball. McCann goes for a big heave down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, thuds into the pad, end of the over. 70 for 1. This competition, they say there's a supposed randomness in the drawing of the groups for this competition, but Notts and Leicestershire have been paired in this same group every year since 2016. Even in 2020, when the one-day matches weren't played due to COVID, they should have played each other at Welbeck. And in that time, 9 meetings, 5 at Leicester, 1 at Trent Bridge, 2 at Welbeck, and last year at Kibworth. On this particular ground, there have been 12 meetings here this century, 6 wins apiece.
Notts won the meeting at Trent Bridge at the end of last month. Scriven in from the pavilion end for the 15th over of Notts' chase. Munsey beats it in to the offside, where it's won by the man at third man. Okay, a single though, taking Munsey's total up to 4. 71 for 1.
Michelle says, Dave, enjoying the banter today and watching the cricket on YouTube while baking using my veggies grown in the garden. Courgettes, apples, beetroot, cucumber, blackberries and onions, making
Lovely.
soup, muffins and various cakes, crumbles and pies. Enjoyed the commentary yesterday. Come on Stags and come on the Outlaws.
Scriven is in, beaten down the ground by McCann, will be won by the fielder comfortably at mid-on.
Thank you, Michelle. That's a crikey, that's an allotment. That's not vegetables grown in the garden, is it? Go again. Courgettes, apples, beetroot, cucumber, blackberries and onions. My good ladies. She's got a few tomatoes coming through. A couple of cucumbers.
Third ball of this 15th over, which will be bowled by Scriven, who charges in. Munsey's facing him, beats it down the ground, won comfortably by the fielder out mid-on. Then we'll get a single though. 72 for 1.
I think I'm going back to Michelle's in Mansfield. They're making muffins, cakes, crumbles and pies.
Sounds glorious.
It does indeed.
Scriven charges in and bowls. Beaten away into the offsides. Won by Sheikh, who's out there. 72 for 1. Sports Extra 2. If you want to listen to that match at Radlett, the other semi-final, that's now available on Sports Extra 3, all available via BBC Sounds. It's also where you can find the Talking Foxes podcast for your weekly dose of Leicestershire cricket content. Scriven bowls, beaten into the offside, won once again by the fielder. points.
I thought you were plugging the football team when you said it earlier.
The talk. Well, so there's the When You're Smiling podcast, and
Okay.
there's the Talking Foxes
crikey.
podcast, Dave. It's not a podcast to get your head around.
Are you involved with these podcasts, whatever a podcast is?
Oh, I used to be. There's an interview with Claude Henderson on the latest episode of the Talking Foxes podcast. Scriven is in the final ball of this over. Munsey beats it into the offside, where it'll be won by the fielder. And that is the end of the over. Nottinghamshire getting a single with that ball, so they're on 73 for 1 as top loader blares out the speakers. McCann will be on strike.
That's a good spot from you, isn't it?
What's that, sorry?
Top loader.
Top loader.
Dancing in the moonlight. Very good.
You know the hit list, which is on BBC One, which is like the music.
Oh
quiz.
yes, the
Yeah.
Rochelle and him.
Yeah,
that
Marvin.
programme.
Marvin Humes, isn't it?
Are you good at that?
Not too bad. Depends.
Which
Bit
decade?
of, a bit of everything, to be honest. I guess a bit more modern, bit of 80s, bit of 90s. 70s I'm not great with, I'll be honest.
Well, I'm the other way around. I generally get the 70s, and the
We
rest.
make a perfect combination,
rest
Dave.
is just a blur. We'll go on. We'll be the perfect team as Munsey cuts this into the offside for his 6th run, 74 for 1. It's not been easy for either McCann or Munsey, it has to be said. Martindale was making it look easy before he was given out LBW. And when I say given out, I could also have said trap plumb in front from the evidence in front of us on the replay, as McCann goes for a switch it, gets nothing on it, and it goes through to Cox. Yes, he looked very much in front, unfortunately, from the Notts angle, Ben Martindale. Rian again bowling. Tickled fine by McCann. That will go for 4. I was just wondering, there's just a fraction, just a small percentage of the ground that we can't quite see from here because of the sight screen, and I didn't think there was anybody down at fine leg, and indeed there wasn't. Went away for 4. You'd have had to have been hiding in a bit of shade for me not to see him, but just checked. McCann on to 25. It's this to mid-off and takes the single, although the throw does come in aimed at the stumps. He's comfortably home, 79 for 1. Rian into his 3rd over. Got an allocation of 10, of course, and Ajaz Patel has got an allocation of 10. Said pretty much from the start of the day that it could be key as Munsey plays this down the ground to long on those 20 overs. Ajaz Patel has something on his CV that very, very, very few cricketers have ever managed to do. 10 wickets in an innings in a test match for New Zealand. Unbelievable stuff. Single for Freddie McCann, who's gone to 27. Again playing it down the ground for a single. No damage for Notts in that over. We're through 16 overs now, 81 for 1.
Felt like a very quick over, that.
We're at the stage, or the corresponding stage, where we were talking to Sol Budinger, and I forgot to make a note of the score at the end of each over during that little period. So I think Notts just slightly ahead of where Leicestershire were, but not too much in it.
Going at 5.1 and over. 81 for 1 at the start of the 17th. It'll be Scriven from the pavilion end, facing McCann, who's on 27. Races in, hooked away into the offside towards the fielder, who is out there at points. Notts will get a single, which will take McCann to 28, 82 for 1. The atmosphere has just started to cool down a bit, perhaps, after that little frenetic period where Rehan Ahmed got that wicket in what was was it his first ball?
It was his
It
first
was
ball.
his first ball, wasn't it? Scriven in from the pavilion end, facing Munsey, who charges it into the offside. Won by the fielder there, which is, I think, is that Rishi Patel? And there'll be no run. Quite a return for Rahan Ahmed.
Tattersall's still on the field.
Yes.
So, wonder who's popped off.
Scriven runs in. Munsey on strike. Beats it away. Won by the fielder, which is Hamza Sheikh. At point, and as soon as I said that the atmosphere had calmed down, there is the chorus of Leicestershire by the fans away down to our right hand side, just next to the meets. I'm sure a few fans have been going across the afternoon to get liquid refreshments, whether that's hot or cold drinks. It's not quite the day for a hot drink, still in the mid-20s the temperatures. Scriven in, halfway through this over we are. Beaten away by Munsey, no run.
Oh, there's always room for a cup of tea, even on a warm day.
You know what they say, Dave? Well, I don't know if I ever believe that, but it's supposed to cool down your body temperature, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you can't beat it, can you, a cuppa?
Can't beat a cup of tea. World is always a bit better with a cup of tea.
Scriven in for Leicestershire. Munsey on strike. Hooked into the onside. There'll be no run. Defensive shot by George Munsey, Scotland international.
There are these funny folk that only drink coffee.
Yeah.
I know you can have a preference. I mean, I mainly drink tea, but I don't mind a cup of coffee. But and then there's those that, strange people, that don't like either.
No. You can't beat a cuppa, can you? Scriven races in. Munsey's facing him, sort of clipped towards the fielder, who is run out towards third man. That is the end of the over. And Nottinghamshire 82 for 1. Munsey on 7, McCann on 28. The Foxes in semi-final action here at Grace Road. Home semi-final, just like it was in 2023. They were away for their semi-final, which they lost against Somerset. Like in 2024, they finished 5th in the they finished 7th in the One Day Cup last season. Foxes searching for only their second List A trophy in 40 years. That win back in 2023, their first piece of silverware in the List A, sort of from a List A perspective, since 1985, the days of Jonathan Agnew and David Gower. Of course, they did get to the final in, when was it, 2001, 25 years ago.
Funny feeling they beat Notts en route in 2001. There's Alex Green into the attack for the first time today. Tall, right arm round the wicket, and begins with a wide that had Freddie McCann doing everything he possibly could to stretch and reach it. Did a little bit of that in the first over when Ian Holland was bowling from that end. Fifth bowler used thus far by the Foxes. We've not had Ajaz Patel just yet. 83 for 1. McCann 28 from 42 balls faced. There's Alex Green in again, round the wicket, and again a play and a miss. Through to Ben Cox. Ajaz Patel is just down below us at third, just undoing and retying up his bootlace. So just attending to the little trivial bits that make it all important. You want to feel good when you're coming on for a bowling spell. Watch up your socks and sort out your shirt and what have you. There's McCann into the offside, and there's one for the photographers. Really good from Rian Ahmed. It was hit hard into the ground by McCann, and it bounced up at a lovely height for one of those goalkeeping saves from Rian as he leapt away there. And if one of our fabulous snappers, if you're still out there, Simon Trafford, I can see you. If you've managed to get that one, good work, son. That would have been a really nice photograph if you got him in mid-air there. 83 for 1. McCann will think, stuff you, nice photos. That should have been 4. Alex Green in, bowls, and the thickish outside edge, and he does get 4 this time. Isn't that cricket? He's hit one crisply into the offside, and it probably should have gone for 4, probably deserved 4, and he gets one off the thickest outside edge, which goes for 4. So just about 15 all in this particular over in terms of where the balance lies. Or 50-50. Or 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. 87 for 1, McCann 32. Live from Grace Road, the East Midlands derby. Alex Green wide-ish, wide called. Freddie McCann let it go through to the keeper, and again a stretch of the arms from Mark Newell at the Bennett end, the umpire. And quick as a flash, Connor, an over that was very miserly and not offering Notts nothing, has just suddenly gone for effectively 6 runs from one ball, a 4 and a couple of wides.
It's just rather frustrating from a Leicestershire perspective, to say the very least.
Next ball slammed into the offside, and again Rian, not quite as eye-catching a stop there, Rian. I don't think the dive was absolutely necessary. Really good work. Textbook fielding for any youngster on the ground to watch. He went at that with his hands, but made sure his body was in the way.
By the way, Alex Green's second wide there, Leicestershire's 4th of this innings.
88 for 1. Freddie McCann stands menacingly with bat raised, and then will run it down to Ajaz Patel off the very toe end of the bat. She was at the crucible. He'd need a bit of chalk there just for the very bottom. 89 for 1. Crikey, don't they like to chalk the cues a lot? God, blimey. They'll have a walk round the table and chalk the cue, and then walk round and have another look from another angle and chalk the cue, and then pop it back in the pocket and then bring it out and chalk the cue. 89 for 1. I suppose it's no different to a batter going down doing a bit of nervous gardening. Green bowls playing a miss from Munsey through to the leaping Ben Cox, and an eventful over of sorts comes to an end. The first from Alex Green went for 7 runs. 89 for 1.
Frustrating over, perhaps, from Alex Green. No, it's going at 4.9 and over. The required run rate, by the way, 6.7 as things stand. As they edge towards 100. Remember, they need 304 to win after Leicestershire hit 303 in their innings this morning. Hamza Sheikh top scoring for the Foxes with 104. Nick Kelly getting a half century. He was out for 53.
Yeah, I seem to feel we're getting towards the back end of the game, but we're not. Not even a third of the way there, and just about a third of the way through the overs.
Oh, you mentioned that we'd not seen Ajaz Patel. Here he is, from the pavilion end.
With his laces neatly tied up.
So a different approach, which Freddie McCann will have to deal with. He's on 33 not outs. So just organising his boundary, his field, before making his way and bowling that first ball, which is defensively hit straight back towards Patel. There'll be no run. You can see a gentleman with a bag of crisps. Perhaps a mid-afternoon snack. Patel in, second ball, once again defensively hit, straight back to Patel, no run.
If you can't find a bag of crisps in Leicester, where can you find a bag of crisps?
Patel, this one sort of scooped away into the onside. Notts will get a single, which means that Munsey will be on strike. Where's Gary Lineker when you need him?
I don't know. There's plenty that don't want the crisps, they want the ice creams. That queue has been lengthy all day, shall we say.
I went for a bit of a walk during the interval. Went away, did a lap of the ground. The queue in the interval, as you can imagine, Dave, was huge. Can't imagine all of them would have got back for the start of this innings. Big appeals from Patel for LBW. Munsey perhaps just brushing it aside.
Had to be outside the line, surely.
Yeah, I don't think that was ever going to be given. Umpire certainly didn't think so. But Patel, just like when Ahmed thought he got a wicket in his first over, Patel perhaps for a stage thought that he was going to a swing and a miss in this ball from Munsey. Just the one run from Patel's first over so far, the final ball of this over. In he comes once again. Sort of chipped up in the air, but straight towards Patel. That is a decent first over by the New Zealand international. Nottinghamshire 90 for 1. Munsey will be on strike. He's on 7, McCann on 34.
Yeah, like I said, no harm at all in having a little look at him, seeing what he's doing, seeing how much turn he's going to get, and just making sure that he's not gifted any free and easy wickets. That's the last thing Notts will need to do. They have got players that can accelerate the scoring tempo should they need. Very much at the moment bang on course in the run chase. One thing that would derail it would be wickets. Alex Green round the wicket, and Freddie McCann plays it down into the ground and caught by the leaping Alex Green, who was very careful in mid-air there to make sure he didn't come down just on a length at the far end with his big size 13s. I don't know what size feet he's got actually, but there's 43, which is one of the odder sort of numbers. You generally get, like the high numbers, 97 for Reina, that's his birth year, or the low numbers, just because somebody thinks it's makes him Lionel Messi or Cristiano Ronaldo if they have the same number. This is driven into the offside by McCann for a single. And as we were saying earlier, Saul Budinger, when he was at Trent Bridge, had number 1, which it says a lot about somebody, doesn't it? If they're happy enough to take number 1,
got to be confident, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, Notts have had Azmal Shazad and Brendan Taylor. Sol Budinger, more recently Sammy King as number 1. The squad number gets you noticed, which is never a bad thing. Green has bowled the widest wide of the day, and he'll have to reload. So this is only Alex Green's second over, and he's bowled 3 wides. I think he's bowling under orders or under guidance, either from the analysts, from the coaching staff, from his skipper, or maybe it's his own doing, but it just seemed to be deliberately bowling wider and wider still to these 2 left-handers, and he's been called for it 3 times. Comes round the wicket again, Alex Green. Bowls, and that one was better, that one really was. It was the old throat ball. Banged in short, and George Munsey had to do a bit of limbo dancing there. He had to lean back very sharply, or he got one on the end of his chin, or he's got the helmet on, of course, on the grill. That was a sharp switch up in pace, wasn't it?
It was. It's a different approach from Alex Green, which perhaps George Munsey was not expecting.
No, I wasn't like that. Good stuff, Alex. So a horrible wide, followed by a peach of a ball, brute of a ball. Comes in again and playing a miss. One-handed from George Munsey. It's easy if you keep 2 hands on the bat, but he decided there to play rounders and didn't get anything on it. Not that I've played rounders for more years than I care to remember.
Neither have I.
Didn't you play rounders at school?
Did play it at school, but that's a long time ago, Dave.
Yeah, oh yeah. Whereas with me, 92 for 1. What's the hold up here? There is a hold up, but I'm not sure. Oh, we're going to bring Hamza Sheikh from mid wicket over onto the offside. Like me, they've realised and recognised that he's not likely to get one onto the onside because everything is a yard outside off. So the offside is reinforced. Rian Ahmed's having a word with Stevie Eskenazi, saying, well, didn't you want to do this? And one of them has decided to put Patel in. Is he in at slip? I suppose you'd say it's slip. It's almost a very short third. Once he's got hold of this, might be caught. He's caught at mid-on. Long period between the previous ball and that one, and George Munsey had time to think, time to decide what he was going to do. Went hard at it, and he's picked out mid-on. Absolutely creamed it, and it was a really good take. And Muncie goes. The big man, a dangerous, dangerous hitter. Won't get any more today. And he's politely waved off goodbye. Muncie out for just 7. Didn't really, at any stage, look like he was going to go out there and dominate like we have seen him do in several of the blast matches, and certainly in the match at the Oval. Muncie out for 7. Good catch from Ian Holland.
And after a shaky start for Alex Green, it hasn't been a bad over, has it, for him?
There's a Seba Mead, the first of the right-handers then. He's got 99 on his shirt, and in a List A match here in the 2021 or 2022, he scored 99 not out. Ended up the non-striker's end in the last over, not setting a score. Chris Wright got 6 wickets for Leicestershire, and Notts put a good score on the board, which very quickly became a huge score as Brett Hutton then took 7 wickets. But 99 not out. He's not the sort of fella, Asiba Mead, to worry too much about being 99 not out, and he won't be too worried today about how many he gets. It's all about the team with a Mead. 92 for 2. Makes his way out to the middle with 1 ball left in the 20th.
And Nottinghamshire, who are edging towards their 100. Well, they'll want a solid partnership between this pair, that's for sure. One final ball of this over.
Right-handed Hamid has taken guard. Alex Green bowls to Hamid, and although he plays it for no run to mid-on, he's already lasted 1 ball longer than he fared at York, where he was given out first ball. James Spring has been in touch. Afternoon, Dave, watching the stream from sunny Weymouth, recovering from a 9-hour round trip to Meadow Lane. Hopefully the Outlaws can go one better than the Magpies did yesterday. In other interesting news, Kumar Sangakkara turned out for Shillingstone against Broadstone Seconds in Dorset Division 1 yesterday. He scored 40 off 26, and according to a report, he dropped a dolly in the field, which I imagine made everyone else on the field feel much better about any drop catches. Thanks as ever for the coverage. Come on, the green and gold. Thank you very much, James. Sangakkara, playing in Dorset Division 1 yesterday.
Ajaz Patel from the pavilion end, a swing and a miss from McCann. He's on 35, not 92 for 2 at the start of this 21st over. The Leicestershire, call them a Leicestershire choir, perhaps? The ones who make all the noise away down to our right-hand side. Patel has his 2nd ball of this over. Defensive shot straight towards Patel. A little rendition of the Leicestershire song in the change of over. 3rd ball of this over. This one beaten away and won comfortably by the fielder.
Is there a Leicestershire song? How does that go?
Oh, you might have to hear it in a few moments. Scooped into the onside by McCann, who's on 35, not out. Well, make that 36 because Notts get the single there. Just the 2 runs that Patel has conceded so far. The 2 more balls left of this over.
Does Leicestershire La 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 constitute a song?
It's a chant of some sorts, isn't it? Gets people singing.
Middlesex 115 for 4 at Radlett. Durham, you'd say, in the better position there, although Nathan Fernandez is 43 not out.
Eskenazi and Patel just have a bit of a conversation before this ball is bowled. Notts 93 for 2. Hamid on strike. New Zealand international comes in, bowls. Defensive shot into the onside. Notts will think about a single. They get the single. It was good running by the Outlaws to take their total up to 94. Hamid off the mark.
Just to reiterate that the job not yet done for Leicestershire. The 2 that got centuries for Notts on Friday, not yet at the crease for Rayner and Haynes.
In comes Patel, the final ball of this over. It's drilled into the onside. That'll be won by the fielder long on. And there we go. You can hear it once again at the end of that over. Not 95 for 2. A productive over by Ajaz Patel. They're having a good time, Dave. They're having a good time.
That's all that matters, really. They're here at the cricket. They're supporting this great game. And whatever happens, I'm sure we're in for even more entertainment over the next maybe couple of hours. Got 29 overs to go, so goes the distance, will be a couple of hours, I'm sure. 95 for 2. Freddie McCann has 37. Alex Green in from the Bennett end and hit into the offside, and Rian Ahmed has made a couple of good stops there. That was a good stop, but was it a chance? And from his reaction, he's thrown the ball down on the ground, and I think he thinks he got a hand to it. Now the umpire is having a look at the ball because Rian has thrown it into the ground. I saw the AFL football highlights last night, and there was a player, I think it was a Crawley player, threw the ball into the ground yesterday in one of the matches and was sent off for it. A real show of dissent. Don't think Rian will get ticked off for that, but might just be a word in passing, if nothing more. He was upset, but was it a chance? I think it possibly was. McCann has 37. Didn't get the run, even though it wasn't taken cleanly by the fielder. Green in, bowls wide again. One more to the total. Extra delivery to come.
However, when Ben Green did get his wide at the start of the previous over that he was bowling from the Bennett end, things then started to, well, from a Ben Green perspective at least, work in his favour, getting the wicket.
.96 for 2. Here comes Alex Green. Bowls, playing a miss from Freddie McCann. Goes through to Cox. And Notts have lost Martindale for 41 to Rian Ahmed, and George Munsey out for 7. If my bit of paper's anything to go by, he was dismissed. Caught Ian Holland, bowled George Munsey. I don't think Munsey was bowling at Munsey. Better cross that out. Right, Alex Green in there. 96 for 2. McCann, several plays and misses in the opening over of this innings, or the second over, I beg your pardon, the first one. And he faced and he's edged that one wide of Cox for 4. Could hear the thud into the ball just down below as that brings up the 100. So the Notts are just about a third of the way there in terms of runs. Genuine edge. They've various times in the innings, obviously. Things change, things dictate where you put your fielders, obviously, but at various times just they've gone on a bit of a hunch or a gut feel and had a slip in there. And on this particular occasion they didn't. And Freddie McCann, you can understand it, he's been there since the start, he's now on 41. They didn't have a slip, but that would have been gobbled up all day long. 100 for 2 in the 22nd. Here comes Alex Green. Strong shadows around all the players, and that's wide-ish. McCann hitting the ground rather than the ball. Very, very close to that guideline, but the umpire gives Green the benefit of the doubt on this occasion. Didn't do the game last year, it was at Kibworth. Not yet been there. Again a play and a miss from Freddie McCann. Teasing him outside the off stump, Alex Green.
It's a lovely day out, that Kibworth, especially when the sun's shining. Nice to get around the county.
I think I was in the sun somewhere and had a little bit of a listen from the beach 1,000 miles away. 100 for 2. The win at Trent Bridge this year, actually, last month, was Knott's 500th List A victory. One of just a handful of sides to reach that mark. Again, a play and a miss. This one slightly shorter in length from Alex Green, and McCann played underneath it. Good over from Green. 100 for 2 after 22. The only thing that's blotting his copybook a little bit is the number of wides he's bowling, but as I said when he first started doing it, seems like he's bowling to a plan.
Knott's 102 for that 2 then. A cloud has built around Grace Road. Here we are, probably about a mile and a half away from the city centre in Leicester for this East Midlands rivalry between Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire on Sports Extra 2, the BBC Sport website and app, and Leicestershire's YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us wherever you may be. It'll be Patel from the pavilion end with his 3rd over. Hamid on strike. Knott's 100 for 2. Patel in. Carved into the offside. Defensive shots.
I've just noticed in that game last year, Sol Buddinger scored 100. Very remiss of you not to mention that when we had the great man with us earlier on.
Patel in. This one's deep. But carved in to the offside. Knott's will get a single, which will put McCann on strike. Of course, Buddinger joining us earlier as he continues his recovery from injury after what was a nasty collision with it was Liam Travaskis, wasn't it? At Old Trafford at the end of May in the T20 Blast. He's back in the nets though. Patel bowls. This one's carved all the way for 4. That's some fine play by Freddie McCann. He extends his total to 45. Knott's 105 for 2.
Clean shot, used his feet, got down the track, hit it straight back over the bowler's head, safely and crisply down the ground for a 1 bounce 4, 2 bounce 4.
Patel hoping for a good ball here. It's deep, it's sort of carved away into the leg side. Knott's will get a single, 106 for 2. But if you weren't with us earlier, Sol Buddinger continuing his recovery and hopes to perhaps be back for the end of the season. Targeting September. Of course, Leicestershire next in county championship action on Thursday when they take on Glamorgan here at Grace Road. Oof. Hamid whacks that one away into the leg side. That'll go for 4. And not starting to build in this over. It's been a productive one for the Outlaws.
In bowling terminology, that was just filth from Ajaz Patel. He dragged it down halfway, and Nasib Hamid pulled it through mid-wicket with absolute authority for 4.
One final ball of this Patel over from the pavilion end. He comes in, bowls, sort of drifts away towards third man, but it's poor fielding in the end. A bit of a sloppy bit of play from Leicestershire there. 111 for 2 at the end of that over.
Yeah, Hamid keeps strike 11 from that over. I wonder if he'll keep Ajaz Patel going straight through for his allocation, or whether he'll go through 2 or 3 different spells. Nelson on the board, 111 for 2. That century today that we saw from Hamza Sheikh, just the 6th one-day 100 by a Leicestershire batter against Notts, the highest of which, never knew how to say it, even when he was playing and even when I asked people. So all these years later, I'm second-guessing myself as Green comes into a Mead, turns it on the leg side. I was here commentating on it way back in 2010. Jacques Dutoit scored 141 in Leicestershire's win over Notts. I think it was Wayne White in that same match got a 6 for, but Jacques Dutoit, the highest Leicestershire score against Notts of 141. The others to get tons in Leicestershire colours: Ian Sutcliffe, Sol Buddinger, who we just mentioned, Nigel Bryers and Darren Maddy, and add Hamza Sheikh to that list today. 112 for 2. Green round the wicket, 2 Freddie McCann. Little push into the offside, and the bounce didn't favour Rian on that occasion, and they take the single. 113 for 2, McCann on to 47.
Some great names in that Leicestershire side from 2010. I guess, would Claude Henderson have been involved in that match?
Would, yeah. Yep.
Who I walked past a little earlier. Of course, the director of cricket now here at Uptonsteel, Grace Road.
Green to Hamid, and again he's given a short one. He's pulled it out on the leg side. There'll only be a single this time. It's only been 3 in 66, well, this is the 66th match. One-day cricket between Leicestershire and Notts. 6 centuries for Leicestershire, but only 3 for Notts over the years. Stephen Fleming got 107 at Oakham. Clive Rice and Samit Patel, the only ones to score hundreds. Samit Patel got his turn not too long ago in a match that Michael Carberry was the captain, and turned out to be Carberry's last game. I don't think all was well in the Leicestershire camp, and he quit after that one. And quick cricket, not quick cricket, quit cricket. Single to McCann. Often see Cobbs down at Southampton when we do the Hampshire games down there. 115 for 2, former England opener. Skipper here for a while, and often teased Samit Patel that it was his 100 that forced him to quit the game. 115 for 2. Hamid on 9. Place in the final on the 20th of September. Up for grabs. I'm sure tickets are available from the Trent Bridge box office. It's dropped on the leg side. They're already hard at work, the Trent Bridge box office. The Ashes tickets for next season already gone on sale. Check the website for which category you're in, whether you're a current member, a member for next year, not a member, no interest in being a member, maybe even being a life member. I don't know. 115 for 2. I might be in trouble. I'm being passed a note. Generally when I'm passed a note, I'm in trouble. Hamid in the air, my word! That's gone out of the ground, and I can see a steward just looking through the railings, down the fence, down the road over the fence to see where that's gone. New balls, please. Seb Hamid hooking a 6 away. Am I in trouble? What note here?
Is it quite nice, actually?
Hi both from Michael, sat here in a Toby. Can we say Toby Carvery on the BBC? Probably not.
Carveries are available.
Toby Carvery. I'm envious. It always does me though. What meat do you want when you really want one of each, and you don't know if it's the right thing to do? And
you feel a bit greedy if you ask for it.
You do, but you know, if you say the beef or the turkey or the pork, they'll give you about 3 slices. Well, can I have a beef and a pork? Ajaz Patel didn't fancy bowling there to madness, singing Our House, because he ran in and realised the music was still going on. I'll come back, Michael, to your...
Patel is in from the pavilion end, swinging a miss.
Sat here in the Carberry, enjoying the game, hoping Notts can whack these off and aren't beaten. Going to be a marvellous finish, whatever. There's a whack and a beaten in there.
In comes Patel from the pavilion end, driven down the ground towards long on. There will be one by the fielder out there, who's Ian Holland. Notts add to their score, 122 for 2. Hamid on strike on 15. McCann just the one run away now for his half century. Patel is in from the pavilion end. Big appeals for LBW from Patel himself, from Ben Cox as well. The umpire wasn't having it.
The voice of Mansfield Town, or the other voice of Mansfield Town, Alan Wilson, who does the match day announcements on the field at Mansfield, been in touch. I can remember Duncan Martindale playing when I used to go and watch my dad umpire in the Bassett Law League, Dave. Used to play against the likes of Worksop, Retford and Steatley, to name a few fond memories. Lovely to hear from you, Alan. I heard you yesterday doing your bit.
Well, Patel is in. This one's whacked into the onside. Not to take a quick single. Cox thought that it was appealed for the run out at least. I don't think that was ever going to be given though. 123 for 2. The bails did come off though, so the umpire just strolls over and puts them back on.
It never hurts to ask the umpire's opinion, as many a wise man has told me, but I'm not entirely sure Ben Cox
No, I don't think he
was overly confident.
No, that was ever going to be a run out. It was actually very good running from Notts. McCann on stride, just the one run away from his half century. Patel in, scooped into the onside. There it will be from Freddie McCann. He reaches 50. Warm applause from the home supporters, from those who have made the trip down the M1 as well. Notts 124 for 2. McCann on 50 off 70 balls.
It's 450 in this season's competition. Top score 91 against Northants at Queen's Park.
Patel with the final ball of this over. It's whacked into the onside. Will be won by the fielder at square leg, and Notts were able to add to their total there. Just the single though, so they'll end that over on 125 for 2 as a gentleman with a Stranger Things hat comes walking down the stairs away down to our right hand side.
What's Stranger Things?
It's a TV show, Dave.
Is it?
Yeah.
I wouldn't know. Halfway, which means we're going to have a hydration break. That's the fashionable term, isn't it, at the moment, a drinks break. And we have got probably more people that aren't playing in the game than are actually playing in the game out there in the middle, bringing drinks out and towels and gloves and heaven knows what else. Lots of drinks. The third umpire's gone out there, and we are halfway through. 125 for 2. So Notts require 179 from 25 overs, which is a little over 6 and over. Still with those 8 wickets in hand, they won't be overly perturbed at where they are in pursuit of 304.
I think they will be quietly confident, perhaps. They can chase it down.
Yes, they'll have a confidence within the dressing room, and certainly those two in the middle, Hamid and McCann, will be confident they can chase it down. As I said a few minutes ago, Varena's been in really, really good form, and to be fair, it's probably due a failure, and if it comes, I don't think anybody can point any fingers towards Kyle Varena for what he's done in this season's competition. Is the third top scorer in the competition, and the two above him are both out of the competition. He's only 30 runs away from being the overall top scorer in the competition, averaging 91. Varena, he's had a terrific competition. Scores of 27, 68 not out, 35, 61, 71, 39 not out, 85, 57 not out, and 105. He's just not failed in any innings, and he's got Notts home 3 or 4 times as well. So he's due in next, and then Jack Haynes, who made an unbeaten 116 on Friday, will come in at 6. Liam Patterson-White gives it a meaty old whack for Farhan Ahmed, Ollie Stone, Dylan Pennington and Brett Hutton. So if Notts need 179 off 25, they're not without hope at the moment.
A partnership between Varena and Haynes, 154, I think it was on Friday, wasn't it, at York?
After they'd been 1 for 3.
Yeah. To be honest, I was on a train on Friday. You know sometimes how you lose signal on a train, and just before I got on the train was the start of the Nottinghamshire innings. That's it. I thought, probably be Yorkshire, who will be heading to Grace Road in a few days. Got off the train. Things looked a bit more healthy from a Notts perspective. They went on to win, of course, by 3 wickets. It's Ajaz Patel from the Bennett end for the Foxes. This one's beaten away by Hamid. Notts will get a single.
Chris Simpson says, are you aware you went from Toby Carvery to madness within 30 seconds? Journalistic heaven, he says. And does it matter? Says it's 10 o'clock in Chiang Mai in Thailand. It's 28 with 86% humidity out there. Loving the commentary, just as I've enjoyed your company throughout the summer. Quite a ride. Thank you very much. Does it matter?
apologies, they hadn't updated the scoreboard over in that far corner, so it's actually Rahan Ahmed who's bowling this over. Returning after, if you're just joining us, he got a wicket with his first ball, bowling from the Bennett end. Ahmed is in against McCann, who scoops this one towards the onside. It'll be won by Cox though, there'll be no run. It's good variety that one, we're talking carveries and then madness, isn't it? Ahmed is in, facing McCann once again, who drives it towards mid-on, and they'll get the single, Nottinghamshire, to take their total up to 127 for 2. Hamid will be on strike, he's on 18, McCann on 51. You're listening to us on 5 Sports Extra 2 on the BBC Sport website and app. Ahmed is in, this one's cut away, and will that go for 4? Yes it will. So another boundary, Haseeb Hamid, the former England opener, with it to take his total up to 22. And Notts, after that drink break, will just want a nice calm few overs to settle back into this match. And so far, they're delivering. Ahmed is in from the Bennett end. This one identical to that other one. That previous ball, will that go for 4?
No.
No, it won't. Some good fielding down there on this near side by Ian Holland. Alex Green came racing over as well to support his teammate. So Notts now on 134 for 2. McCann on strike. And Rahan Ahmed with the final ball of this over. Notts going at 5.2 runs an over, the 26th over. This one wide by Rahan Ahmed. By quite confident, no appeals and no real groans from the Leicestershire youngster who's returning into the side for the first time in a month. Ahmed in once again, final ball of the over. This one's cut away towards mid-on by Freddie McCann. Notts will get a single. That means that McCann will be back on strike. 136 for 2.
Yeah, decent over that for the Outlaws. 26 overs gone. So what does Eskenazi do at this end? Got Hamza Sheikh walking in with purpose. I don't think he's going to bowl. No, it's going to be Ajaz Patel. He will continue. Hamza Sheikh had walked from, as we look, our right across the strip, only to be sent back again by his captain Eskenazi. Oh, and now he's going back again. You know what he was doing there? He was having his own game of musical chairs. He was waiting for the music to stop and then stand still. He was moving here, there and everywhere. Patel, left arm spinner, ball slammed down the ground by McCann, and it's got away from the fielder and will go for 4. Fabulous shot from fearless Freddie McCann. Nice way to start the over for 4 runs. So Leicestershire were in more than 2 minds there as to what field they wanted to set for Patel bowling to McCann. And in the end, didn't quite work out for them. 4 from the first ball of the over. Notts needing round about 7 and over from here on in. This is paddled away on the leg side for a single by McCann to move to 57. He's faced 75 balls. Haseeb Hamid going for him a healthy old lick. 25 from just 16. And of course, he's the captain. He will set the tempo, decide the tactics, and as long as he's out there, very much be in charge of the run chase. Notts in pursuit of 304, and Hamid has cut this one away straight to the fielder at deep point. That's Nick Kelly out there, I think it is.
Yes, it is.
Single taken. Couldn't have hit that any better, Hamid, but hit it straight to the fielder. Ajaz Patel. Seems like he's been on for a long time, but he's only in his 5th over. Another run taken by Freddie McCann. Bowler throws his arms up in the air and lets out an exclamation of sheer frustration. Maybe it looked a little better from his angle than it did from here. Certainly McCann didn't seem to have too many problems. Next ball to the right-handed Mead, and he'll work it past mid-wicket, and they'll get a couple of runs. And doing the fielding again is former Yorkshire keeper Johnny Tattersall. 2 more to the Bolton Bradman, as they nickname him, Nasiba Mead. Not entirely sure who they are, but I have heard people call him the Bolton Bradman. That's it. Peter Kay and Paddy McGuinness territory, isn't it? Not exactly cut from the same cloth as those two. Good cricketer. Thinks about the game a lot. Bit of turn there, asking the umpire, not given. Probably turned too much. It's a good ball, to get past the defences of Nasiba Mead. Struck the pad. Might have been doing too much to miss off. Gave it a right old rip there. And I tell you what, those of you looking at the live stream can make your own minds up. Anyway, not out.
I think a few of the players were looking over at that big screen in that far corner.
Did they show it?
To make their own opinions. They did.
End of the over. 27 gone, 145 for 2. So not quite at the halfway stage in terms of runs. 145 for 2. McCann 58, Mead 28.
Maybe Ahmed from the Bennett end over on that far side of the ground. A healthy crowd in here at Uptonsteel Grace Road. In he comes, palmed away into the onside by McCann, who will get the single. That hit towards mid-on. It'll be Hamid on strike. Knots 146 for 2, but you you double it probably after 30, don't you, Dave, really?
Yep. That's what they say.
So they will be, if you go by that mathematical formula, in command.
They're on pace at the moment.
Ahmed is in. Hamid faces him, who palms it forward. That'll go all the way for 4.
You watch my car, Captain. That's in that corner.
Nice play by Hasib Hamid off the bowling of Rahan Ahmed. He extends his total. Nottinghamshire 150 runs on the board. 150 for 2. Hamid on 32, McCann on 59.
Yeah, the 150 met with complete indifference around the ground.
As Ahmed is in from the Bennett end once again. This one drilled into the onside, where a fielder comfortably picks it up. And there'll be no run. I think if you're the third most famous person from Bolton, as Ahmed comes in...
I didn't say that.
You're not doing badly though, are you, if you're the third most famous person from Bolton?
Vernon Kay and his good lady from there.
Yeah, maybe.
There'll be other people. Sarah Cox.
Sarah Cox. If you're in the top 10, you're doing well. Ahmed is in. Hamid sort of pokes it into the offside.
I've got Hass at the top of my list, by the way.
Holland wins it.
He's more famous in Nottingham than Peter Kay, I'll tell you.
Ahmed then with the final ball of this over, and then...
Oh, no! Oh, my word, what a drop.
That is...
What's the umpire doing? The keeper is hurt. It's been called a dead ball. That's maybe why it was dropped. The keeper is hurt. Hamid has hit the ball up into the air, went very, very high on the leg side. Think it was Eskenazi. We'll just check on that in a moment. And an absolute dolly over his head. But the umpire was frantically waving his arms around because Ben Cox has gone down hurt. Just wonder... Again, if we can see it on the live replay, or on the replay, the pictures we've got. Did Hamid, as he swung round, did he make connection with the wicketkeeper, Cox, which is always a nasty thing, and it's horrible for the batter if he does as well.
It's one of them where I was so focused on Ben Cox, who immediately fell to the ground, and the physio has raced on to treat the Leicestershire wicketkeeper. Umpire straight away suggested that it was a dead ball. I'm
sure you don't want to see us on the live stream. Can we get whatever pictures you've got that you can show? Obviously, just to sort of clarify what happened. First and foremost, we hope he is okay, and he's not taken a too nastier blow, but certainly it was all very bizarre because it was a simple catch, wasn't it? But then almost like he was directing traffic as a traffic policeman there. The square leg umpire was waving his arms about, obviously shouting dead ball or some such, and wanting the physio to come rushing on, which
Ben Cox sort of crouches over. He's still receiving treatment out on the pitch at the moment. The Notts physio also came racing on but has now walked off, so we hope that he's alright. He seems to be talking. There we go, the Notts physio still out there at the moment, just providing a bit of support. A few of his teammates have come racing over as well to check the condition of the Leicestershire wicket-keeper. The umpire straight away suggested that it was a dead ball after what was a nasty collision. Ben Cox immediately looked in a lot of discomfort. The physio came racing on. I think the umpire, the reason why he was waving his hands so much was to indicate to the physio to come charging on to the pitch, but it does appear as if he's sort of crouched over now. He's talking to the physio. That Notts physio, though, is still there.
again, it'd be very nice to see a replay of what you can show us. The first thought was this is the end of Asiba Mead in terms of him just pulling a ball straight up in the air from Rian Ahmed and the fielder. I think it was Eskenazi on the discs. A fairly regulation one. Johnny Tattersall is down below us, just seeing. Of course, he is a wicketkeeper by trade, very much a fully paid up member of the Wicketkeepers Union. He has got the wicket-keeping pads on down here, and it seems that he is going to take over as the glove man for Ben Cox, who we hope is okay, but seemingly might just need to come off and just be properly checked out, and they'll want to make sure he's okay.
He sort of gets onto his knees at the moment, but I think that perhaps is a change that Leicestershire will have to make. Not the one they would want to make, albeit, as you say, Dave, Tattersall is indeed part of the Wicketkeeper Union, is more than capable. There is a pause in play, the music begins to blare out. A few of the fans sort of walking around the ground at this stage, some just perilously watching on, though, with a look of concern towards Ben Cox, who is now on his feet. In fact, Ben Mike is strolling out into the middle for the Foxes, so he could well be the person who comes on for Cox. And it will be Tattersall who is getting padded up. He's got his helmet on, he's ready to take over the reins as wicketkeeper. Not 150 for 2. And Tattersall, a warm round of applause as he comes strolling onto the pitch, and Cox makes his way off. So a brief interruption. There was a feeling of immediate concern for Ben Cox. I have to admit, I was so transfixed on Ben Cox that only in the corner of my eye did I see that dropped catch. There we go. You can hear perhaps over the PA confirmation of that change. Ben Mike coming on as the substitution for the Foxes, who struggled with the bats throughout this one-day campaign, but is hunting his 30th List A wicket. Didn't feature for the Foxes last weekend against Kent. And at the end of that over, the Foxes, Nottinghamshire 150 for 2. Actually it will be, is that Sheridan Gums who is coming on according to the PA? We'll have to await confirmation. Ben Mike was certainly out there. Anyway, it'll be Ajaz Patel who continues from the pavilion end. We're about to get back underway on Sports Extra 2, the BBC Sport website and app. He comes, beaten, palmed into the onside. Won by the fielder who is out there. And there'll be no run. We, of course, wish Ben Cox all the best. Patel with his second ball. This one carved in to the offside. It will be won by the fielder who is out there at points. Notts get a single, bringing their total up to 151 for 2. So just barking out a few fielding instructions before he prepares to bowl the third ball of this over from the pavilion end. This one carved towards slip by Hamid. There'll be no run. 151 for 2 it remains. A nasty incident, Dave, most certainly, to say the very least, but play now underway. Patel, in he comes once again, carved away, won by the fielder. Notts will take a single. Hamid extending his total. McCann at the moment top scoring on 60, got past his 50 a few overs ago. Notts 152 for 2. Remember, they're chasing 304.
Yeah, exactly halfway then.
Patel. It's a full one. It's deep. It will make its way towards the fielder who is out there. And Notts will get a single. But yeah, they are halfway to their total as we approach the end of this over, which final ball will be bowled by Patel. Carved away, another single once again by Notts. And that is an economic over, to say the very least, from the Outlaws, who are chasing this total down.
Yeah, so Ben Cox is okay, but a huge slice of fortune went Asiba Mead's way. John Starbuck says, Dave, I seem to recall that when Asiba Mead emerged as the top batter at Lancashire, he was known locally as the Bolton Boycott, an odd compliment for the Red Rose County, but there you go, says John. I think he was actually Baby Boycott when he first started, because he was very much in the defensive, watchful mode. We know these days he likes to get on with it a little bit more, but I'm sure he was the Baby Boycott. Been called the Bolton Bradman since churning out lots and lots of runs over the 6 years he's been at Notts. He turns this to mid-wicket and there's no run.
Just to confirm that change for Leicestershire, Sheridan Gums is now on the pitch, taking the place of Ben Cox, not Ben Mike, who was on the pitch.
This is cut into the offside, and there's a single. Surely Johnny Tattersall with the gloves on is taking the place of Ben Cox, so somebody else must have gone off. But Sheridan Gums is out there, wearing number 2, away to our right-hand side. It's another one who's been playing in the Notts Premier League this year for Mansfield Hosiery Mills. Talked to Sol Buddinger about that. A reverse hit, switch hit from Freddie McCann, nicely fielded by Nick Kelly for the Foxes. Comes a good throw, and they get back for a second. 157 for 2. Yeah, we're at the stage of the innings where players are going to be popping off for comfort breaks and whatever. You're perfectly understandable. A 3.5 hour innings each side. I do have to say, although I like 50 over cricket, I used to prefer the 40 over version more. Just seemed there was less middle over quiet periods as McCann works this one away behind square for another single. 158 for 2. Don't think those days will come back again, and obviously with the 50 over World Cup, the next one due in South Africa at the end of next year, just wondering how much focus will be on the 50 over competition next season, whether they'll just maybe take it a little in terms of getting England players available, but I doubt it. 159 for 2, another single.
As cloud starts to descend on this particular part of Leicester, the sun perhaps not as strong as it was.
Rian bowls, pushed back to him by Freddie McCann. Yeah, don't seem to need the necessary preparation for any international tournament these days, do they?
So at the end of that over, Nottinghamshire 159 for 2. Freddie McCann on 64. Hamid on 36. They're chasing 304. If you like your football, Arsenal have just won the Community Shield in Cardiff.
I'm glad I
Beating
take that to
Manchester
watch
City.
later on.
Sorry, I've not disrupted the score for you, Dave, have I? I am sorry if I have.
No, I didn't. I haven't. And just popped out of the room. I don't know if you mentioned that there's some silverware on its way back to Trent Bridge. The Rockets have absolutely demolished the other team in the women's final, won by 8 wickets. 159 for 2. It's going to be Ian Holland back into the attack.
From the pavilion end, the men's 100 final, by the way, which also features the Trent Rockets, available on BBC Two and iPlayer. Holland races in, Hamid on strike, defensive shots, no run for the Outlaws. Also available on 5 Sports Extra, 5 Live this evening, as live coverage of the European Athletics Championships from Birmingham's Alexandra Stadium. Final night of action, Amy Hunt going for a 4th gold medal. What a remarkable week it's been for Amy Hunt, who I was saying, having this conversation in midweek perhaps. I'll come back to that in a second. First, let's just watch this ball from Holland as he races in from the pavilion end. Hamid on strike, defensive shot straight back into the path of Holland. Will be, regardless if she gets her 4th medal this evening or not, will be in contention, you would suspect, for Sports Personality of the Year towards the end of 2026, the weeks leading up to Christmas.
Yeah. Newark's Amy Hunt, to give her a full name. Durham in a lot of trouble. They're 156 for 7 now at Radlett, chasing 255.
Holland races in from the pavilion end. This one cut away into the... It was a no ball by Holland, actually.
Oh, has he overstepped? It'll be a free hit if he's overstepped.
Done, to be honest. He has. He sort of marked his step as he walked back, so it will be a free hit for Outlaws, a chance to get some runs on the board. Hamid will be on strike. He sort of just palms and pulls out his arm towards Holland and just says, wait, give me a second. He's now ready, so Holland will start his charge once the umpire is happy. Holland then comes racing in from the pavilion end. Oof. This one smashed forward into the offsides, and it will be caught, and there's some awful running there from Knott, and there's a run out. Well, that you can only really describe as a calamity from the Nottinghamshire Outlaws. It was caught by the Leicestershire fielder. It was Eskenazi who was there. Obviously it's a free hit, but Knott's thought, well, don't worry, we'll get another run. And, well, a bit of a calamity in the end, and they lose their wicket. Knott's 160 for 3.
It's McCann who's out for 64, so Hamid hit it high up into the air, went very, very high. They set off for the run, and realising that Eskenazi, although he caught it, still had to throw it in. Freddie McCann set off to come back. Hamid got to this end and then put the brakes on, and then when the throw came in, Freddie McCann was stranded in the middle of the strip and unable to beat the return. 161 for 3. Here's Verena, most informed player in the country, averaging 91 in this season's competition. Freddie McCann, sad end to the innings. So we're just seeing it again. Holland bowled, Hamid high up into the sky. Now it's been caught, and then Hamid set off, realised there wasn't going to be a run. He came back to the end, having completed his first run. McCann thought that his skipper was coming, so he came down to turn and come back for the second run. Got so far down before being sent back by his skipper and couldn't. So it was all a little bit of a mess, and probably described it in almost nonsensical fashion, but quite literally it was a bit of a Keystone Cops moment. They were both running initially at one end and then both heading to the other end and then coming back this end, and it all ended in a presumably calamitous outcome. 161 for 3.
It's been a very peculiar last 10-15 minutes or so here at Uptonsteel Grace Road. The Foxes getting a breakthrough in what can only really be described from a Nottinghamshire perspective. There we go, I said it in commentary as a bit of a calamity. Ian Holland won't mind though, and neither will Leicestershire. Holland in for the Foxes from the pavilion end. Hamid palms this one into the onside, but it'll be one as Verena, who is out there with Hamid at the moment, as Dave says, one of the most informed players in the thing. It is actually Verena who is on strike. Once again, the scoreboard over on that far corner providing a bit of chaos. Holland in then for the penultimate ball of this over. Defensive shots by the South African. No run, but that has got the fans going away to our right hand side. Well, Leicestershire fans at least. I think a few Nottinghamshire fans watching that incident have had their head in their hands. Verena then facing the third ball of his innings. Holland comes racing in. This one sort of carved in to the onside. It will be won by the fielder at square leg. Notts will get a single to take them up to 162 for 3. Hamid on strike, with that being the end of the over. So it will be actually Verena who's back on strike. Hamid on 37, Verena on 1.
Yes, absolute chaos in that over and carnage. It's gone down on the various scorecards as run out Eskenazi. Well, he has had a mixed few overs, the Leicestershire skipper, but did the right thing in returning it quickly. People joining us all the time for this semi-final. Winners go through to the final at Trent Bridge, 20th of September. Leicestershire 303 for 7 earlier. A century from Hamza Sheikh. There is Rian Ahmed bowling to Kyle Verena. He's chipped this uppishly, but mid-on is deep. Notts a 162 for 3 in their reply. They need 142 more from 19 overs, less that one ball. So just gone a whisker above 8 and over as Verena cuts this to backward point. And there's no run. Martindale out for 43. Rian Ahmed getting a wicket with his first ball. George Munsey out for 7 to Alex Green, and then that run out in the last over. Ahmed from the Bennett end to the South African keeper Kyle Verena eases this into the offside, and he doubles his tally. Something we were just mentioning a minute or two ago. Chris Ellis on X says 3 meets at a carvery is an absolute must to Dave. You're quite right, Chris. One of many topics that we've dipped in and out over the course of the day. Rian Ahmed to Hamid. He will have to forget about that. Any feelings of possible guilt on his behalf have got to be erased and eradicated. Gets a single. Of course, it was a free hit. And what happened after that was absolute carnage. At the free hit straight up in the air. Hence the bedlam as Verena plays this back to the bowler. 164 for 3. Notts need 140 more. As Ahmed bowls, nicely played by Verena. Down the ground to long on for a single. 165 for 3. That'll conclude that over. The two spinners bowling in tandem, understandably. Apart from some of the craziness that we've had of bowling through their overs very quickly, we had a long stoppage when Ben Cox was injured, had to leave the field. So Johnny Tattersall has the wicket-keeping gloves on.
It's not a bad replacement, is he? Vastly experienced. He spent a bit of time up here in the commentary box with us on occasions. I think he was actually with us for a spell during that Yorkshire game for the Foxes in the County Championship, their only win in the 4-day format in Division 1, and their return to the top tier for the first time since 2003.
Ian Holland coming back into the attack. 6 overs for 25 earlier on. Opened the bowling alongside Ben Green.
Holland from the pavilion end. Verena on strike. Holland bowls. Driven down the ground. It'll be won well in the end by Hamza Sheikh. That's solid fielding. The crowd away down to our right hand side like it. There you go, there's another rendition of Leicestershire's chant. There's the Vuvuzela again, Dave. And like once again, the calamity and the chaos perhaps that we've seen over the last few overs or so, it certainly caught the attention of some of the crowd. What's turned into an overcast afternoon now, a mile and a half south of Leicester city centre. Ian Holland is in. Bowls. Verena strikes this into the offside, won by Ahmed. That point not going to cause any issues for Rehan Ahmed there, who was frustrated by a bit of his fielding earlier. That one quite comfortable in the end. $165 for 3 the visitors are. And we're hoping to go back up the A46 with a spot in the final on the 20th of September confirmed. This one palmed into the onside by Verena. Fielder is out there, will get it, not to think about to, they get to. It's good running by the Outlaws.
Good fielding by Scriven. Former Leicestershire man Colin Ackerman's having a good time with the ball. He's come on as a 7th bowler for Durham in the other semi-final. Has figures of 3 for 18. Durham on top. Middlesex are 170 for 7, chasing 255.
Holland in. This one palmed down the ground by Verena towards mid-off, and it's won in the end by the fielder down there. It's Eskenazi, who sort of felt like he, at a stage there, was holding his shoulder. It's a bit of pain, perhaps, for the Leicestershire captain. Sunglasses also fell off in the process, so he went to collect them.
Well, let's be fair, there is going to be a bit of pain every time you throw yourself to the ground. It's as hard as concrete.
Which is understandable with the climate we're in at the moment. Holland in from the pavilion end, the penultimate ball of this over. I mean, he didn't really play at that, it went all the way through to Tattersall. So, Durham, after winning that playoff match on Friday, away at Old Trafford, hoping to book their spot in the One Day Cup final at Trent Bridge. In command in that game down at Radlett in Hertfordshire. Holland is in. It's a fizzed effort by the Leicestershire bowler. Mead unable really to connect with it. Knots 168 for 3 at the end of that over. Hamid on 38. Verena, 12 balls faced. He's got 6.
Something else we were talking about earlier, Trevor Welsh, high day from a northish near Haworth. Enjoying the stream as always, thank you. Good game, simmering up nicely. Your comments about the no ball not called 20 years ago brought it all back to me. The only people in the ground who thought it wasn't above waist height were the umpires. Come on, Notts. Also well done to the Pies for giving Leicester a decent game yesterday and a bit of a scare. All the best, Trevor. Thank you, Trevor, very much for getting in touch. Haworth? I seem to think it's a place with some history and heritage, and is it one of the TV programs filmed at? Can't even say it. Haworth. Is it one of your Downtons or your Bridgertons or one that sort of stuff? I don't know. Anyway, good to hear from you, Trevor. 168 for 3. Got a change of bowling. Tom Scriven back on from the Bennett end. 5 overs for 14. Up in the air. Now then, Hamid. Can he get away with another one in the air? He can. He's lifted it deliberately up towards a wide-ish third. Sheridan Gums round there as one of the sub-fielders on at the moment for the Foxes. Takes it on the second bounce and hurls it into the other sub-fielder with the gloves on, Johnny Tattersall. Must have been Verena, I beg your pardon. Verena comes back for a second. Notts keeper on 8. Plays this off his stumps to backward point. Almost a gully position there for Ian Holland. He's trying to fill 2 positions really. 170 for 3. If and when Notts get the top side of 200 and it becomes double digits required, that's when sort of the intensity goes up a notch. Next ball hit into the offside again by the 29-year-old Verena. Out to Hamza Sheikh, who scored a splendid century earlier on in the day to help get Leicestershire through to 303 for 7. He was actually dismissed with a handful of overs left, wasn't he? Could so easily have left a few out there as well, but score over 300 means that Notts have got to get their highest score of the competition to win. And that's driven now by Hamid, and he will get a boundary here. It was Hamza Sheikh who we were just talking about at deep point. There was a man at third, and he's bisected them both perfectly, and from his perspective beautifully, for a boundary. So that's 7 from this over, round about where Notts need to be every over from here on in. They need 129 from 98 with 7 wickets in hand. They're clapping, but I'm not sure what they're clapping for. Is this another injury?
Yeah, is it this Eskenazi once again who's continuing to feel his shoulder? Just seeing if he's walking off the pitch on this near side. The umpire,
I think he is, yeah.
says to Scriven, hold on for a second.
So Eskenazi's seemed to be off the field. That's a good ball, and Hamid has to sway back out of the line of it. It came back into him.
You could see as soon as he went for that dive. Yes, Dave, as you mentioned, you know, the outfield is very firm because of the lack of rain that we've had over recent weeks and recent months, but you could see him immediately.
I tell you what the applause was, sorry to cut you off. Ben Cox has appeared with wicket-keeping gloves on the boundary edge now down below us. So it may be Eskenazi out with an injury, and Cox patched up, going to come back in a moment. Made down the track, drives it into the offside, and they'll get a single out to Hamza Sheikh. Yeah, Eskenazi holding his left shoulder. Just had a little word with third umpire James Treadwell. It's a very attritional game, isn't it? They're dropping with great regularity, but good to see Ben Cox down there. He's got his wicket-keeping pads on, and he's got his gloves and his helmet under his left arm, just wondering and waiting. He had a little word with Eskenazi. I guess he was going to wait for the skipper to wave him back on, and then he found the skipper coming off himself with injury. So not sure what's going off. The Leicester physio's down there, the Notts physio's down there, the umpire's having a chat in the middle. We have had 34 overs, so they need to choose which ball they're going to use, and I think Ian Holland has taken over the responsibility of looking after the Foxes from here on in. Has extensive captaincy experience, of course, here, and it seems as if he's the acting skipper. I'm not sure if Leicestershire have got 9, 10, 11 or 12 players out there at the moment. They've been coming on and off and on and off. Let's have a little look. On the offside, 3, 6, and on the leg side, I can only see 2 at the minute.
It's been a very peculiar last 15-20 minutes, certainly from a Leicestershire perspective.
Sheridan Gums was down here hidden by the side screen, so 6 on the off, 3 on the leg, and it will be.
Here we go, Patel from the pavilion end. This one carved into the offside by Hamid. That'll go all the way for 4. Hasib Hamid creeping up towards his 50. Just what Nottinghamshire needed, perhaps. 180 for 3.
It's certainly been an innings of stops and starts, and
it's good to see that Ben Cox
yeah,
looks like he's in a position where he could continue, because what immediate concern was for the Leicestershire wicketkeeper. Patel in. This one driven into the offside. Notts get a quick single. Which means it'll be Verena on strike against Patel. My initial reaction was one of concern for Ben Cox immediately. You could see almost the way that the umpire was hurling his hands in a very animated fashion. He was also concerned. Tattersall, the wicketkeeper at the moment. Patel bowls. This one once again carved in to the offside. That's solid fielding by Ian Holland. Right cover. And there'll be no run. Notts 181 for 3. In comes Patel. This one, a brilliant shot into the offside once again by Verena. There'll be a poor bit of sloppy fielding by Ben Mike, who's out there. But
So 10th match of the competition, and Verena has now managed to get in double figures every single game, apart from at York on Friday when he got into three figures. 27, I think, is his lowest score in the competition so far.
Patel in for the Foxes from the pavilion end. This one sort of carved into the onside. It's Tattersall who comes chasing over to get the ball. Knots will get a single. 154 partnership between Verena and Jack Haynes on Friday, which led the Outlaws to this place in the last four. After they were 1 for 3 down against Yorkshire in York at a stage. Wonderful shot there by Verena off Patel's bowling. That'll go all the way for 4. It's carved into the offside. And Patel almost comes strolling back with a look of frustration. The way that overwent for the New Zealand international. 187 for 4, and here comes Ben Cox. Of warm applause from the Foxes supporters away down to our right hand side. He has a quick conversation with Johnny Tattersall. That, Dave, is a nice sight after what happened around 15 minutes ago. If you're just joining us, it's a nasty collision between Hamid and Cox. Went straight to the ground. There was a pause in play for about 5 minutes or so, wasn't there, as he received treatment. The Leicestershire physio came racing on, so too the Nottinghamshire physio. But Cox back out and ready to keep wicket.
Mead is on 49 because there was a little more to that. Connor's given you everything factually. Well, I was going to say factually correct what was happening in one half of the field, as this is Hamid's 50, cuts it out onto the offside, and it'll push hard and come back for 2. It was a shortish ball from Rian Ahmed, and Hamid pulled it high up into the sky, and it was a simple catch, or should have been. But then, not sure, we still haven't seen pictures of the collision or whatever, but Hamid, whether his bat came round connected with Cox, but clearly Cox was in some distress, and still while the ball was in the air, the umpires were waving their arms signalling dead ball. Scriven bowls and cut away again by Hamid down to Sheridan Gums at third. I think it was Eskenazi right underneath a simple catch, and he dropped it. I was obviously watching that, and crikey, don't see those go down very often. And then it became apparent that Ben Cox was injured. So had there not been a coming together, maybe the fielder wouldn't have been distracted, and maybe Hamid would have gone a long time ago. Lots of maybes in that. 190 for 3. Certainly be plenty to talk about with the players and coaching staffs after the game, as Verena cuts this out to Hamza Sheikh. Nigel Ashton's been in touch, bracecricket@icloud.com. And from the Wirral, he says, Dave, good afternoon, gents. I'm watching both matches at the same time, yours on the PC and the other one on my phone. And both of you have had dire run-outs that were utterly unnecessary but entertaining to the neutral, i.e. me. Thanks as ever for the commentary. It's very much appreciated. Nigel. Thank you, Nigel. Another wretched run out in the other game. So Mead comes hard. He's lifted this into the air, but it'll fall well before Sheridan Gums, who runs round at wide-ish third again, and 2 more to the Notts skipper. Russell Wolfe, Dave, chores completed, was watching the Notts innings relaxed on the sofa. Are you sure Hamid's nickname of the Bolton boycott was based on his batting and not based on his running between the wickets? Jubilee Test 77 springs to mind, another nail-biter. Yeah, I think he was the baby boycott, and Notts have started calling him the Bolton Bradman. And there's an edge, and Hamid has gone this time, caught behind, and a little bit of a fairy tale comeback for Ben Cox. Only been back out there 90 seconds and takes a catch, and the breakthrough comes. Scriven from the far end, just that extra little bit of bounce, and Asib Hamid, whether he was trying deliberately to just guide it down to third, I think he was, has just feathered it through to Cox, and he has to go, and Hamid is out for 54, and Leicestershire supporters believe again. Still more than 100 required. 193 for 4. Hamid caught Cox, bowled Scriven for 54, and now the 2 Centurions for Friday will once again be reunited. Verena's got to start on 15, and Jack Haynes will be on his way out to the middle.
Jack Haynes, who got 116 not out against Yorkshire in North Yorkshire on Friday. But Hamid, I mean, from a Leicestershire perspective, after that calamity that we've just described over the last 15 minutes or so, we sort of felt for the longer that innings went on, the more frustrated Leicestershire would be by that incident. So that works well for the Foxes. And another wicket down for the Outlaws.
Yeah, it's still very much in the balance here. Probably, I know, oh crikey, here he goes again, or whichever way you say it, or he's being biased, he's being pessimistic, he's being negative, or what. Like I sort of said on Friday, this sort of situation, still 111 required. The chasing team can very easily do this, as we saw on Friday, but the odds are with the bowlers, because they've only got to go bang bang, and Notts are in real trouble then. They are in real trouble. This pair need to bat for an hour.
Funnily enough, just what I was about to say, this partnership, you feel from a Notts perspective, is crucial. And if Scriven, if Ajaz Patel can get a wicket within the next 10-15 minutes or so, you have to say it's advantage Leicestershire. One final ball of this over.
It is Scriven then to bowl to Jack Haynes, as he likes to do, and his mate Joe Clark does as well. Walks forward towards the bowler to push it onto the offside and open his account with a single. Haynes away, Verena has 15, 194 for 4 after 36, 7 runs and a wicket in that over. In the other match down at Radlett, Middlesex 199 for 7. Just heard about a calamitous run out. It affected Falconer, who was run out for 31. But Luke Holman's there on 43 not out for Middlesex. And the equation there is they require 56 to win from 67 balls, but they've only got 3 wickets left. So a good game taking place at Radlett. A good game here at Leicester, 194 for 4. Notts need 110 to win with 84 balls left.
Bit of late afternoon sun here at Grace Road. It'll be Ajaz Patel, the New Zealand international, from the pavilion end for the Foxes yet again. In he comes, bowls. Haynes carves this into the offside, where it'll be won by Nick Kelly. Notts will get the single, which will put Verena on strike, 195 for 4. Worth saying, by the way, for Jack Haynes, from a Leicestershire perspective, worth saying for Jack Haynes' return from injury on Friday and formed that partnership. Good ball by Patel there. Verena was never really going to challenge for that one. Some good wicket keeping as well by Cox. Yeah, Haynes, was that his first appearance in the One Day Cup this season?
On Friday.
On Friday.
He's been injured, yeah.
Patel in, third ball of this over. It's drilled down the ground towards Kelly once again, who fields comfortably.
Ted Thomas says, "Hi Dave, it's Ted here. I'm rooting for Notts on holiday in France. I'm very excited to see my godfather, Jack Haynes." Thank you, Ted, for that.
Patel in. This one hit into the offside, but straight to a red and black Leicestershire shirt. Notts nonetheless do get a single. Their total up to 197 for 4. They need 107 to win.
Didn't know we'd got godsons. I'll have to ask Jack about that later.
Patel in with this one. Once again, more or less identical to the balls right at the start of the over. Straight down towards Kelly mid-off, who convincingly fields. Nonetheless, they do get another single. Notts edging towards the 200 mark. 198 for 4. Haynes on 3. The sun's now peered away. As Patel bowls. Haynes scoops this. Fielder tries to go for it and was unable to get there, so it will be a 4, and that will bring up Nottinghamshire's 200.
Yeah, a little fine sweep out of reach of Alex Green. Always important to pick off boundaries at this stage, just keeping the board moving. You don't want to get stodgy at this stage. 102 required from 13 overs. They aren't without a chance, Notts, but as I said, they've got to, I was going to say, get one decent contribution and some little bits and pieces contributions from the rest to get there. Maybe 2 contributions needed to get them home. 13 to go. Scriven has bowled 7 overs, 1 for 29. Holland and Ahmed have also bowled 7. Ajaz Patel's bowled 8. Benny Green and Alex Green 4 apiece. Scriven, fair head from the Bennett end, bowls to Verena, and nothing doing there as he tried to play it through mid-off, and the bowler able, just as he veered away, able to drop his left hand on it. Been very entertaining Metro Bank competition this season. Obviously, people commenting up and down the country. Nice shot into the offside by Verena, gets a single. There's been a lot of games played at the smaller grounds, the out grounds, and good crowds, people getting out in the sunshine. Not aware, I don't think there's a match in either group called off due to the weather, so that always makes it a little clearer to fathom out, even if trying to work out the net run rate on Tuesday wasn't always easy. 203 for 4. Next ball is to Jack Haynes. That's gone straight up in the air, and Jack Haynes will go now, and Scriven's got another one. And just look how pumped up he is, and Jack Haynes goes. Gone for 7, and not still need 101. And now the Foxes certainly have the wind behind their sails. Went straight up in the air. Haynes looking for a big shot down the ground with mid-on and mid-off up. And he's just launched it high up into the sky and has to go. Made 7 from 5 balls. And Tom Scriven's got a second wicket in quick succession, having got rid of Asib Hamid. Now it'll be Liam Patterson-White to come to the crease. Holland with his second catch of the innings. Another comfortable one. 203 for 5.
And we were talking, Dave, weren't we, about the next 10-15 minutes from a Nottinghamshire perspective, with Verena and Haynes on strike. They basically just didn't want to concede a sloppy wicket. Well, it's exactly what they have done. But now Liam Patterson-White comes strolling out onto the field, and on his return for the Outlaws, really needs to put in a good shift.
Yeah, not sure if sloppy is the right word, but they almost the real dagger in the side was the careless way that the Freddie McCann run-out came about. Really was a moment of nonsensical cricket, with the free hit being it straight up in the air. In two minds whether there was a second run or not, and both pretty much going for the same end at the same time. 203 for 5. Liam Patterson-White playing just his second game in this season's competition. Left-hander on strike, gets a ball that keeps a whisker low, bowled nice and full from Scriven, kept out by LPW, turns it to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
It's got a crowd going again.
Lots of faced this before. They listened to the Surrey fans and then the Yorkshire fans, and now the Leicestershire fans. Those other 2 occasions they managed to get over the line. Play and a miss from Liam Patterson-White. I think that's baseball speak, isn't it? A play and a miss. He went to drive that through the offside. Extra bit of bounce from Scriven, who's bowled beautifully here in this innings. Goes through to Ben Cox. Verena 18 not out at the other end. Here comes Scriven once more. Patterson-White looking to drive big, but plays it along the ground to mid-off, and that's the end of the over. Perhaps best for all concerned in green that that over's come to an end, and these two can get together, have a little bit of a chat, a regroup, just have a look at what's needed and what is needed for Notts. There's 101 runs in 12 overs, 101 from 72. That, in this day and age, isn't the most onerous of challenges, but as we always say, somebody's got to get them. It's not like somebody can swat 10 or 15. They've got to get 101 runs in the next 12 overs, and the only way you're going to do that is with a clear, calm approach, clear, calm head. Let's look to take 5s and 6s and 7s for the next 3 or 4 overs maybe.
Ajaz Patel to continue the bowling from the pavilion end. His 9th over. In he comes. Bowls. Palmed away by Verena into the offside. Notts will think about getting 2. They will. Good fielding in the end down there by Leicestershire on that offside. A total up to 205 for 5. Verena on 20. Patel in once again from the pavilion end. Once again into the offside. Won comfortably by the Leicestershire fielder.
Middlesex, at the moment, the 8th wicket partnership, 69 has been put on.
Patel in. Bowls driven down the line. Will that reach? Comes there. Yes, it will. And therefore, Notts will get a single.
Yeah, Luke Holman 48 not out, Tom Helm 39 not out for Middlesex, who need 41 from 9 overs against Durham in the other semi-final.
Patel just having a conversation with a few of his teammates to reorganise the field a bit. Worth mentioning, by the way, that Scriven has surpassed 50 List A wickets today with his 2. It's Patel bowls. Nice carved ball. But won very well in the end by Nick Kelly, who's down there right down on this near boundary. Ajaz Patel searching for his first wicket of the afternoon. From the pavilion end comes in. Bowls driven down the line into the offside. Will be won by the Leicestershire fielder. Notts nonetheless will get a single. Verena up to 22. Patterson White will be on strike.
This is Patel's 9th over. Only allowed 10, of course. Notts will be relieved, I think, to see the back of him.
But the cut-off time, Dave, is 18:42 as Patel comes in. It's a deep ball. Patterson White sort of launches at it, but it doesn't really get anywhere. That is the end of the over. It's 17:42, so we've got, what, about, if you believe them things, we've got about an hour to go here in this contest. Notts at the end of that over, 208 for 5, that's the 39th over, which means that with 11 overs left, they need 96 to win as they chase 304.
So that is Patel's 9th over. Scriven has had 8. He's going to continue from the Bennett end. Really good performance from Scriven. 2 for 30. Comes in now to bowl to Verena, and leaning back there, the South African trying to cut it through the offside. Didn't make contact. Goes through to Cox. That's another ball gone. 96 from 65 now required. Farhan Ahmed is down on the card at 8, but on Friday at York he came and went quickly. Ollie Stone came and went quickly, and then Dylan Pennington played a gem of a knock. 22 not out. This is cut to backward point by Verena, straight to Patel, and there's no run. Ajaz Patel. Just wonder if they might promote Dylan Pennington off the back of what he did at York. Or will they still save him for the back end if need be, if there's some muscle applied? And of course Dylan Pennington earlier in the day got a nasty one. Here it's struck him in the jaw, so let's hope he's okay. Scriven bowls are wide. That's got the board moving again after a couple of dots at the start of this over. Wide always helps the cause. 209 for 5. Just been one maiden in this innings. It was Rian Ahmed's first over, a wicket maiden. He got a wicket with his very first ball of the competition. It's his first match in the competition. Scriven bowls, and this is lifted up in the air by Verena off the very toe of his bat. That again might well have been a wide, but he elected to chase after it and could so easily have steered it into the hands of Patel, but didn't. 210 for 5. In this innings, Freddie McCann was needlessly run out for 64. Seba Mead 54. Ben Martindale, top of the order, 43 from 38. Verena now on 23. Patterson White back on strike. Just a single to his name so far for the left-hander. It's this into the offside. He'll double his tally. Gets a single. 211 for 5. Adrian Jones says, Dave, my son Harry and me are avid Notts Outlaws and Trent Rocket supporters. I've got all screens on at the cricket today, much to the chagrin of my wife. One's in the bag already. Was feeling hopeful about this one until the McCann run-out farce. Freddie was at college with Harry, so we always cheer him on. Might get some needle over that, though. Thanks for the commentary. Come on, Outlaws. Come on, Rockets. Come on, Stags. Cheers, Adrian from Mansfield. Thank you, Adrian. All the best to you and family. Little push and run by Verena. Down the ground for a single. 212 for 5. That's the 4th run from the over. 3 singles and a wide. And so that's okay for Notts, as we are 1 ball away from the end of the 40th over. Makes it a little easier for all to see. And it's a little stiffer, I guess, than Notts would have wanted. 92 required from 10 overs and 1 ball. The Scriven round the wicket. Patterson White will get a single. So Notts are going to need 9.1 and over for the last 10. 213 for 5. 5 coming from that Scriven over. He's through 9 overs. 2 for 35. Patterson White has 3. Carl Verena has 34. Semi-final Sunday. We're still no nearer definitely knowing who's going through to the Trent Bridge final. 2 tricky run chasers, one 100 miles south of here and the one in front of our eyes still not fully played out. 213 for 5.
And it's worth mentioning for that game at Radlett, well, fortunes have turned in the favour of Middlesex. 220 for 7 or 42 overs. So they're a little ahead of us. Obviously, we've had a few delays here at Grace Road over the last hour or so, chasing down Durham's. Well, Durham hit 254 a little earlier, so they need 35 runs from 8 overs. Do Middlesex to book their spot in the final at Trent Bridge on, what is it, Sunday the 20th of September, 5 weeks today. If it is Middlesex who reach that final, will it be Notts or Leicestershire who join them? Patel in from the pavilion end. This is hooked into the offside by Patterson White. Notts get the single. And that will take their total up to 214. So just for confirmation, they need, how many runs is it? 91 runs to win, with 10 overs left to target 304. Patel in from the pavilion end. This one straight down the ground, won by, collected by Patel. Worth mentioning as well, you mentioned the 100 final there, Trent Rockets women. Glorious earlier as Patel rifles, charges into this one. It's slammed down the ground straight to a Leicestershire fielder. And Notts will get the single. How low scoring that women's final was a little earlier. Sunrisers leads out for 91. Off just 91 balls. Trent Rockets getting the total inside 54 balls. As Patel is in once again. It's a deep one and it's carved up into the air. That'll go all the way for 6 by Liam Patterson White. Just what Leicestershire would not have wanted, just what Nottinghamshire have been crying out for since he entered the crease.
I was about to say the previous ball, Verena felt he missed out because it was a low full toss and didn't get the chance to say it between deliveries, and then he bowled a high full toss and Patterson White didn't miss out.
Patel in, and this one is carved in to the offside. It will be won by the Leicestershire fielder at point, but some decent running by Knots.
Yeah, it was a fumble in the field from Hamza Sheikh. Dived full length, couldn't reel it in, pushed it further away from him, and they were quick to spot it and came back for 2. So this has turned into a good over, 10 from it with 1 to come.
Patel still searching for his first wicket of the afternoon. The final ball of this over. It's deep. This one, once again, driven into the offside, where it'll be won by the Leicestershire fielder. So, Knots. A healthy over for Liam Patterson-White, who's now on 12 off 11. Verena on 25 from 34. Knots 223 for 5. They need 81 to win off 54 balls.
Ajaz Patel is finished for the day. 10 overs, none for 66 for the New Zealand Test spinner. He can't hurt Knots with the ball. 223 for 5. Still lots of options for Eskenazi and his troops. Only had 7 overs of Rian Ahmed, who's bowled all his overs, I think, from the far end. It's going to be Alex Green back into the attack. 4 overs, 1 for 24. Green got rid of George Munsey, who slammed him hard to Ian Holland at mid-on earlier on. But he did have 1 or 2 issues with no balls. Alex Green, in fact, bowled... with wides, I beg your pardon, bowled 4 wides in his earlier spell. Just checking there, 4 wides. Going to begin against Carl Verena, who's on 25. Wicketkeeper taps his bat and gets ready. This is down the leg side, and lo and behold, you mention something and it generally happens in cricket. There's a leg side wide to begin with. Can't say I wasn't expecting that. 224 for 5. So that was an easily gained run by Knots. They need 80 from 54.
Worth mentioning, by the way, Green now bowling from the Bennett end. Scriven has only got 1 over left in him. He's bowled 9. That might be the reason for the change.
Here is Green in again. AM Green down the leg side again, but brushed the pad. I think a leg by. Yep, going to be signalled as a leg by. So a couple already in this over to the extras column. I've only seen 4 overs from the bristling mustachioed Benny Green at the start of the innings. A little expensive, 4 overs, none for 33. So might not see him again. No real necessity for him to bowl out. I'm sure Scriven will bowl out. I'm sure we'll see some more Rian Ahmed. Alex Green getting his 5th over now. Patterson-White has taken a fresh guard because Green's going to go round the wicket to him. First ball, he's pulled this out for 4 to deep mid-wicket, 1 bounce, and hopefully you heard that as we did. It was an absolute, almost a crack of gunfire, wasn't it, as he walloped that away through mid-wicket. A real snap from Patterson-White into the ball, pulled it cleanly through mid-wicket, 1 bounce, 4. And there's still 4 balls to go in this over, and already Knots have added 6 to their tally. 229 for 5. Green in. It seemed to me there as he lost his run up and he's bowled a wide, big wide outside the off stump, and it's not working at the moment for Alex Green and the Foxes. That's 7 already from this over, and there's 4 balls to come. Floodlights are coming on here at Grace Road, just flickering into light, bulb by bulb, candle by candle being lit up there. Still plenty of daylight, but at the moment we've got a little spell of dark weather over the ground. Green has gone over the wicket now, comes in, trying again. He's pitched it up and he's hammered away for 4 more by Patterson-White over extra cover. Lifted it deliberately over the ring, over the fielder, and away. And he really can hit a hard ball, Liam Patterson-White. Trouble throughout his career is just maybe he's got too many 20s and 30s and not enough 70s and 80s, and he does have 2 first-class hundreds, but by this stage of his career I wouldn't have been at all surprised had he maybe got 5 or 6 first-class hundreds. He's certainly good enough. He's on 20 already, Green bowls, and he's gone all guns blazing at that one, down on one knee, and in the end he's only flailed it to mid-on and there's no run. Where are we? You've got the screen near you, Connor. Can you add all those up? How many have we had in this over? I think we're going to have a 9-ball over at the moment.
Yeah, which is remarkable. Not the best over.
No, an 8-ball over.
Green. Yeah, 8.
8,
Goodness.
9, 10, 11 have come, and there's still 2 balls left in the over. Patterson White on 20 from 14. Might need to do that again, and perhaps again after that, as Green bowls to him, and he's gone hard at this one, looking to drive it 250 yards down the fairway and misses it. Taking a while just to get to full brightness, these floodlights. They'll be just giving us a different sort of atmosphere, won't they, when they're fully illuminating the ground.
It's always interesting when you travel into Leicestershire and the city of Leicester via train. It's always one of the signs, I think, that especially when you're travelling from the west, that you're in the city when you can see the floodlights poking out from Grace Road.
234 for 5. Next ball is hit into the leg side, and there's Shake underneath it, and he's going to take a comfortable catch, and has, and Liam Patterson-White has got 20 from 16 but perished. Pulling Green, an expensive over from Alex Green, ends with a wicket as Liam Patterson-White picks out Hamza Shake on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and Leicestershire move an inch closer to a berth in the final. Notts 234 for 6.
It's just what Leicestershire have been crying out for, to break that partnership. Liam Patterson-White on his return for Notts would have been hoping to build a big score with Kyle Verena. But now, as we approach the lower order, it's Leicestershire who are in control, and those fans standing up away down to our right-hand side, they perhaps are now starting to think that a trip to Trent Bridge on the 20th of September, 5 weeks today, could be on for the Foxes, as they hope to book their spot in the One Day Cup final for the second time in 4 seasons.
It's going to be Farhan Ahmed out there in the middle, and be interesting to see how this develops and plays out, because Rayan still has 3 overs left to bowl.
And it's Farhan Ahmed who has the ball in his hand, so it looks like he will be the one who will take over the bowling from Ajaz Patel, who has bowled 10 overs. Just confirm Ajaz Patel's figures in the end: 66 runs off 10 overs, no wickets. A frustrating day for the New Zealand international. Farhan Ahmed with 1 wicket so far. That came in his first ball, if you're just joining us, on his return for Leicestershire. His first appearance in Fox's colours since the 12th of July. This time, though, he's going to bowl from a different end. He's going to bowl from the pavilion end on this near side. Floodlights continue to power on here in the centre of Leicester.
Still less than 9 an over required, 70 from 8 overs.
Crowd are really up for it now. It will be Farhan Ahmed facing Verena on this occasion. It's just cut into the onside. It'll be won by the fielder. Notts will get a single, meaning that it'll be Farhan Ahmed on strike. It's going to be an interesting way to commentate, isn't it, Dave? Farhan Ahmed against Farhan Ahmed. Farhan, of course, the older brother of the Notts player. This one driven down the ground, and Farhan wins it convincingly. There's no run. Yeah, that atmosphere is now well and truly starting to build. I think Leicestershire fans are starting to believe. Ahmed in from the pavilion end. This one poked away into the offside. It'll be won by the fielder at point. Notts will get a single.
I would like to think and believe that Farhan can very much read his brother. Grown up together, he'll have faced him thousands of times.
Ahmed in, this one driven down the ground by Farhan, all the way into mid-off, where Kelly is there. They do get a single nonetheless, meaning it's 237 for 6. In fact, that was a double actually, as Farhan Ahmed comes in once again, sort of palmed in to the offside. That's a single. It will be Verena who's on strike. So Farhan Ahmed, 2 runs on the board. Verena 27 from 37, Knox needing 66 to win from 43 if you're just joining us. Ahmed in from the pavilion end, it's deep, and then cut along the ground into the onside. And that'll be won by Sheridan Gums, who is out there. And that's the end of the over. That went very quick for Farhan Ahmed there. So Knott's 239 for 6. Han Ahmed on 2, Verena on 28. Just for confirmation, 65 to win from 42.
Still Stone and Pennington and Hutton to come. Verena certainly key. He's 28 not out. Will be on strike. 65 from 7 overs.
He's the type of man you want in the middle at this stage with his experience, but I mean, I would assume after his convincing score the other day, he's feeling quite calm out there at the moment, perhaps individually calm. Not slow. I mean, this next 15-20 minutes or so, ever so important for the Outlaws.
Going to be Ian Holland back into the attack. 7 overs earlier on, starts his 8th with the ball that Verena drops on the leg side and scampers down to the far end, asks Farhan to support him, coming back for 2, and he has. Good running, 2 from the first ball in the over. Clearly a chat between the two, and a plan has been hatched with the leg side field on the rope. Good 70 yards away. All Verena really needs to do is drop it on the leg side, and should be 2 both times. They're both very, very fast between the wickets. Holland in again, down the leg side. Can't bowl there. That's 1 more to the tally. 3 from this over. 5 balls to come. Knots need 62 from 41.
You do hope that these extras don't cost Leicestershire. Some silly extras, perhaps. As you say, though, Alex Green almost you felt like was bowling in a certain style, and as a result of that fell victim.
Verena's on 30. He's hit this one, I think, just a little too crisply, and will get a single. And the fact he'd gone to 30 means now he's on to 31, means he is now the highest scorer in this season's competition. He's gone past Noah Fain and Keaton Jennings, who I think were the 2 ahead of him, and is the highest run scorer in this season's competition. And at the moment, he sits top of the pile, as there is still 1 more game to come for 2 sides. Don't know as yet who those 2 sides are going to be, but it is a measure of what a good competition he's had. Tom Helm is out for Middlesex, more on that in a second. Farhan Ahmed walking across his stumps can only push it back to the bowler, so Middlesex are 237 for 8 in the 46th. They need 18 from 4 overs and 2 balls. Luke Holman playing a brilliant innings for Middlesex. Is 65 not out. 237 for 8 in the other semi-final. Middlesex need 18 from 4.1 overs. Holland to Farhan. Keeper's not taken this one cleanly. They've gone through for 1 somethings. It's a no ball. Is that a no ball? That's a no ball he's signalled. Well, we've had a no ball already, and that led to absolute chaos and pandemonium and deep uncertainty and mistrust, and it ultimately resulted in a wicket off the free hit. Let's see what might happen here, but a no ball initially helps the Nottinghamshire cause. 245 for 6. 59 required from 39. They did change ends, so the field can move around. Got a long on, a long off, a deep mid-wicket. Needs to be 4 inside the ring. And there are 2 behind on the leg side, 1 behind on the offside, and an extra cover. Everybody else out. Free swish here for Verena. He's hit it hard, but I think he's only going to get a single. The ball bobbling its way down the ground to Hamza Sheikh for a single. But 1 more to the tally. 246 for 6. 58 to win. 6 overs and 2 balls left. Less than 10 and over, and Visitors still with those 4 wickets at their disposal. There'll be a little bit of collateral damage, you'd imagine, between now and the end. How close can they get? Next ball turned to leg for another single by Farhan Ahmed. Absolutely fine this is at the moment for Notts. Just take it close, keep those wickets in hand if you can, and then 1 big over and then finish the job. That'll be what they're trying to do, like they did at York on Friday. It will be a week that will go down in the club's history if they can get over the line here. At the moment they are second favourites. Cut away by Verena. Sheridan Gums will do the fielding. They'll come back for 2. Oh, misfield from Gums, so they'll comfortably come back from 2. No real damage there, I don't think. As Sheridan Gums misfield at third man, rushing to get to the ball quickly. He overshot it, but I think they're always going to get 2. So the end of the over, 2:49 for 6. Notts very much second favourites, pulled off an unlikely run chase at the Oval on Tuesday. Notts very much second favourites at York on Friday, pulled off an unlikely run chase, and here right now, as I say, second favourites, but still with hope. 2:49 for 6, Verena 34, Farhan Ahmed 4, and there were 10 runs from that over, and they only need to dip in with, you know, a couple of 3 overs like that. It's going to make the task a little easier. 6 to go.
Here we go then, it's Farhan Ahmed from the pavilion end against Farhan Ahmed. This one thunderously hit into the onside. It'll be won by the fielder, and they will add to their total with a single. 250 for 6. It brings up Notts' 250. Just a mild bit of applause from a few Notts fans who are in Grace Road watching on nervously. Ahmed in with a second ball of this over, driven down the ground by Verena. Once again, Notts will get a single because it will be picked up comfortably by Hamza Sheikh, who is out there on the onside. And Farhan Ahmed will go for the third ball of this over, this time against his brother Farhan Ahmed. This one sort of carved in to the onside. Ben Cox comes tracking over and winning the ball, which restricts Nottinghamshire. Verena now on strike because of that not single. 252 for 6. You're listening to live One Day Cup semi-final cricket on 5 Sports Extra 2 and on the BBC Sport website and app. Ahmed is in this one by Verena into the offside, or by the fielder at points. Once again, another not single. This is following a bit of a pattern this over. Farhan Ahmed searching for his second wicket of the afternoon. The floodlights well and truly on now here in Leicester for this East Midlands derby. Ahmed in, this one be sort of carved into the offside by Farhan Ahmed. He'll go out towards the fielder. It's good fielding in the end by the Foxes, restricting Notts to another single. 254 for 6. They need 50 to win now, Dave. 31 balls. Farhan Ahmed with this next ball. In it goes. Verena palms it into the offside. He'll be won by the fielder at square leg. This time it's a double for Verena, so he, at the end of that over, builds Notts. Notts is scored 256 for 6. They need 48 to win from 30. And this still, yes, Leicestershire, you would still fancy them. This is far from over just yet.
7 from that over. 5 to go. 48 required. 9.5 or thereabouts required and over from here on in. Looks as if it's going to be in Holland from the far end of the ground. 8 overs bowled by Holland so far. 256 for 6. Playing under floodlights here at Grace Road. Leicestershire posted 303 for 7. Hamza Sheikh with a century, 4 wickets for Dylan Pennington. Here's Holland. Bowls to Farhan Ahmed, who gets a single. The Swish across the line there, an untidy inside edge fielded by Alex Green up inside the ring at short fine, but Verena was already down this end in any case for the single. So we'll have a look round the leg side field again, set deep as it has been. There's 3 up inside the ring on the offside, 1 in the ring on the leg side at short fine. Holland to Verena, and he'll push it to deep mid wicket, and again they'll take the first one quickly and they'll only get 1 shake in from in front of the marquee at the far end, and another single, 2 from the first 2 balls in the over. 258 for 6. Verena's on 39. Farhan Ahmed on strike on 8. It's been running well. Comes down the track and again hits it out towards Hamza Sheikh. Got maybe too much on that because there's only a single. Goes straight along the ground to the deep fielder. And he just miscued it onto the leg side and not got as much power on it. Might have been able to get 2, but it's got Verena back on strike. 259 for 6. 3 balls, 3 singles. That's just keeping the board ticking over, giving themselves a chance. How strong a chance has to be seen as Verena does dig this one out, and again he knew straight away that it was only going to be 1 more. The crowd, perhaps rightly, feel that 1's aren't enough at this stage, but you can see what Notts are doing and planning and thinking. Certainly if you've seen their run chasers recently, they want to get deep with wickets in hand and then look for just somebody to have 1 big over. It's Kyle Verena at the far end, just waving for some attention for something. Not sure what that's all about. The umpire just checking with Ian Holland. Don't know what that's about at all, but Verena wanted some attention. But we're going to play on. Don't know what that was about at all. 260 for 6. So Holland in to bowl. Yorker dug out by Farhan. Back to the bowler. Perhaps the loudest cheer of the lot so far, because that's a dot ball. 4 from 5. 1 ball left in the 46th over. Notts require 44, so if there isn't a run off this one, they'll need 11 and over from the last 4. With Verena on 40 not out. Leicestershire making Notts wait here. Now Holland, last ball of his 9th, bowls. Farhan Ahmed gets this one away. Now then, there's going to be runs to be had here, and will it go for 4? It will indeed. He's got it away, not exactly where he intended, but picks off a boundary. It's a long leg. There's a fielder at fine, there was a fielder at deep square, but neither could get round, and in the end, precious boundary means that 8 came from that over. And Verena wanted a drink and a towel at the end of the over. Maybe the hold-up was because they were asking permission of the umpire, I'm not sure, but it was all done very quickly. Not a problem and perfectly understandable. 264 for 6 with 4 to go, so 8 from that over. Notts require, even I can do this, Connor, they require 40 from 4 overs. You're just about getting into my territory there. 40 from 4. The other game, Middlesex need 4 runs from 12 balls. They are 251 for 8, needing 4 runs to make it through to the final.
So you would suggest that it will be Middlesex versus either Leicestershire or Nottinghamshire in the final on the 20th of September. Farhan Ahmed from the pavilion end to Verena. It's sort of punched into the onside. It will be won by the fielder at mid-wicket. Ahmed sort of just gesticulating to someone there. Just on the edge of the pavilion. Was he having a conversation with some of the staff on the pavilion? I'm not quite sure. Here he is. He's changing his field though. One of the Leicestershire players comes charging over onto the onside. Farhan Ahmed in then from the pavilion end. This one against his brother Farhan. This is knocked in to the offside where it will be won by the Leicestershire fielder at points. Leicestershire conceding just the one run there, so Verena back on strike, Knott's 266 for 6. Halfway through this over after this ball, Verena chips it into the onside. Good fielding once again, but not think about two. They go back in the end. Leicestershire fans like that. So it will be Farhan Ahmed who is on strike, not restricted to the single there.
After this over, there are 3 overs left. Holland has 1 over left. Scriven has 1 over left. Alex Green will have to bowl the other one.
He will, because this is Ahmed's last over. This one sort of just palmed into the onside by his brother Farhan. So this will be his last 2 balls of the match on his return for the Foxes, Farhan Ahmed. This One Day Cup semi-final, and he comes. That one's charged into the onside by Verena. It's won by the fielder amid wickets.
Chris Simpson wittily says there's 9,500 people watching at the moment on the stream. Dave, Coronation Street never got this big in the 60s. I think it did, Chris. Ina Sharples and Minnie Caldwell.
Was Coronation Street as exciting as this climax, perhaps?
Bottle of stout in the snug.
Ahmed with a single to end Farhan Ahmed's bowling spell. So he ends with figures 1 for 53 on his return to Grace Road. He'll be hoping that there's another One Day Cup match for him at the end of September. It's all in the hands now of the rest of Leicestershire's bowling attack. Knott's need 34 to win from 18. They're 270 for 6.
Yeah, we'll save chat about Albert Tatlock and Bobby the Cat for a little while longer. Knott's still with chances. 34 from 3 overs. Middlesex still there we go. Middlesex are in the final. They just hit a 4 just as I refresh the page. Middlesex have defeated Durham by 2 wickets with 8 balls to spare. Middlesex in the final. Luke Holman playing a gem of an innings, 83 not out to get them over the line. Middlesex, who won Group B, go through to the final, and if all is fair and just in the world, the winners of Group A will join them. Group A winners Leicestershire turn to Alex Green to bowl from the Bennett end. His 5th over. Bowls to Farhan Ahmed. Went for an almighty pull away on the leg side. That might have been interesting had he got that out the middle, but only gets a single. Down to Hamza Sheikh. Knots require 33 from 17. To a ball now. I think now the stage has come where need to they're looking for the ropes, and maybe the power hitting of Dylan Pennington that we saw at York, maybe the thing that Notts could most do with. And Verena's hit this up in the air, and oh no, it might be Verena that's out, and it is. Carl Verena caught in the deep, and Leicestershire strike laid on with the wicket of Verena out for 43. What a tournament he's had. Rian Ahmed with the catch at deep mid-wicket. Alex Green, who was veered from very loose with a succession of wides to a bowler that's really looked top-notch on occasions, and in each of his spells he's nipped in with a wicket here. Gets Verena, and Notts now not quite down to the bare bones, but as I said, they do need a power hitter, and step forward a power hitter. Dylan Pennington had a whack on the jaw earlier on just to smarten up his senses when he was fielding. Battered Verena, 43 from 51 in this innings. What a competition he's had. 271 for 7. So Leicestershire move closer to securing their berth, but 33 off 16 won't look so many if a couple come out of the middle of Pennington's bat. What they've tried to do over the last 20 minutes, half an hour, is sort of get to this stage with wickets in hand, and they have got 3 wickets in hand. I have seen Dylan Pennington and Ollie Stone and Brett Hutton all hit 2 and 3 sixes in a row on occasions in their Nottinghamshire careers. Can just maybe one of them come off. Alex Green from the Bennett end to bowl to Pennington. And he's hit this one in the air out towards Farhan Ahmed. Takes it one bounce and then bounces the ball in, and he'll get a ticking off for that. Can't do that, Rian. Bounce the ball in, and he's going to get in a bit of trouble here, Rian Ahmed. Going to be... I'll tell you what they're going to do. They're going to insist that the ball is changed, I think, the umpires. They're asking James Treadwell to bring the spare ball out, because Rian Ahmed has deliberately done a bit of a Barnes Wallace with the ball there, scuffing it along the ground in, when the players are told that they must throw it in on no more than one bounce to the wicket keeper, and that bounced several times before reaching him. So we're past the stage of him being ticked off. They are changing the ball, and that will mean some paperwork for match referee Wayne Noon. So another hold up here at Grace Road, 272 for 7. Take stock of what's ahead of us. 32 required from 15 balls. Dylan Pennington has 1. Farhan Ahmed 17 from 17. The suitcase of balls had to be brought out. Did suggest they might need the spare ball, but of course the spare ball was only 17 overs old. They want one that's about 32 overs old. 272 for 7. Just about ready to go again. Alex Green, 3 for 36 his figures. Quietly having a good day with the ball. Comes in and bowls, and there's going to be 4 runs here, I think. Oh no, Sheridan Gums is down here, can't get there. 4 runs it is. Farhan Ahmed throwing everything at that one, and it top edged away over where the slip cordon would be, and down here running around from third, trying to get very fine to get something on it. Sheridan Gums couldn't stop it. There's no criticism of Sheridan, who's a fine fielder, just couldn't get there. Too far away from him. 4 runs. 276 for 7. Knots required 28. And they've got 2 overs and 2 balls. Can they bring that down further in this over? Pennington at the other end. Stone and Hutton to come. Green bowls now. Hit to mid-on, out. Green gets a 4th wicket. Farhan Ahmed goes. Another one out. 276 for 8. Notts haven't chased 300 down. They haven't scored 300 in any match in this competition. They haven't had to. They've restricted the opposition to below 300, and the first time they need to get 300 on the board in a run chase. They're being found wanting at the moment. Still time. 2 overs and 1 ball left, but they're running out of time as Alex Green gets his 4th. Brave little knock from Farhan Ahmed. 21 from 18, 276 for 7. I don't think that's gone on the screens we're looking at. It'll be 276 for 8, won't it? Yes. 276 for 8 will be the score. As Ollie Stone, no name and number on the back of his shirt, makes his way out to the middle. Just Brett Hutton to come. It has now turned over to 276 for 8. 13 balls left, Notts required 28. There seemed to be an awful lot of chatter out there in the middle. Dylan Pennington and Rian Ahmed. It's Ajaz Patel out there, and now Rian Ahmed coming across. And the
umpire also having a bit of a conversation with them.
Looks like a few words being exchanged, and umpire Mark Newell had to step in. The other umpire, James Middlebrook, on the walkie-talkie. I think Rian Ahmed might find himself in front of the match referee to answer 1 or 2 questions at the end of this. He could be playing in a final. 276 for 8, 1 ball left. So the new man is Ollie Stone, England international. And another hold-up. Alex Green has looked at the ball and said there's something wrong with it. This is the ball that the previous delivery Farhan Ahmed was dismissed from. There's nothing happened to that cricket ball since it was passed okay, except Farhan Ahmed's hit it in the air to mid-on and been caught. The conversation is now going on, and there's a lot of pointing towards Rian Ahmed, who's been summoned in to the discussion. Eskenazi, no, Holland telling him just to go back from whence he came and stay out of the discussion. Of course, Eskenazi's off the field, isn't he? So Holland seems to have been handed a bit of a hot potato out there. It's ticking along out there. Last ball of the over. Ollie Stone to face his first ball. Green then from the Bennett end to Ollie Stone. Goes through to the keeper. It's a dot ball they were cheering. Stone getting nothing on it. So 28 required from 2 overs. Of Nottinghamshire's chances all but gone. They need a huge contribution from somebody. And Alex Green may get the last over, but they have one apiece if they wish to from Ian Holland and Tom Scriven as well.
Sense of inevitability at this stage. It looks like Leicestershire will be playing at Trent Bridge on the 20th of September. Please don't say I have just cursed it there.
Well,
there's still 12 balls to go. Notts need 28 runs to win, but those supporters are way down to that right hand side are preparing for a trip up the A46 in 5 weeks' time. And to bowl the final over from the pavilion end will be Ian Holland for the Foxes. Pennington on strike. Holland, the USA international, just orchestrating his field first. It's proving to be a memorable afternoon for Alfonso Thomas. Holland in from the pavilion end, facing Pennington, who swing and it comes off his pads, so go all the way through to the slip. So that'll be a leg by. Do get a single though, moving their total up to 277 for 8. Stone on strike. This will be his second ball that he faces. Holland once again not overly convinced with his field, so he just spends a bit of time shouting and barking out instructions before charging in from the pavilion end, facing Stone, who just knocks it into the onside. Not to get a single, but singles at this stage for Nottinghamshire, not what they want. 10 balls remaining, they need 26 to win. Not 278 for 8. Stone and Pennington just come together and have a little conversation. Which delays Holland bowling this third ball of the penultimate over here at Uptonsteel Grace Road. Holland in from the pavilion, and this is high by Pennington into the onside. Will it be caught by the fielder? Yes, it will. It was Hamza Sheikh out there as it was knocked towards mid-wicket, and Leicestershire on the brink. Pennington goes for 1. Leicestershire 9 balls away from a spot in the One Day Cup final on the 20th of September.
Yeah, I think they're nearly there now. That was just an example of Pennington's power. He's hit that many a mile high up into the air, and just needed just an extra little bit of oomph to get it over the ropes for 6, but a nicely judged catch by Hamza Sheikh. What a day he's had, and that might well be it. Had it cleared the rope, there was still a lot of work to do, but there would have been a bit of hope left with 9 balls. Not still 26 runs away from the finishing line, and it's very unlikely now, unless it goes catastrophically wrong for Leicestershire over the next over and a half. Here comes Brett Hutton in at 11, and it looks as if the Foxes are going to be in that final.
And even the most optimistic of Nottinghamshire supporters now are perhaps thinking Their one-day cup competition is drawing to its conclusion. Remember, they defied the odds on Friday to book their spot in the semi-final, recovering from 1 for 3 to defeat Yorkshire in that playoff. But Leicestershire, totally dominant in the last half an hour, 45 minutes or so. Few sloppy decisions from a few of the Notts players. And it's Leicestershire who are in the driving seat. You hear the fans in the background getting very excited about the prospects of a one-day cup final. Holland in. This is palmed away by Hutton into the offside. Once again, we get a single, but a single from a Nottinghamshire perspective is not what they need at this stage. They need boundaries. 25 to win from 8. Holland with 2 balls left of this penultimate over. Under overcast skies, you're listening to Metro Bank One Day Cup semi-final action on Sports Extra 2, the BBC Sport website and app, and on Leicestershire's official YouTube channel as well. Remember, the Talking Foxes podcast, the place to go for all the reaction and all the analysis from inside the Leicestershire camp. We heard from Claude Henderson a little earlier in the week. Holland is in. This one is charged down the ground by Stone, sort of palmed in to the onside. It's dealt with well by Hamza Sheikh. And once again, not what Nottinghamshire need, just a single. 280 for 9.
Yeah, just 1 ball left in this over now, and we're all but there, bar the dotting of the i's, crossing of the t's. 24 required from 7 balls. Notts are going to come close, but not quite close enough. They fell at the semi-final stage in the 20-over competition, getting through to the Edgbaston finals day. And looks as if they're going to fall in the last 4 of this competition.
Holland is in for the final ball of the over from the pavilion end. It's high in the air. That'll be caught. That'll be Leicestershire's place in the One Day Cup final secured. Their second final in 4 seasons in this competition. It's Ian Holland who takes the final wicket, his second of the afternoon. And Alphonso Thomas's side, who hit 300 plus in their innings, are celebrating a trip back to Trent Bridge. They'll be in the final. They will play Middlesex in 5 weeks' time. It's a disappointing afternoon for Nottinghamshire, a joyous afternoon for Alphonso Thomas's Foxes. And they win this one convincingly. In the end, they win this one by 23 runs.
Yes, congratulations to Leicestershire Foxes on the day, the better side. Got a score that I think locals felt was above par. Not so sure would have been happy to chase a total of round about a run a ball, 300 or so in 50 overs, but crucial times they lost crucial wickets. Freddie McCann was very nicely poised for 64, involved in a run out that didn't really need to happen, and then Asiba Mead also fell, letting one up in the air after he'd passed 50. Carl Reina, who's done it for the last 2 or 3 matches, made 43 but needed a bit of support at the end, and on this occasion none of the bottom 3 really able to go out there and stick around for very long. So it's the Foxes, who this season had lost 4 out of 4 against Notts, get their revenge at the semi-final stage of the One Day Cup, and they will go through to face Middlesex at Trent Bridge in 5 weeks' time. Thanks to everybody for being with us, for everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch. Both Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire supporters, it's been lovely to hear from you today. Thanks to Connor for the hospitality, and a reminder that County Championship cricket resumes for both these sides on Thursday. I'll be at the Oval for Surrey versus Notts. Hope you'll join me then, and Connor and Leicestershire.
Well, Adam Whitty will be back for live coverage of Leicestershire's Division 1 match against Glamorgan as they hunt for their second win in Division 1 off the back of a memorable afternoon here at Grace Road. The Leicestershire fans applaud them Leicestershire players, and they take the acclaim of a packed out Grace Road, having booked their spot in the One Day Cup final for the first time since 2023. One match away from yet another List A trophy. But from me, I'm Dave. Thanks for listening. Have a great evening. Good night.
Good night.